Good afternoon and welcome to the Special and Successor Agency, October 5th, 2020. As you can see, we're still meeting remotely and appreciate your understanding and tolerance of the limitations of this format. We will begin with the clerk calling the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Gordo.
Here.
Councilmember Kennedy.
Here.
Councilmember Madison is so far absent. Councilmember Masuda. Councilmember McAustin.
Here.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hampton is so far absent. Mayor Tornick.
Here.
There's a quorum of the council present.
Mr. Wilson, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Absolutely. Please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of America,
and for the republic
for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
God,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have some ceremonials, important ceremonials today that'll take a little bit of time. The first one is a declaration, unhappy circumstance in Artsakh and Armenia. Whereas on September 27th, 2020, Azerbaijan, assisted by Turkey, against Artsakh with the intention of annihilating the entire Armenian population of Artsakh. And whereas civilians have been attacked and there has been indiscriminate shelling of villages, both in Artsakh and Armenia, and this attempt to ethnically cleanse all Armenians of Artsakh brings back very painful memories to the Pasadena Armenian Americans, many of whom are descendants of the survivors of the 1915 genocide, which is memorialized in Pasadena's Memorial Park. And whereas, as a nation devoted to freedom, we should all condemn these actions and pray for the victims, the words "never again" were immortalized following the atrocities of the 20th century. These words should not be merely spoken, action. And whereas, in the words of Martin Luther King Jr., a threat to justice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Now, therefore, I, Terry Tornick, Mayor of the City of Pasadena, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby declare that the City of Pasadena stands with its Armenian American times and mourns for the innocent victims of this military aggression. And I will ask my colleagues to adjourn in the memory of the victims of this violence. Are there any immediate comments on this? This is a declaration.
I would suggest that we send a copy of the declaration to our sister city,
Montezor,
and also communities to make the same declaration.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gordo.
I would simply say that in the vein that both of you have already spoken, that we are united with people ensuring that this behavior be arrested and that our country hopefully will stand with the Armenian people as we have done and provide whatever resources that are necessary. It is a given that this is international affairs. However, because of the long history of the Armenian community, both locally and internationally, I believe it's most appropriate, and I applaud both of my colleagues who have just spoken about this matter. Thank you.
Note, this is National Disability Employment Awareness Month, which we recognize every year. This is a proclamation that's of the contributions of persons with disabilities is an effective way to overcome negative stereotypes and eliminate physical and attitudinal barriers to full participation in all aspects of community life, creation, and employment. And whereas people with disabilities are an important, vital part of our community as valued workers, civic leaders, business owners, veterans, and friends, and they are innovative and valued contributors in the workplace, the classroom, and the community. And whereas the City of Pasadena is committed to ensuring that city programs effectively serve and benefit persons of all abilities in order to support individual dignity, self-reliance, and productive lives for all people. And whereas Pasadena is proud to fostering equal access and demonstrating commitment to full inclusion of people with disabilities. Now, therefore, I, Terry Tornick, Mayor of the City of Pasadena, on behalf of the City Council, proclaim the month of October 2020 in Pasadena as National Disability Employment Awareness Month, and encourage all citizens to recognize the accomplishments of persons with disabilities throughout our community. Ordinarily, we would be presenting this proclamation to several individuals representing nonprofits that work in this area, but we'll be doing that this year. But we wanted to make sure not to let this moment go by. Ms. Kennedy.
I simply would just like to acknowledge the elevation of James Farr as the new chair of the Disability Commission. He has educated us all on a number of issues that are of importance to those who live productive lives with access issues. And we are grateful, I believe, as a council for his leadership. And parenthetically, that is how I came to know James. We were at an event with UCLA professors from the Doheny Eye Institute, and he was the particular professor, doctor, was sharing James' situation as it relates to his eyes. So again, we applaud all who live in our community with and disabilities and the ability to overcome. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Finally, we have a proclamation with regard to Pedestrian Safety Month, and then we'll have a brief presentation from Laura Cornejo, our Director of Transportation. Whereas walking is a healthy mode of travel that is environmentally friendly, and in its general plan principle that people should be able to safely circulate throughout the community without cars. And whereas walkability is a positive attribute of our community, and the city and its Department of Transportation are committed to realizing complete to facilitate safe and convenient mobility for all. And whereas during the pandemic, walking in our neighborhoods is a safe option for a healthy and family-friendly activity and a safe pedestrian development and local businesses. And whereas we are all pedestrians from time to time, it is important to pay attention to what's going on around us, and drivers must remember that crosswalks exist, whether painted or not, and be vigilant to ensure the safety of pedestrians. And whereas the city recognizes the Pasadena Complete Streets Coalition and Day One are healthy recreation and as an active mode of transportation to commute, to school, and to work. Now, therefore, I, Terry Tornick, Mayor of the City of Pasadena, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month in Pasadena as Walktober and Pedestrian Safety Month, and urge that we all rededicate ourselves to enjoying the benefits of walking and ensuring the safety of pedestrians in our Laura Cornejo, our Director of Transportation, to make a brief presentation. Laura.
Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you for bringing awareness and attention. Before I begin the brief presentation, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank the Complete Streets Coalition, in particular the Pasadena Complete Streets Coalition, for their continued dedication in work raising safety and continuing to work with not just the Department of Transportation, but the city in general in raising awareness and advancing projects that improve pedestrian access and safety. The beginning of the Safer at Home order, the department launched a slow streets program, really in response to what we saw changing travel patterns, primarily increased pedestrian and bicycle, also what we saw as increased speeds, if not increased vehicular traffic, but just speeds. We learned over the last several months a lot from that program, which was rolled out rather quickly. Happy to share this evening what our next iteration of the Slow Streets or Safer Streets program will look like. Some of the lessons that we took away from the initial program were that in order for the program to be sustainable, first needed to be a little bit more deliberate and have a program that really pared down where the signage was, working with residents, making sure that community members were active program and partnering with the department, but also making sure that the program was sustainable for the long term, recognizing that not only do people continue to be at home, whether they're teleworking or distance learning, but that the way people see and interact with their streets has changed over the last several months. And we want to not only encourage that, but we also want to continue to that. So moving forward, the Safer Streets program will continue to improve safety for all pedestrian and bicyclists, primarily focusing on residential streets. We want to continue to abide by CDC guidelines, but still providing safe distancing behavior, either through virtual activities or other activities where you're able to still walk and bike within your own local neighborhood. Want to make sure that this program is sustainable, that it's long-term, that we no longer approach it as a short-term solution, but rather a long-term program that is here to stay. And lastly, focusing in on feasible streets, paring down the program to be more deliberate, to be more focused, ensuring that the messaging is more effective. And so we have a four-pronged approach here, where the safety campaign, where we will leverage previous campaigns and sending out messaging. We will be launching a Slow Streets Gateway signs, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. We will have new taking in the feedback and input we heard from residents throughout the last several months. And lastly, relaunching our Slow Streets program as an Adopt a Slow Street program. Campaign will be leveraging previous traffic safety campaigns that really are geared towards increasing awareness of pedestrian and bicycle safety, as well as targeting motorists to remind them that when they are on the road, they should share the road, walking and biking. The campaigns will be launched via social media, but we'll also use traditional media and print media. And lastly, in the spirit of Walktober, we'll begin this process with the Complete Streets Coalition and augmenting the programming that they already have in place. We will lines that were previously within the median and revamping them, giving them a little bit of a Pasadena brand. And we will be locating them along light or traffic poles near entrances of specific residential streets. Remind motorists as they are entering that residential street to slow down. We will be making sure that these signs do not add to clutter, and so they will not be part of programs where we already we'll have the Adopt a Slow Street program. But again, this is just one other component added to the Safer Streets program. We received a lot of input about those lawn signs that we distributed over the spring, and we are in the process of redesigning them, giving them a Pasadena look, making sure that they are more visible, more targeted, that it's easier to read, and making sure that they are more effective. Once these lawn signs are available, we will be making them readily accessible to all residents who are interested by request via district liaison department directly. And lastly, the Adopt a Slow Street program. This will again be still rolling out that program with the barricades in the median and some light. Be purchasing the barricades, and so this will ensure that we can keep this program out longer than just the 3 or 4 months we previously had them out for. And we're looking for residents who are willing to be active in working with the department and making sure that these signs are effective, that they are not relocated, and that they are being effective in messaging. Some things to think about if you're interested in nominating your street to be a slow street. We are looking at local residential streets with 25 miles per hour speed limit. There are some thresholds in place to ensure that the program is effective. So if you're interested, please feel free to reach out and we'll work with you in identifying whether this or another program would be more suitable for your street. What we are asking of a resident who nominates is that you coordinate and communicate with the department. Let us know if the barricade is broken, if it has been relocated elsewhere, if the lights on the barricade have stopped working, or if they are really larger commercial vehicles. We want to make sure that it's effective for everyone, and so part of that is making sure that the signs are in place where they need to be and not being by a vehicle. Again, our timeline is we'll be starting with October, leveraging that campaign with our multimedia safety campaign, and over the rolling out the gateway signs, the lawn signs, and then really in November launching into the Adopt a Slow Street program. Welcome any questions at the council.
Thank you, Ms. Cornejo. This isn't an agendized item, but we thought that it was a particularly appropriate presentation given the kickoff of October. Are there any absolutely required questions, or else we'll move on? All right, thank you, Ms. Cornejo. Mr. Masuda, we have one more ceremonial item.
You want me to start now, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, I have some sad news. Tim Price, longtime president of Daisy,ville has passed away peacefully in his sleep on Sunday, September 13th, 2020. He was 77 years old. I spoke to his wife, Diane, a few days ago to let her know how much and his leadership for our district and Pasadena. He was one of the resident members for the Home Depot Committee, whose input was so important and highly respected. Remember Tim because he was respectful and humble, qualities I admire and appreciate. Whenever I needed a good opinion about something, he was the person. As a neighborhood representative, I always got smart, honest, and direct answers that I trusted. A man of faith, he attended services and volunteered at Assumption of. Tim is survived by his loving wife of 50 years, Diane, his daughter, Veronica Drone, her husband, Carl, and their children, Tyler, Mason, and Sydney. Son, Charlie Price, and his wife, Shelly, are expecting. Tim was thrilled knowing that his future grandson, to be born in 2021, will carry the Price. His sister, Tim's sister, Noelle Dinkin, and her husband, Jay. My heartfelt condolences go out to Tim's family. He will truly be missed. Mayor, that we adjourn tonight's meeting in the memory of Tim Price as well.
Thank you, Mr. Gorda.
I'm sorry to learn this news. I had not heard, Gene, and involved for a very long time in civic affairs, and truly a loss for all of Pasadena. And I would join in your request to adjourn our meeting in memory of Tim Price.
So, pardon me. Let me just. Sorry. So we will adjourn our meeting in the memory of the victims of the COVID-19 pandemic, and tonight we will add the victims of the Artsakh attacks and local community price. All right, thank you. We will, thank you, Gene. We will now move to the consent calendar.
No, Mayor, we're
I beg your pardon, item one, I'm skipping by. The COVID-19 update from the city manager and the public health officer. Mr. Mermel?
Thank you, Mayor. For the council chambers, give her just a moment to get herself ready, and she'll provide an oral report for the council and the community this afternoon. And then following Dr. Go's report that Brenda Harvey-Williams will present related to COVID. Dr. Go?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and the public. Here is the COVID-19 data as of in the US, we have had over 7,400,000 cases and unfortunately 209,700 deaths. And we heard directly from the CDC this morning on a national call, a confirmation that in many jurisdictions across the country, we are on an upward trajectory in number of cases. In California, we've had over 823,000 cases and over 16,100 deaths. In LA County, over 200 and over 6,600 deaths. And in Pasadena, we have had 2,618 confirmed COVID-19 cases and 124 deaths. We extend our all those grieving the loss of a loved one. The median age of cases remains at 44 years, and the median age at death at 81 years. We continue to follow the state health office blueprint for a safer economy. Currently, all 3 public health jurisdictions in LA County fall in the purple tier, indicating widespread transmission of COVID-19 based on daily case rates per 100,000 population testing positivity. LA County's case rate also reflects a downward adjustment, indicating testing volume throughout LA County that exceeds the state median. So far, this adjustment has case number metric closer to the next lower tier. Because we remain in the purple tier, the state requires that we continue to keep several higher risk businesses outdoor only, including gyms and physical fitness facilities. We recognize the huge sacrifices made by these businesses and look forward to the time when we move into the red tier, at which indoor activities in gyms and physical fitness facilities at 10% capacity and with modifications. I am pleased to report that while we had a measurable increase in COVID-19 cases over the past 2 weeks, the magnitude of the surge that we saw after the 4th of July. As a result, we have been able to proceed with some cautious, gradual sector openings that the state has allowed for jurisdictions in the purple tier. Been working with public and private schools for many months to support restarting of in-person instruction, providing guidance on how to prepare for reopening and how to plan and implement public health protocols. Since several weeks ago, we have schools bringing higher needs cohorts of students back on campus for limited in-person services at 10% capacity, such as children with individualized education programs and those in ESL programs. We have provided technical assistance on conducting specific services such as expanded childcare programs on campus, conducting standardized SAT and other testing, and providing essential services on campus such as mental health and social activities have been allowed for several weeks. As of this morning, the health department is accepting applications for school waivers to allow in-person instruction with modifications for grades transitional kindergarten to second. This continues the careful, gradual increase in in-person school instruction in our city. The waiver application process ensures every component of the public health protocols are in place in-person instruction. Once our health department has reviewed the application, provided technical assistance to the school, and assured that the application components are in place, the application will be sent to the council for state approval. The goal is to ensure schools have a full understanding of what the minimum protocols are that need to be implemented to keep transmission risk on campus as low as possible. Physical distancing, small stable cohorts of teachers and students that do not mix, staggered schedules, changes in the built environment to promote distancing and ventilation, hand hygiene, facilities disinfection, face coverings, auditing and enforcement of protocols, and education and systems in place for managing infectious individuals in outbreaks on campus. With current positivity rates, it is a certainty that there will be infectious people on campus, and schools that choose to manage these occurrences in partnership with the health department. When this happens, cohorts will be quarantined and cases will be isolated for the requisite period to prevent further spread of COVID-19. Plan for flexible teaching arrangements to accommodate these types of events. Approval of the waiver application does not mean the health department is stating it is safe to return to campus. Protocols lower COVID-19 transmission risk, but do not assure safety. The difficult part for schools and any site where people come together is the implementation and adherence to protocols at all times. Our schools have a significant challenge ahead of them, and the health department is here to support them. Communicating with families to set expectations and norms, that in order for schools to be successful, we have to prioritize schools. It is imperative that families modify their behaviors outside of school so schools can stay to continue following public health guidance to keep driving down community case rates, because this is the only way schools will be able to remain open. Activities outside of schools that promote mixing among students and families and increase disease transmission. The intensive and costly efforts school administrators are putting in place to reduce risk on campus. An exposure that occurs among school families outside of campus brings COVID-19 to community transmission we see in general, the greater the number of infectious people arriving on any given day to school. We have also had some additional openings. The state allowed, if allowed by local jurisdictions. Our city recreation department has opened playgrounds with rules and policies for lower risk use. We encourage our community to allow these spaces to continue to be open through responsible use to enjoy them. Please follow capacity limits, monitor your children so they don't interact with children from other households, follow good hand hygiene, and wear masks at all times. Nail salons are able to open 100% capacity or less with modifications and should continue to keep as many services as possible outdoors. We expect to announce later this week that bars and breweries may be allowed dining, functioning as restaurants outdoors, with the requirement of meals on the same transaction as alcohol sales, and subject to all public health protocols applicable to restaurants. Finally, flu vaccine. We are pleased to see high demand for flu vaccine at community flu clinics. Please check our website for dates, times, and locations. And thank you to our partners, Huntington Hospital, the Library Department, and stations for vaccinating over 1,700 people so far. The hospital website has a list of their upcoming clinics and times and locations as well. And now I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Dr. Go. Mr. Gordo?
Dr. Go, I just want to make sure I understand the process. And so if a school can apply for a waiver through our Did I get that correct?
Yes, they can apply for a waiver to have in-person instruction on campus for children in grades transitional kindergarten to second grade.
Only transitional to second grade.
Correct.
And why is that only transitional to second grade?
The rationale is that we want to have a slow so that the schools will be successful in doing so. That we started with groups of students that are most disadvantaged with remote instruction. And so those included children with disability, special needs. And then we're moving to the youngest children who we also think fit that category.
And what's the horizon look like for a transition for kids who are beyond second grade?
You know, this will be phased in gradually, and we hope, well, I mean, with our sector openings, for example, we continue to follow the data to make sure that the conditions in our community. So hopefully, if we are successful and we don't see case rates spike, and we're at a level where we can continue to bring more kids back on campus, do so.
But give me an idea. I mean, do you have any idea what the
Sure.
timeline would be?
Yeah, sure. I think, you know, with any sector change, we expect 4 to 6 weeks, a significant increase from that particular sector change. And I think that we start to get a sense about halfway through, and then we can be pretty confident after that amount of time.
Would be what grades?
We expect to work our way up in age.
No, I understand that, but do you have an idea of what the next phase might be? Would it be third to fifth grade?
Yes. So I think that the next stage would be elementary school. So some portion of elementary school. I have asked schools where they're able to consider on their own, approved for TK to second grade, to consider bringing in one grade at a time. Again, to get everybody adjusted to practicing those protocols and making sure everything's going okay.
And are we in line doing, or are these actions that we're taking in Pasadena separate and apart from what the County of Los Angeles Department of Public Health is doing?
So this change in allowing waiver applications is the same as for LA County. However, they have placed some limits that we have not placed on our schools. For example, they schools per week for approving waivers. We are waiting to see what we get, but we haven't placed that limit because a proportionate limit for us would be 0.4 schools per week. And I don't think that we need to do that, especially have been looking at some very good plans. And also because we think that if our schools are bringing back smaller numbers, that this will help with the graph.
How long do you anticipate that the waiver process internally with our health department will take? And then, well, let's start with that. And then maybe you can talk about how long you anticipate the state will take to.
Sure. We would like to process these as quickly as possible. We've already begun working with schools who are bringing back small cohorts. So we've started to review plans already for that purpose. And that gives, time we've been spending with each school to help them improve their plans and provide them feedback and them to give us a revision. So I expect that depending on if we get 20 applications at once, or if we get 3, we could process those. I'm asking the schools to give us about 2 weeks, and the state maybe about a week. And if we can do it faster than that, then we'd love to do it faster than that. I feel that conversations and the application requirements have been posted for at least a month and a half. So schools have had time to see what's on the application and have had time to prepare.
As this before in other situations involving COVID, do you believe you have the staffing necessary to process these in a timely manner and still continue to provide the services to other sectors of the economy, restaurants, retail shops, etc.?
Thank you for asking. It is a challenge because these are entirely new, operations and ramping up to be able to do these is a challenge. We have enough staffing right now with a strong team and a secondary team. And for the school waiver process, we have new staff with our environmental health division to do that kind of outreach that you've encouraged, be proactive as they start getting set up again indoors, to do the education and assistance that provide that assistance that we want them to be set up for success and not increase risk of.
So I guess what I'm saying is, we need to know if more resources are needed. I mean, your team has been working very hard. As there has to be a point where, we want to get it right. We want to make sure that we're opening sectors safely and that people understand the protocols and that we're able to provide the technical assistance that people need. So at what point do you anticipate saying to the city council and the community, if we're not already there, I need more resources? I think one of the more important functions in the city right now is helping people adjust as we transition.
I agree, and we have brought in more resources all along, and we have gotten this. So.
And Councilmember Gordo, there's not a single request that's come through the health department that I have not been able to fulfill. If we get to the point that it's not within staff's capacity to fulfill that, we'll certainly turn to the council and ask for your support to do that, because as you point out, it's vital to our community, and as more segments of the economy and education open up, we want to make sure we can hold up our end of the bargain so they can get back into operations safely.
And I hope that we're anticipating at what point we'll need that and not waiting till we're there, because that will, one, in my view, jeopardize the reopening, slow down needlessly if it's safe to reopen different sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gordo. Vice Mayor?
For your presentation, I had a couple of questions as it related to elementary schools, and then the one about small boutique. I guess I would consider health. I'll start with the elementary schools. Why was TK to second grade allowed and not all elementary schools? I just don't understand the rationale. I know that you didn't pick. Just wanted to understand how that was.
Sure. I think that by segmenting the elementary school and the number of grades that we bring back, we're reducing the risk of opening too quickly. Unfortunate outbreaks that will cause schools to have to close. So we want them to be successful. And we think that by doing it gradually increases their chances of being able to do this. And we started with the youngest kids because particular disadvantage with remote learning.
Thank you. And then my other question that I had was related to, so that I actually didn't fully answer, are there other jurisdictions that allow higher grades, or did LA County just come up with the TK to second grade?
Within LA County, between the three jurisdictions, we are all opening TK to second.
What about throughout the rest of the state?
So other jurisdictions are in different tiers. So for example, in San Diego, they were in the lower tier, red tier, which actually the state all grades, separate from the waiver process. For tiers for jurisdictions in the purple tier, the state restricts us to TK to 6th.
TK to 6th, okay. So we're just going through the first 3 grades, I guess TK to 2nd grade right now, and then eventually, if the numbers come back relatively, I guess, low, or there's not a lot of transmission. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? Okay. Then my other question is, so I know you don't pick these either. So I can go into a nail salon or a mall, right? And I can sit there for an hour in a chair 6 feet away from someone else. Well, why can I go to a yoga studio or a small boutique gym and do the same thing? I just don't understand how parts of the section, open and other parts of the sector are not open. And then it's interesting to me that you said that it sounds like bars may be allowed to reopen on the outside, which is fine because, we have quite a few businesses not able to open, but I just want to understand the rationale behind not allowing small fitness facilities to open when there's a loophole for some of the chiropractors. If they have a chiropractor, they are able to stay open. But if they don't have a chiropractic license, then they have to work out in the parking lot and hundreds of not. But for seniors, it seems like there should, for people that are active, I believe, and you've said this before multiple times yourself, that helps with building and immunities are going to help us fight this virus as well as the flu. So I'm trying to understand what the rationale is behind opening up nail salons, but not small.
Sure. We are bound by the state health officer order. So because we're in the purple tier, we can't open gyms for indoor operations. Used to say that we couldn't open nail salons while we were in the purple tier, but they changed it so that we can about 2 weeks ago. So we are making that allowance now here, slower than the state. Recognize case numbers popped up or not. The rationale that's been explained to me from the state staff, public health staff, is looking at behind how the SARS-CoV-2 virus is transmitted, and that at certain activities, including physical activity, singing, and maybe playing wind instruments, things that project respiratory droplets further, especially when done indoors, pose a higher risk of transmission. And that's provided to us.
Okay. Then also back to the kind of just try to swing back around. I forgot to ask my last. So after school programs are allowed now, in-person after school programs?
The Department of Social Services has childcare services, also those that it's granted a waiver to allow childcare operations to be open, yes.
Childcare of all ages?
Yes.
Yeah. So I could be 16 and I need childcare, I can.
That is correct. The LEARNS program, for example, I believe serves children of different ages. Childcare under the Department of Social Services, the way it's defined, that was allowed by the state to operate.
Are they allowed back in at the same numbers that they were prior to COVID, or did they have to cut back on who they accepted?
They have to implement all of the distancing protocols, which by default the capacity that the programs can serve. So it is in practice a lower number. And I know that our program has made every effort to keep as much programming as possible outdoors and to 6 feet distance.
Cool. I hope, I know that your office will monitor all of that activity very closely, and I am hopeful that our numbers will be when we can start opening up some of these other schools, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and 6th grade. Thank you, Dr. Dell.
You're welcome.
Wilson?
Hi, Doc. I wanted to just clarify in my mind kind of the hierarchy of kind of the regulations, and I know we're still purple, but maybe we could just go through the school, the TK. So that recently was allowed to open, and that came down from the state in the purple category.
First, the TK to 6. Yes, the state allows local jurisdictions to open or to participate and grant waivers for jurisdictions in all tiers, including purple.
How long has that waiver capability been available to us? Are we moving to the county? I'm just trying to like open for a while, and we were waiting for the county, and then we're kind of the tail at the end of the dog. I'm just trying to get some sense of, latitude and where we can set our own rules or call.
Sure. I'd have to look back to see exactly what the date was. It's been a couple weeks, and partway into that, the state made it clear that special needs in cohorts. So we wanted to address that first and allow that to happen and make sure that was happening well before starting the waiver process.
Right. But the state says TK to 6 and we're TK to 2. Is that because the county is TK to 2 and we can't be more liberal than the
So we have attested to the state that we will not move more quickly than the county, that will move in coordination. However, that attestation happened back before the framework, this blueprint framework. And so I think that we have some wiggle room. And as a result, we've been between Long Beach, LA County, and Pasadena to be thoughtful about what the considerations are between the jurisdictions as for why and when we move. And while I think we move to tier red on our own, that's what the state says, I think that there's a little bit of room in between, but usually what happens is we are able between jurisdictions to resolve those differences and recognize the pressures that each jurisdiction is facing in conditions. And so far, we've been able to navigate and move together.
So Long Beach is TK to 2 on the waivers.
Correct.
Okay.
And as I mentioned, because we're our own facing that limitation that LA County has put on 30 schools per week.
That's where I was going. Is like it sounds like we have some leeway, and if we wanted, if the number is low, could you on your own decide that we could go TK to 6, or do you need to go wait for? I mean, certainly I know you want to keep your health officers informed, but could you go out and make that determination independently?
Possibly. I think some of the data that we're asking the schools to submit to us with the distribution of zip codes of where their students and faculty live, so that we can get a sense, kind of an epi map, so that we can get a sense of where people are coming from to Pasadena as we open the schools, and to what what volume of people so that we can better assess our risk. The numbers, for example, adequately represent what our risks are as far as school openings, or if we really need to calculate and look into all those other areas in LA County that people are coming from.
So that's the context, but but you could, hey, you know what, in 2 weeks, things are good, we could go up to 6th grade.
So I wouldn't, because I do want to pause so that we can see what the impact is of these school openings. And the schools that are granted in 2 to 3 weeks, they're going to need to be ready to open. So they'll determine when they open. So then 4 to 6 weeks after that, I think we'll be able to assess what the impact is of the TK to 2nd grade openings.
Position, just to recap it, is it you think you have the authority, but you want to collect the data from this first tranche, and so the expectation wouldn't be anything happening until you got to TK to 2nd grade, right?
Yes, and we, because we really do see how important it is to get our kids in school, if the COVID landscape allows pause or wait longer than we need to, we really will take all those factors into consideration to keep moving forward if we can, and to pause longer if we need to.
A third or fourth grade boy can be as much work as a 2nd grade girl, at least from raising a couple myself in terms of their energy level and ability to focus. So getting people back into environment, super high priority, certainly through elementary. One other area that I know is near and dear to many of my residents, so it's probably not as important as education, is Halloween. I get lots of questions about what is there, I know we talked about this briefly, but I feel like we're missing guidance around what is permissible or encouraged. And I know Halloween, so when should we expect some sort of communication strategy that will be helpful to neighbors and children who want to do something around Halloween, but no?
Yeah, we've been planning this as a city. We have a document that is being vetted by the police department right now. And I think we could expect hopefully tomorrow to have Halloween guidance for all the questions. So we do, we'd be happy to respond to additional questions after reading that guidance. That's also jointly with a revised car line celebration guidance, because we know that some doing some Halloween drive through the neighborhood to look at decorations on different households. So we want to provide that guidance along with transportation's input as well.
And I know my wife's thinking of lacrosse stick and throwing candy bars out to ones on the street, but I'm not sure that.
I've heard of these two like dispensing systems that sound pretty creative, and that are at least a minimum of 6 feet long. To really be able to celebrate, but please do so safely.
I think maybe encouraging people just to, as much as possible, stay in their own neighborhoods. I know our the people, which obviously would be, there's a lot of fun when it's an appropriate condition, but this is certainly not the year for it. So anyway, as soon as that can be available, I know my office and probably my colleagues are eager to get that out to share the.
Will do.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have a big number of public comments apparently on this. Before we move to the action item with regard to the senior meal program, do we have a bunch of comments on this general COVID-19 update?
We do, Mayor. They basically fall into two categories. One is on school reopening, and one is on business. And a vast majority of these are related to hot yoga in Pasadena. It's a business in Pasadena. So I'm prepared to read. There are a lot that follow a similar pattern, at least for the education portion, and then the hot yoga. I think we can get through that as well. So
Go ahead.
So before I start reading aloud, I wanted to let you and the council know that the city clerk's office received 49 letters expressing concerns regarding remote learning, that the city open or advocate for reopening schools for in-person learning for students. And we received 35 letters requesting the city's approval for the business Hot Yoga Pasadena to reopen given its health benefits. The first set of letters or emails that follow a similar pattern. I'll read a couple of these and then I'll read out the names of the rest. Mary Forrest from Pasadena. I'm supporting all schools to open. Our schools are prepared to do all of these. Children are prepared to do all of these. Children should be the priority. The mental health of our children is at stake. Community members. Our children may be facing long-term mental health problems. Daycare and day camps are open, but those require a lot of additional funding to which many families are not privileged to. What is the difference to widening the socioeconomic gap and will cause further deep-rooted emotional damage? The mental health of parents should also be considered. We rely on a village to help raise a child, and we no longer have the, which is extremely isolating. The stress a parent feels to be everything to a child can cause deep emotional stress and cause damage to the parent-child relationship. The CDC says schools continuum. At what point do we value physical and mental health of children? I will not stand to watch children fall behind. I hope you won't either. Call Catherine Barger. Say you want all Pasadena school to open its schools. From Lindsay Wyman, Pasadena. I'm writing regarding Pasadena supporting all schools to open. All children should be our priority, and I believe that children need to attend school into well-rounded individuals. My young children have been going to in-person preschool for the last few weeks and have been so happy each and every day that I pick them up. The social and the material they are learning from their teachers are vital to the development of our children. I wish that all schools in Pasadena could be open for in-person learning. Thank you for your time and consideration. From Kate Cohorst. My name is Kate Cohorst. I'm writing regarding Pasadena supporting all schools to open. The essence of their childhood is being threatened, and we are just idly standing by. We are the perpetrators, but making this about politics, by making this about children, our children suffer in many ways. To allow some daycares and day camps to open, but others is simply not fair. What about the single mother who simply does not have the money to afford this? That my daughter's preschool is open, but it is expensive. Not all people can afford to pay the tuition they are asking, and personally, I don't think it's fair that the people with money are the ones who are able to school, but the people who don't have the funds don't have a chance. The big buzzword is the widening socioeconomic gap. Well, political leaders, you are the ones leading the proverbial bandwagon on this one. The mental health, the stress a parent feels to be everything to a child can cause deep emotional stress and cause damage to the parent-child relationship. From Nia Jesperson, Pasadena, the CDC says schools should reopen. At what point do we value the physical and mental health of children? I will not stand to watch children fall behind. I hope you won't either. Call Catherine Barger. Say you want all Pasadena schools to open. The mental health of our children is at stake, and we need you to fight for our little. Our children may be facing long-term mental health problems. Daycare and day camps are open, but those require a lot of additional funding to which many families are not privileged to. What is the difference to opening schools? Allowing the economic gap and will cause further deep-rooted emotional damage. The mental health of parents should also be considered. We rely on a village to help raise a child, and we no longer have the gift of community, which is extremely. The stress a parent feels to be everything to a child can cause deep emotional stress and cause damage to the parent-child relationship. And Mayor, the rest of these, I will just read their names because they follow sort of the same pattern of few emails. Marcella Rock, Pasadena. Becky Wally, Altadena. Angela Buchanan, Pasadena. Mike, Pasadena. Ann Pearson, Pasadena. Nicole Lamb, Pasadena. Dana Banta, Pasadena. Pamela Halferty, Pasadena. Celine Liddon, Pasadena. Ryan Forrest, Pasadena. Oh, sorry. Pasadena. Yenis Wong, San Gabriel. And then there are some, Mayor, that didn't fit that pattern, so I wanted to read these. There's probably about a dozen or so to the business ones. So these are still about education. From Lori Smith, we are failing our kids and community. Do not allow them by not allowing them to attend school in person. Why does Pasadena have its own public health and restrictions of Los Angeles County, which has a population of over 10 million people? Our local population is a fraction of this number. According to its mission statement, the City of Pasadena the physical, social, and mental well-being of all who live, work, learn, and play in Pasadena. The Public Health Department is failing to address these needs of its community. Please heed the CDC's advice and allow our kids back in school. The damage being done is especially considering the extremely low risk COVID factor for children and the low risk factor of kids transmitting the virus. From Tracy Manello, Pasadena, please reopen our schools. I'm extremely discouraged by the decision the LA County Board of Supervisors made to allow schools to open pending an approved waiver beginning one schools. As a parent of a private school student, I am concerned that since my son has the quote resources to go to a private school, a priority will not be placed by the county or the city of Pasadena on returning. Virtual learning has been detrimental to his mental health, ability to communicate to peers and adults outside our family, and his academic learning. My son's mental health and ability to learn in the best environment at school in parens is just as valuable as choices regarding my child's health and schooling should be left up to me as a parent. I need your help to protect this. From Erica Foy, Pasadena. Time and time again, I have referred to the term, quote, small Pasadena and the ingrained aspect this community wants to remain in place as you consider more housing and turning our city into a more urban form. The reason this small town feeling is so important, we have it. This feeling is being showcased right now with parents concern for children and online schooling. We all personally know kids who are suffering and need to get off the computer due to, quote, kids are showing screen time burnout, and the lack of socialization is leading to depression in our kids and young adults. We see it and talk about it with each other in our still, quote, small town. Schools and parents don't know what to do. Who do we tell our concerns? Who is going to speak up for us? It is time for our elected representatives to express to Dr. Go and the LA County Board of Supervisors that we must find a way forward for our kids and you to speak up for them before irreversible damage is done. From Nicole Anito, Altadena. It's time to get our kids back to school. Allow the waivers for all schools ready and willing to return. Allow those who show they can meet the small class size to return to schooling, not just those that can prove a certain status deemed worthy by the supervisors. All children deserve an in-person education. These rules are forcing educators to look for loopholes. Can certain schools return if they call themselves, quote, camps or daycare? Why can a 5-year-old at preschool return but not a 5-year-old at elementary school? These rules are not making anyone safer. They are utterly enforced. Stand up for our children and allow the waiver for all schools who want to return. Do not politicize our children. From Michelle Sutton, Pasadena. Children back in school. At this time, our kids have had zero social connection with any peers for over 9 months. This lack of social interaction will cause years of problems for these kids, their families, and the community. So many kids have anxiety and depression. Their mental health ever change in an extremely unhealthy manner. I too am extremely concerned and know how dangerous COVID is in its transmission. I was against my kids going back to school. Now that I've seen the damage done to my children, I have changed my mind. I have well-adjusted children suffer immensely and have heard from many other people their kids are suffering too. In addition, my daughter has had 3 of her best friends' families move out of this area permanently due to the fact their kids cannot go back to school. Places where schools are open so their kids can have some sort of semblance of a normal life. At a minimum, please allow the youngest kids to go back to school. They are suffering the most. From Stacy Francis, Altadena, the leaders of the City of Pasadena to consider the negative mental health elements on elementary age students while we try and navigate the pandemic. We are all taking that very seriously, and schools have invested significant time to create a safe environment amid the pandemic, but are not even being given the chance to execute the well thought out plans. Thank you for considering the entire picture while we all balance the risks and benefits. As a physician myself, I believe the benefits of returning to in-person learning outweigh the risks and am willing to accept the consequences if they do not. Thank you. From Allison Pernicki. Children are suffering. This has gone on way too long. I urge the council to reopen our schools and be proactive in granting waivers to schools that have demonstrated their readiness to open. We do not need to wait for Los Angeles. Parents are asking the development of our children. Our children are falling behind and are unable to stare at a screen for hours on end. Worse, they are becoming anxious and depressed. This is not something that can be fixed overnight. I personally know 5 teens that have committed for shock value. The CDC is reporting a dramatic increase in these kinds of cases and argue children need to be in school. The virus did not know it is in San Diego, the 2nd largest school district in California, New York, or Texas, states with large districts. Can't only focus on the number of positive cases. We need to look at the percentages of cases as it relates to our population. Pasadena has 1.8% cases where I promise you 100% of the children and parents are suffering greatly learning. From Marianne Young, Pasadena. We need schools to open. My husband's family could not speak English when he started school here. He has frequently voiced concern for the households that are not native English. His parents not being able to help him. What disservice are we doing to our community? We have spent hundreds of dollars in school supplies, routers, and upgraded internet just to give everyone access to families that are suffering financial hardships. How wide are we willing to let this socioeconomic divide grow? From Jill Lynn, I'm writing Pasadena. I'm writing to you to represent my voice and others in tomorrow's meeting, which is today. My eldest is 5 and in kindergarten at a private school. Her school is able to open once approved by the city. As a mother, I feel comfortable with her going back and being physically in class. My daughter is in front of her computer for almost 5 hours a day, so roughly 25 hours per week. This is not good for our kids. I strongly feel we are hurting our children in the long run if we keep them from going back to school. All kids should be able to go back. How are we able to go to Costco and Target but not allow our children to go back to school in small pods with masks on? How is it okay for parks and controlled environments such as our schools? I've already seen kids without masks on at the park. It's easier to spread COVID on a public playground than have kids wear masks in a small group and be safe and at school. From Christina Hillebrand, Mountain View. This comment is in response to the flu vaccination requirement outlined in the reopening protocol for K-3. Requires all schools to develop and implement a flu vaccination program. Vaccine education, promotion, and documentation of completed current vaccination, which was in parentheses, with the goal of influenza immunization for all students by documented medical exemption. A Voice for Choice advocacy sincerely objects on a scientific and religious basis to this requirement and asks for it to be withdrawn immediately. If left in place, it must be clarified. Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC's guidance to include a religious exemption for employees to avoid religious discrimination, and under Cal OSHA's aerosol transmissible diseases, employees to sign a statement declining any recommended vaccination. In order to create equity among employees and students and avoid widespread discrimination, these options also need to be offered to students. If not received, as follows. Follow the precautionary principle. Make the flu vaccine a recommendation, not a mandate. Allow a religious exemption. Allow the medical exemption to be at a doctor. These requests are supported by extensive scientific and other information outlined in our letter sent to you requesting the same. From Catherine Gordon, I urge the City Council, Altadena. I urge the City Council to open all elementary schools, children's mental and physical health and emotional development each week of fully remote learning. Day camps are open. Every week I get notices advertising where, in parens for several $100s, kids can do their remote learning with peers. How is this preferable? And consistent cohorts provide stability, COVID accountability, and learning. Local preschools have safely reopened. Those children are thriving. Older children can comply as well in criteria. Families have complied with safety measures and our local COVID numbers have fallen sharply. But when the goalposts get moved and it seems there's no payoff for being good, quote, good soldiers, and begin bringing their children together. At schools, there would be masks, sanitation measures, and contact tracing. The chances of people doing this in homes is far less, and contact tracing will be much harder. Compliance health outcome may be worse if schools stay closed, and our kids still will be deprived of academic and emotional development. Please call Catherine Barger and say you want all Pasadena schools open. I was wondering if the council can receive this letter as public comment for the city council. Yes, okay. To the quote powers that be, I have a daughter that is a senior attending Mayfield Senior School. The CDC has stated her caught COVID, her chances of survival is 99.997%. What are you doing to these children? You have locked her up for 6 months, terrifying her. She is depressed, not learning, angry, and all the other states have opened up. California used to be the quote land of the free. Now it is a prison, and my teenage daughter is getting the worst of it. Please open our schools. If the instructors are worried, let them punish the children for the sake of your politics. Thank you. Best regards, Kenton Nelson. From Noel Burnett. Every morning my child wakes up, Pasadena resident. Every morning my child wakes up and cries because she hates happy and has turned into a grouchy and depressed little girl. With a 99.9% recovery rate for ages 0 to 19, there's absolutely no reason these kids can't be in school. Politics have become the driving force. Kids have become the victims. How sad that the teachers' unions can't see beyond their selfishness. From Haley Boaz, Pasadena. I am to opening all Pasadena schools. Schools can open and comply with the CDC guidelines. My young children are in need of play, emotional, and social engagement with others their age. It is absolutely detrimental to their social growth by keeping them at home for this long. It is time to move forward and learn to live with COVID. Please make children's intellectual and social education your priority. This is emotionally affecting parents, elementary and high school students greatly. It is my hope that emotional well-being will be greatly considered in the decision to open all schools. Thank you for your time and service to our community. From Harper Burge, please open the schools. Our children are suffering. It is not good for their mental or physical health. You have taken away their right to learn appropriately, which requires them to have in-person learning. I watch my children fear the damage that is being done to them will not be recoverable. Please open up the schools and care about the health of our children. And from Niki Greco, Pasadena. I am writing to you in support of all mothers and fathers at home who are struggling with the online learning for their kids and need schools to open sooner than later. I implore you to consider the severe mental and physical impacts this shutdown is having on. It is time to change course and take action to get these kids back to school. My husband and I both work full-time and struggle to manage our quote day jobs along with homeschooling our children and making sure they are on track. We've also noticed a significant change in their mental health and physical health and attitudes. Their screens have become their lives, and it is causing damage to their social and communication skills, not to mention a lack of being. 6 months of lockdowns have now created an irreversible loss for our children's education. It is imperative you do everything in your capabilities to open our schools and parks for the sake of our community and its futures. And now, Mayor, to the business emails that were asked to be read aloud. From Jess Smith, Pasadena. One of the challenges that all politicians consider is will to a long-term issue to lead to long-term issues. One hopes this isn't the case. As I watch and observe the past months, I am convinced that decisions our community leaders are making today will lead our city into severe long-term crisis. Closing our schools, the decision to push forward safely reopening will cause mass economic and social issues for our citizens. We are shutting down our society, even though we now know that many cities in the world have opened safely by followed protocols. Our city is supported by tax revenue that is generated by business and commerce. Shutting down and not smartly reopening businesses will fail, and that revenue will disappear. When students aren't taught in person that have reopened or find another solution, those left behind suffer the most. I urge the City Council to make long-term decisions that save our city from strife, reopen safely and smartly, reopen today, be the leaders that we voted for, and make a difference. From Paul Little, Chamber of Commerce, Pasadena. Good afternoon. I want to commend city staff for everything they have done to face this pandemic and keep us safe. In development, transportation, public works, and recreation and human services departments have been diligent, thoughtful, creative, and helpful. I especially appreciate the work your health department staff has done to keep us as safe and healthy. Thank you, Paul Little. From Val Sklar Robinson, who I believe is the owner of the Hot Yoga Pasadena. I urge our local City Council leaders to fight for opening safely. The COVID-19 cases in our region are extremely low, and yoga is essential and should be allowed to open. The best way to fight healthy, and our studio provides both physical and mental health. I listened to a Fox interview with Catherine Barger, and she mentioned we are below 3% positive rate and that LA County did not have an expected Labor Day spike. Dr. and a doctor and medical professional also pushed Ms. Barger on randomness of the California tier system and the fact we are on the cusp of opening. Our hospital, and Dr. Drew pointed out, quote, there is too much variance among 10 million people for us to stay at a certain spot unless they divide us up into regions, end quote. It is time for Pasadena to all caps, fight now to make and to allow yoga to open safely. The businesses allowed for openings seem arbitrary and random. Adults make informed decisions to go to Target, Walmart, Home Depot, and many others every day. Our studio is just as safe since we enforce all safety guidelines. And I'll read a few more related to Hot Yoga Pasadena. As a long I live nearby, work, shop, and work out in Pasadena. Please consider the necessity of opening fitness studios throughout the region. Not only does opening these establishments keep the small business economy working, citizens to maintain good health physically and I think it's supposed to be psychologically. Understandably, there is caution in reopening the economy too quickly. However, during the brief window in June, I observed strict adherence to safety protocols, appropriate social distancing, thorough cleaning, windows, doors open, mask wearing, and active monitoring by staff at my beloved yoga studio, Hot Yoga Pasadena, and at the. These businesses take health and safety seriously and should be respected as essential to the community's well-being. Throughout these past months, as restrictions were lifted for large stores like Target, Vons, Walgreens, and Ralph's, I have seen unsafe, unsanitary protocols in these corporate entities. So much so that I avoid shopping there, preferring instead to spend my money in smaller businesses that are careful and conscientious. The current restrictions are hurting small business. Please allow the fitness community to have its outlet and allow yoga and gyms to reopen. From John Chang, Pasadena. Dear City Councilman, as a 45-year Pasadena resident, our City Council to consider the reopening of Hot Yoga Pasadena. This establishment is truly a health and wellness essential compared to the already opened indoor malls, Costco, Walmart, Target, Home Depot, and hair salons. We have practiced the strictest COVID precautions during the few short weeks they were temporarily opened in June. They went overboard with their safety measures. As a health and wellness practitioner, I can attest that every practitioner who attended these classes, a wise consideration of this request will be highly respected. From Justin Ung, Pasadena. I'm asking for your consideration to designate Hot Yoga Pasadena as an essential business. Limited capacity and other safety measures. My hot yoga practice has been a game changer in my health and my career as a pharmacist. Long hours of standing, repetitive tasks, and extended computer use result in persistent pain that sessions and daily pain medication could not relieve. Practicing hot yoga at the studio allowed me to stop relying on the use of pain medications and also improve my physical and mental health. The closure of the studio for the past few months has been challenging. For the short to open in June, I felt safe practicing with all the precautions that the studio had in place. I and many other members in the Hot Yoga Pasadena community rely on this studio for the maintenance of our health and well-being. It is especially important to keep studios like open to help us get through this challenging time, as we need to stay strong to carry out our essential work. Please consider making changes that allow Hot Yoga Pasadena to be in operation. And so I'll read out the names of individuals submitting that are advocating for the reopening of hot yoga, and in their emails they cited physical and mental health benefits, yoga as an essential service, yoga studios are better able, even more so than stores such as Vons, Walmart, Target, etc., and noting that most small businesses like the Pasadena Hot Yoga will not be able to sustain. Names are Stephen Gordon McBean, Arcadia, Karen Awamia, Altadena, Jean Ward, Los Angeles, Carmen Reyes, Pasadena, Sagomanian, who cited her letter that she submitted yesterday, Kevin Fahey, Pasadena, Greg Burr, Tammy McGovern, Pasadena, Gloria Sosa, Altadena, Richard Hing, Pasadena, Casillo, Pasadena, and I received a late one for education. Mayor, that completes the public comment for me to read aloud.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. We appreciate all the comments and the frustration that they convey. Councilmember McAustin.
Yeah, just a couple of quick things. I just want to recognize the hot yoga, which is an extremely popular in District 2. And is that, I know Dr. Go said that on the, kind of in the next step that yoga studios would be allowed to open, I think she said 10%. I can't see if she's still with us.
Councilmember McAustin, Dr. Go had to step away, but the answer is yes. Once we move into the next tier, which is the red, there would be an opportunity for indoor operations of yoga studios and gyms, but only at 10% capacity, and then moving up to 20%, the moderate phase. I would also mention that outdoor is allowed, and the city has waived fees for the use of outdoor spaces in parks and a few Harvey Williams, but I believe we have made contact with a number of operators of yoga studios to offer that. And I know that the Chamber of Commerce also pointed that out. So we're within the existing state parameters, we're trying to be supportive.
And I appreciate that. I know it's particularly difficult in the case of hot yoga because enclosed space, to maximize it, you want to have enclosed space with a very hot temperature. But when you talk about, when we're talking about moving to that next phase, that was a matter of
I was talking to Dr. Go about this last week, and as Dr. Farrar reported in the weekly call we had with her, the region was very, very close to being able to move into the but then what happens if you don't move in, then you have to wait 3 weeks. So we're still possibly about 2 weeks away from being able to move into that. Of course, the question is, and we've seen this with the restaurants, is whether a business can operate at 10% capacity and feel that's viable for them from an operational point of view.
Thank you. And then I had one other back to the schools, because this is so important for families. And I just wanted to connect, Steve, have we, do we have, in your conversations, do we have confidence that they have all the resources they need to be able to provide the safe opening?
I connected with the superintendent just this morning to see if they have the special needs groups that Dr. Go spoke about. They're moving forward on this, but at this time they're not actually doing that. They anticipate that maybe by the end of October or into November, they will be able to, as it relates to the public schools here in Pasadena and other public schools throughout Los Angeles County. Typically those employees are represented by bargaining units, and so it adds a little more of a complication. They have to come to an agreement with various protocols.
I see. Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Gordo.
One of the things that comes through clearly, and I can tell you as a parent of two are tied to their computer for hours. My wife is teaching public schools, and I can tell you how difficult and frustrating it is from the teachers' end. That comes through very clearly is the mental health impacts to students and kids. And so, Steve, I'm sorry that Dr. Go isn't here. What are we doing differently in order to help students as they do return to school with the mental health aspect of this? Have we started the work of coordinating mental health services or advice to the schools and teachers alike?
Councilmember Gordo, the Pasadena Public Health Department doesn't provide direct mental health services. It is provided through the county. We recently put some information out in the city manager's newsletter in that regard. Relates to support for families with school-age children. We'll need to follow up on that, whether anything is being handled in that regard. Obviously a very widespread problem, as this is very difficult and putting a lot of stress on.
Steve, I understand we don't provide the mental health services. That's precisely what I mentioned. We reached out to the Department of Mental Health with the county, whose responsibility it is to provide mental health in the city of Pasadena. And I don't want to see us waiting, knowing that the mental health impacts to students and teachers and school employees alike, young students, honestly just wait to make that outreach. So my question stands, have we reached out to the Department of Mental Health with the County of Los Angeles? Discussion to begin coordinating those services in our school, in our public and private schools.
Right, and as I indicated a moment ago, I'll need to follow up on that specific point because I don't have.
Councilmember Kennedy and Vice Mayor Hampton and I attended a school district event last week, and Eric Sahakian, who is the mental health professional, informed us that they are going through some unique, I guess I would say, or some specialized procedures in terms of evaluations. In the district, they have an active student mental health referral program. And one of the worrisome aspects of this is that referrals are actually down when you would think, logic moving in the other direction. And so they have been doing special outreach to the teachers and the supervisors to try to activate that referral and self-referral program. The district, in terms of its resources, is very much aware of the growing concern and is actively trying to find ways to intervene with the kids. I mean, there's some recognition on the part of teachers in terms of the kids that they're dealing with online. The real concern is for those that aren't showing up in the virtual classroom. So the district is very much tuned into it, and I agree that we should reach out to the county in terms of finding out what we can do to try to accelerate outreach, because pointed out to me one of the things that we didn't have on our ceremonial calendar is that this is National Mental Health Awareness Week, in addition to the things that we did recognize today. And this is an emerging crisis, school children and others. So we will pursue that. I recognize that issue.
And not just and I appreciate that the school district is taking steps, but a lot of kids, parochial, private schools, and we should contact the Department of Public Health. I'm sorry, of Mental Health for the county and be proactive. This is not unlike at the beginning of the virus. And we understood that there was a spike in domestic violence issues, but reporting actually went down.
Right.
So we can't wait for the mental health issues and the stress to manifest itself. And so I would ask the city manager to talk with our public health director, who unfortunately, but press for our public health director to contact the Department of Mental Health and ask for a plan to be proactive in public and private schools.
All right, so let's move to the balance of this first item.
Mayor, I had just one follow-up, but Dr. Go's not here, so I'm just going to ask our city manager to look into this. I know that the county has, it doesn't sound like they have allowed ice skating rinks to be reopened. Not sure.
That's my understanding, that we have not tier where ice rinks can reopen.
So I happen to be the council's representative for the PCOC, and of course, he has its own ice skating rink. So for the past couple of days, I was just tripping around our region where all the ice skating rinks are. El Segundo, Burbank, Lakewood, all the ice skating. So I just don't understand how all these cities that are part of Los Angeles County are able to open up their ice skating rinks, and they're open for. So we should allow our PCOC to be able to open up our rink in a responsible manner as well.
Sure, Vice Mayor.
all of our, teams and practices go to other cities, they may not be coming back to Pasadena.
Sure, Vice Mayor, let me respond to that briefly. And I think one of the challenges these various restrictions is they rely on people complying with them. And whether it be houses of worship or ice skating rinks or ponds, some people, they disagree with the regulations and they choose to not adhere to them. When I've checked with other agencies about ice rinks in particular, what tends to come back is that the city administration isn't aware of it, or they've asked them to stop and they end up sending their code compliance staff. Also, people look for loopholes with these regulations. We talked a few minutes ago about childcare. And so some businesses and some sectors have elected to call themselves and then try to operate under that guise. I think it really kind of comes down to, we know what the governor is asking us to do. We know what the regulations are. I think we're doing the right thing by adhering to those. I recognize that it could put us to some degree at an economic disadvantage if others flout the rules and they're violating the rules. And I don't think this city council wants to be on record. We may not agree with the governor. I'm sure there's a lot of differences of opinion rules, and some of them seem kind of silly, how one business can operate and another can't. But those are the rules that we're trying to operate within. And my understanding is that ice rinks are not operate. And again, when I've pointed it out to the other cities, they've indicated to me that we're going to take action. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't, but I don't think that means that we should flout it.
I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thanks.
All right. Second part of this first agenda item is the Great Plates Delivered Senior Meal Program. I think we have a presentation from Brenda Harvey-Williams, Director of Parks and Recreation and Community Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to turn it over to Brenda Harvey-Williams, our Director of Parks and Recreation and Community Services. We're bringing this matter forward to the council because previously you approved our participation in the program through October 9th. And as we indicated previously, we're coming back to ask you to approve an appropriation of over $900 to cover that. But we're also asking the question of the council, should we continue this program? It is pretty expensive. And while we do anticipate receiving reimbursement may be forthcoming. In fact, we haven't even been able to apply for reimbursement because the federal government is not accepting those applications as of yet. But sorry if I stole Brenda's thunder, but let me turn it over to her for a good presentation, and then we're happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So what we're asking the council in terms of recommendations this afternoon is to find this action exempt under CEQA, $1,000 from the unappropriated general fund balance to the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services operating budget to cover the Great Plates Delivered expenses through October 9th. Also, to provide direction on continued participation in Great Plates if the program is extended by the state beyond the current end date of October 9th, and to recognize that this comes at $1,000 per month. And should the council direct continuation in the program, grant an exemption from competitive selection process for full code. So just to give you a little bit of details, back in April, it was actually April 24th, the governor launched the Great Plates Delivered program, and it had two main deliver meals to older adults who were at risk to contracting COVID and unable to access meals. And the second was to provide an economic stimulus to restaurants, which is we greatly adversely impacted by the shutdown that occurred back in March. So the program is administered by the California Operations, and FEMA authorizes funding for the program month to month, which means that typically right before the program expires, we'll find out that it's been authorized. The program costs are eligible for reimbursement, and I'll stress eligible for reimbursement. As the city manager said, we don't know when the reimbursement will come, but it's eligible for reimbursement at the following rate. Program costs can be reimbursed by FEMA, 18.75% by the state, and if we receive both of those full reimbursements, the cost to the city will only be we receive our full 93.75% reimbursement. So the program was announced by the governor on April 24th, as I mentioned, and on May approved Pasadena's participation and appropriated $600,000 for the program. We returned to council on July 27th, and then Pasadena's continued participation and required staff to return for approval for future appropriations. And we did that also and received another appropriation of $360,000. Appropriations for the program to date have been $961,000, and that funded the program through August 9th. We're returning today to request the appropriation of $900 for expenses through October 9th. And actually that's to cover expenses for the period of August 10th through October 9th. Staff direction on continued participation in the program. If you affirm our continued participation in the program, we'd like you to recognize that it will cost approximately $466,000 if the program gets extended beyond October 9th. And the thing that's interesting, as I was alluding to a moment ago about this program, is we will probably find out on October 9th if it is in fact extended, because the state does wait until they find out from FEMA, and FEMA only authorizes for 30 days at a time. But just to give you some statistics through October 9th for Pasadena, in this program have totaled $1.87 million. We have a total of 235 older adults participating, and to date, the cost per participant is nearly $8,000. And of course, if we continue in the program, that cost per participant will grow. So the Great Plates expenses are eligible for reimbursement, but not guaranteed. And recently at the Finance Committee, there was a discussion on the city's reserves, general fund reserves, and staff recommended at that time that further draw only be for our most critical needs. And so I just have a little bit of information here about those reserves. Right now, the city's unassigned reserve has been depleted, and our 5% general fund operating down to $1.7 million. It was pre-COVID at a level of $13.8 million. And so in terms of fiscal impact, we are seeking the approval of the appropriation of $905 appropriated general fund balance that's needed to fund the program, as I mentioned, through October 9th. Just to reiterate, total program expenditures to date are $1.866 million. Continue in the program, it will be at a rate of $466 per month. And I'm available for any questions that the council may have.
Questions, Mr. Gordo? Then Mr. Masuda?
I guess the thrust frustrating part of this report is we're not presented with any options. We're spending, just my basic back of the envelope math, $1,983 per person per month a day. And it's great that we're successfully providing meals for 235 people, but what are the options? We started this when the virus first hit Pasadena. We talked about working with nonprofits, with food, and this program was recommended, but we don't seem to have come back with alternatives for providing these people with meals. But I think we can probably provide a lot more people with meals for this amount of money. And so what are the alternatives, Mr. City Manager, Brenda?
Gordo, this, the council's been, I'm sorry?
These 35 people, by the way.
I'm sorry, could you?
That would include continuing to assist these people, and likely a lot more. Have we given any thought? Has there been any analysis to how, because it's not in the report or the presentation, how could we use dollars to be more effective and efficient in providing meals for more people, including the 235?
Sure, I'll let Brenda talk about what options we may have. I would point out and remind those watching that the City Council has been very generous in providing all manner of food support to Pasadena's local community through hundreds of thousands of dollars of allocations to our local food. And we can distribute that information so people can see it. This is a very particular program, which, while it provides benefits to those seniors that are enrolled in it, was very much geared as more of an program for the restaurants as opposed to a subsistence type program for needy seniors. In fact, perhaps Brenda can talk about the eligibility requirements for people to participate, to make sure, and your point's well taken, that people should understand that the City Council's support of some of the most vulnerable in our community goes well beyond this particular program. And from a dollars and cents point of view, supported through the food pantries greatly exceeds this program. And I do apologize, this report was written very quickly last week, but we can make sure to disseminate the information as to how many people are programs as well. But let me turn to Brenda to talk about what the options might be for those enrolled in this program if the city were to no longer have its participation. Brenda?
Thank you. And I had two objectives. One was for feeding older adults, but also the economic stimulus, because yes, there are many other programs that would more efficiently feed older. To be quite honest, we have had a few complaints from some of our seniors participating that they're receiving too much food because the program allows them to receive 3 meals a day, 3 restaurant delivered meals per day. And a number of these people don't eat that much. And so being the people that they are, they've let us know that. So there are some other options. Number one, if we were to discontinue our program, be able to then be eligible to go into the county's program, because LA County is also administering a Great Plates program. And not every city in the county chose to administer a program. We did. We had no idea that, much like all of the COVID restrictions, we had no idea that we'd still be here 6-7 months later involved in this same program. So that is one option. A number of other options for feeding people in Pasadena, and I will just mention a few of those. We have funded food banks and food pantries, and we've also provided those food banks and pantries as they lost their volunteers because many of them were seniors. And so we are providing funding for 8 food banks and pantries. We have allocated almost $200,000 to those organizations. We are also supporting Indolon. We've been providing them twice. We've given them 2 appropriations so that they can feed 300 families for 3 months. We have provided funding for the senior center to help them buy bags of groceries. We have also partnered with the San Gabriel Valley YWCA. They have a frozen meal delivery program. Prior to COVID, they had a program at Jackie Robinson Community Center where seniors could come every day and have lunch. Well, when COVID hit, that stopped. So they redirected and became a meal delivery program, and they're delivering 300 Pasadena seniors at a cost for 6 months at a cost of $35,000. That is one meal. Well, they deliver one delivery a week, 7 meals. 300 seniors for 6 months at a total cost of $35,000. So see, these are some of the other options that we do have available to our seniors, and all of them, older adults, are definitely more economical. But again, Great Plates was intended to do 2 things. One was feed the older adults, and as the city manager pointed out, it's a very, the qualifications for the seniors is limited. Not every senior was eligible to enroll in the Great Plates program. Some of the qualifications are that they had to be 5, they must live alone or with one other program eligible adult. And the key is they couldn't currently be receiving assistance from any other state or federal nutrition programs such as CalFresh or even Meals on Wheels. And the household income for one person could not exceed almost 70. And for a 2-person household, it couldn't exceed $101,000. So this wasn't a program intended for our low-income seniors. It was a program intended for just older adults at a high risk of COVID exposure because of their age. And finally, to be eligible, the individuals must affirm that they were unable to prepare or obtain. So those are some of the other options that are available to our older adults.
And council members, I'd point out that if we were assured of the reimbursement and if we had a sense of the timeliness of that, there'd be no question in staff's mind we'd recommend continuing to participate in economic benefit to our local restaurateurs, of which I believe 22 are participating. But as we point out in the report, there's just a concern that we don't know before we can A, apply for reimbursement, and B, when we would get that reimbursement, and C, whether it will be full reimbursement. So general fund is advancing quite a lot of money for a rather niche program. As Brenda indicated, our 5% reserve is now down to $1.7 million. So that's reserve. That's a little more than 3 months of the continuation of this program. So I'm just raising the flag because the council has been very mindful of the fiscal impacts of the pandemic. And following your lead, I wanted to be mindful of that.
All right, Mr. Masuda.
Thank you, Mayor. Brenda, thank you so much for the. When you said that there are 3 meals per day, is there a way that we can reduce it to that 1 meal per day based on the same that we allocate to the program and then go longer that way?
Well, in terms of the length of the program, I'll address that part first. We have no control over how long. As I mentioned, the FEMA notifies the state only 30 days at a time if the program is going to be funded for 30 days. So for example, the current program is scheduled to end on October 9th. Maybe one time we found out before the actual end date, but we will likely find out on October 9th if the program is authorized for another 30 days. So we only know about it 30 days in advance. Only delivering one meal, the program allows for up to $66 per day per participant, and that's inclusive of delivery. If we do fewer number of, it becomes less of an incentive for the restaurants to participate. According to the rules, we could do less meals, but it really then wouldn't be that second prong piece of being an economic stimulus for restaurants at the restaurants as much.
Well, you can have the same amount of meals, Brenda, but to disperse it among more people, then they would still have that incentive to have the meals.
No, the rules won't allow for that.
Okay. I had a lot of energy on the portion about the funds are not guaranteed. And I saw something that it may even take years for reimbursement. Why is that? Was there a time in history that we didn't get funds in this kind of a situation?
Sure, Councilmember Masuda, let me ask Matt Hawksworth, our Director of Finance, to come to the podium to talk about what we believe will be the case as it relates to particularly FEMA reimbursements. And just anecdotally, I'm aware of my experience in the city where it legitimately can take years to receive reimbursements following localized disasters such as earthquakes. And of course, this pandemic is affecting the entire country. So that, I think, creates even greater uncertainty. But let me.
Yeah, good afternoon, Matt Hawksworth, Director of Finance. So as the city manager and Brenda mentioned, we have to apply for reimbursement through FEMA. Typically, in any type of FEMA reimbursement, you need to submit once you have your final costs identified. And so we wouldn't be able to submit until after this program was completed. We could possibly we may be eligible for expedited funding, which could get us 50% of the amount sooner. And that could possibly be within 12 months, although that's unclear. This is something new that FEMA is doing, participated in. And then beyond that, a normal FEMA reimbursement process can take 3 to 5 years. And that's typically for an isolated disaster because of a hurricane. So something like a pandemic that's comprising the entire country, the FEMA claims are going to be unprecedented, and FEMA will not have the staff to respond to all these claims. So I believe it's completely reasonable to think that this is going to be on the longer time frame of the 3 to 5 and maybe even beyond before we get full reimbursement. Then lastly, because this is a brand new program, it's not something that's typical been reimbursed through FEMA, such as housing or something like that. That they put a lot of guidelines out, claimers like may and might and could. So when the FEMA auditors come out to check these things, they might be a little more restrictive about the guidelines in which we followed or the people. So we are a bit nervous that they could scrutinize this program to try to save money that FEMA doesn't have to reimburse in the end.
Matt, my last question is regarding the $1 million for our reserves, operating reserves. Is that the highest amount that it's been lately?
At the close of fiscal year, million, and then the council made some allocations to fund some critical things, like added fund to the general liability fund and completely funded the police computer-aided dispatch system. So it was about 19 million.
But of course,
Thank
now the projection is at the end of the current fiscal year, it'll be down to 1.7 million.
Correct. And the 1.7 is including the 900,000 in this staff report.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
McAustin, followed by Councilmember Madison.
Thank you. Thank you, Brenda. So a question about, you were mentioning that if a resident, if we don't still available to eligible residents through the county program, are our restaurants able to participate through the county?
At this time, I don't know. Because we operated our own program, they were not. And so if we suspend our program or stop our program, I don't know if they will pick up our restaurants, set of restaurants they've been using that are set. So I really doubt it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
There was, Councilmember McAustin, there was sort of an enrollment period for restaurants to indicate part of our program. Similarly, my understanding, that's how it worked for the county. So if someone didn't enroll in the county program, I don't know if there's a mechanism to move them into it now.
Oh, I see. So they could have applied initially. I think that this program is just, you know, we can't afford to continue this program, but we have to be able to provide an alternative to this program. So when, you know, before or at the time this, you know, when we're notifying the participants, if we do decide to discontinue, that we are discontinuing the program and on us to provide them with a list of alternative resources for them. To make it very easy for them to have, you know, this program will not be available. However, and Brenda, in your remarks, because the last thing we want to do is, you know, leave any of these folks in the lurch. So I think it's very important, if we do the program because of its enormous expense, we should make sure that the participants are made available of other resources in the community where they can get meals or, you know, whatever their particular need is, if they want a food pantry or what else. So will we be able to compile a list and information and give those to the Brenda?
Yes, Councilmember McAustin, we can do that. And I will point out that one of the, another very good option would be the Senior Frozen Meal Delivery, WCA. And we are funding that, and they are providing, as I mentioned, they have 300 enrolled. The cost of that for 6 months is $30. So it could be that if a lot of these seniors would like to move to that program, we may need to return to council and ask for a bit of an appropriation for that, but it would be, you know, somewhere in the $35,000.
Well, that sounds like a much more feasible and possibly practical because of the frozen application for seniors. So would do that in the case that this is not approved. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Madison, followed by Councilmember Wilson and Vice Mayor Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this should be commended for this program. And I know as I talk to people about what we're doing in the pandemic, this certainly is high on the list of things that we've been able to do. I'm not sure I agree at all with my friend Margaret that we can't afford to continue this. I mean, as I calculate it, this is, if it's $66 per day, of which almost 94% will be reimbursed, serve meals per day to seniors for about $4.50 a day. Is that right, Matt or Steve?
I didn't check your math, but it sounds right. I think not so much the ultimate net fiscal impact to the city, but the interim fiscal impact to the city, not knowing how long the interim period would be.
Well, is cash a problem for the city, or do you feel constrained in being able to release cash to fund this remedial nutrition program, which we have some assurance that will be reimbursed for? Or?
No, I'm not concerned that we have a cash flow reimbursement. I'm concerned that it can take more than a year. I'm concerned that the federal government, with all the demands on the federal government, COVID may, as Mr. Hawksworth indicated, find ways to disallow certain charges. And I just want to be honest with the council. I would not want to represent that there's no, just a matter of time and will be made whole. I wish I had that comfort level. I don't, nor does the finance director.
Well, whose responsibility is this on the staff to ensure complying with all the requirements for reimbursement?
Well, it would be my responsibility, Mr. Hawksworth, Ms. Harvey Williams. The staff will do what's required to comply with the program requirements to seek the reimbursement. But again, the part is how long will the reimbursement take, and whether a rule change may be made that might somehow impact the reimbursement.
So, and I agree, the restaurant component of our economy here is extremely important, and they're on a thread right now. I mean, I really like this program because it also is helping these restaurants, which we need. We need a healthy, vibrant restaurant segment of this economy to have businesses be here and to draw people here. And so it's important from that. I had a little bit of, I heard that there was $66 per day limit per participant. Is that correct?
That's correct. The program allows for a maximum of $66 per day, inclusive of delivery.
Since we incepted in May?
Correct.
So what I'm having trouble with is somewhere in the staff report, it says $7,941 per participant.
To date. Now we're servicing 235 seniors, but it took us a while to get up to scale to 235. This program was approved by council on May 18th. On May 21st, we started delivering to seniors, and our first day of delivery, I think we had 27 participants, and it grew until we got up to 235. So we weren't at 235 the whole time.
So the truth is our per capita cost is actually higher, but using the current participation level, we're just doing the simple math. If you look at what the city has laid out in terms of the program to date and divide it by the current number of program participants, it's approaching $8,000 per participant.
That's what I'm having trouble following. If there's a maximum of $66 per participant, it should be the number of participants per day times the number of days. Dollars, right?
Well, we aren't paying a full $66 for every restaurant that's participating. Some restaurants are charging us as low as $50.
Okay, got to bring the number down. The number is way too high right now. It's $8,000 for 4 months.
Well, I can tell you we have program costs of $1.8 million and 235 participants.
Right. So beside the $66 cap, and administrative costs or something that we're
up to 5 months. We started the program at the end of May, June, July, August, September. It's almost 5 months, about 4.5 months worth of cost.
So administrative costs that we're tacking on?
And no, there are not.
Yeah, so I'm really struggling with just the mathematics here. Because if you
it's $466,000 a month.
No, I know, but we're not communicating, because then you told me there's a $66 cap per day. And if you use that, the math doesn't work to get to the numbers, I don't think.
We didn't use this, it's not in the math and the staff report because it's not relevant.
Well, it certainly is relevant if there aren't any other costs.
We're reporting the city's total costs thus far is the 1.8, and there's 235 participants.
Okay, but yeah, I would need more elucidation on that, because if there really is no administrative cost that we're, that's what I meant by not charging.
Right, so even the amount in the staff report understates, if you will, the city's true cost, because Brenda and her staff are devoting time to this cost against the program total that's reported.
I get that, but the problem is the number is too high, not too low. If you want to make the number higher, I'm sure we have a lot of ways to do that. But number is $56 a day maximum for 3 nails. And even if you assume from day one we had 235 participants, I don't think since May 21, which is just, you don't get to $8,000 a participant. Or maybe I'm wrong. I mean, can someone help me on that?
Well, perhaps we can answer some other questions and I'll try to work the math that way.
Okay. And then I had a couple of comments about parks, maybe at the end of the discussion while Brenda's here. I held them because she was coming out on this item here. They really apply to number one. But I'm grateful that the parks were reopened on Friday. And but I'll pass now, but I would like an opportunity to hear the answer to my question.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Wilson, followed by Vice Mayor Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we need to keep in mind that this program, the primary objective of the program is to keep restaurants open. As I think it was Councilmember McAustin said, there's, you know, the YMCA program can feed $1 a day. So when I think about restaurants, and I'm a little disappointed in the sense that we're making a decision about, and Steve, you touched on the viability of restaurants, but we don't have any analysis around, I think, you know, Steve, 22 restaurants, and if I do the math, it's about $20,000 per restaurant per month. And I don't know how, I have to imagine these restaurants are kind of on the edge, and if you $1 a month out of a restaurant's income statement, that we're at risk of losing certainly a majority of those 22 restaurants. And I don't know what the employment impacts would that. You know, to me, a business and job sustainability program, because the economics around feeding just don't make any sense. So Brenda, did you do any work around the business impacts and the job impacts that this is having?
We did not. I can get you that information, but it does average about $81,000 so far per restaurant that they've received on average. We had a high of 22. We recently had one drop out, so we're down to 21. But you know, at 22, given that we've expended $1.8 million at 22 restaurants, just doing simple math, that comes to about $81,000 per restaurant.
I guess for me, you know, the restaurant businesses are under siege, and that's really, I think, the goal of this program. And to me, the real test is how many jobs is that preserved, and what are the implications for those 21 restaurants? If this keeps them alive and those jobs no longer are there, then we've kind of created a different problem. But as a feeding program itself for seniors, it's definitely much more cost-effective ways to do this. Steve or Matt, I mean, it sounds like if we knew the money was coming quickly and it would definitely be paid, that, you know, this would be a no-brainer. But diligence we've done with the authorities that administrate this and what conversations we've had to either kind of raise our apprehension or reduce our apprehension that this is going to get paid, number one, and what the time frame is, because what I was hearing sounded more like hearsay than specific conversations. I'd like to know about with whom we've had direct conversations that have led us to our maybe our sense of uncertainty.
Sure. Excuse me, staff in our finance section who work full-time in the finance department have been in regular communication with our contacts with which is the state of California's group, and then our contacts with FEMA through the application process. So we're in regular contact with both of those organizations and insight as to what it is. However, we have to remember that from a FEMA perspective, when talking to them, they're dealing on a whole nationwide thing, and this is one very small program. And so to somebody at FEMA, this isn't a priority for them in terms of knowing all the nuances yet. It's kind of like, send us all your paperwork, we'll go through it, and we'll let you know. They will help us through the process. But for them, it's not a highlight because it's, again, one program in one state across the country, and they're trying to manage a whole lot of claims.
So Matt, we've had direct conversations with the relying on, hearsay or what we're, web portal. This is, real dollars. So I just want to make sure that we've been diligent in terms of assessing, given all the you just described, the risk profile of these dollars coming back and the timing of that. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I believe that's accurate.
Okay. Well, again, I think if we knew the money was there and we felt this is really an economic development activity and a stimulus for jobs, I'd be in favor of continuing it. But I think where I'm having some hesitancy is if, staff saying we're not sure we're going to get paid and if and when, it makes me think twice about it. I'm not sure where I'm coming out. So I'd like to hear maybe some more exposition and questions.
Well, and Councilmember Wilson, I would say I have greater confidence that we will get paid than I have how long it will take to get paid, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Councilmember,
I was just going to let you know we do have one and two letters that I would like to report out when you get a chance.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hanson, followed by Councilmember Kennedy.
So this program has been for the restaurants that are participating in it, but outside of the restaurants that are participating in it, I think for those, for the seniors that I've encountered that have been participating in it, only source of actually having communication with someone on a day-to-day. So, we talk about the mental health piece of this. Some of these restaurants, they're not mental health experts, but they are communicating with our residents. As Brenda mentioned, this program is tailored for seniors that are isolated at home, pretty much by themselves, and trying to prevent them from contracting the virus. And there are highest population that have died from COVID. So protecting them is my number two would be the mental health piece of it, which we have someone who's communicating. Our health department is actually not doing that work right now, communicating with our seniors that are alone or part of this Great Place program. So unless Brenda comes back with a plan of how we're going to continue that and also keep these seniors fed and try to prevent them from going a place where they would potentially contract COVID, I'm supportive of this program the way it is. So I just wanted to state that.
Thank you.
And if we're going to get reimbursed from now, maybe 2 years from now that we get reimbursed, but ultimately we are going to get reimbursed according to our city manager.
Thank you. Councilmember Kennedy.
What I'm struggling with, are we getting the benefit of our bargain? And do we need the program to be as large as it is and still be effective? Or will it be status quo? my view based upon the conversation around the virtual dais is that there's significant concerns about the time, a deep commitment to providing a meal for our most vulnerable population in our community. As some of you know, each distributes boxes of food to primarily seniors that we are donated by the Los Angeles Food Bank. So one of the things we have, and as opposed to just scrapping the program because of the cost consideration, is to just reduce it. There has been some this afternoon that Ms. Harvey Williams received feedback from certain of the participants that they were receiving too much. I suspect that in order to keep the program going, the question is, I'm putting to Brenda Harvey Williams is, if we were in half, what would be the impact, in your view, of the program itself and its efficacy to those in need?
Councilmember Kennedy, we're able to do up to the 3 meals at $66 per day. So we would be able to, if we chose to reduce it to 2 meals a day. I don't have, but the state did allocate a dollar amount for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So if we were to choose breakfast and dinner, for example, it would be less than 66. I just don't have that as to what the amount we'd be able to charge. But again, if we lower the amount, our concern was would the restaurants be willing to participate, because they're also covering the delivery charge as well within that.
I was under the impression, based upon what the city manager shared, is that administrative cost was quote unquote absorbed by the city. Or what does the administrative cost, if that was the term used, actually mean?
When the city manager said administrative costs, he was talking about our staff cost in terms of organizing the program. We established the program, enrolled and qualified, made sure all of the participants were qualified. We are in charge of opening up all the purchase orders that are for the restaurants and paying their invoices every month. So those are the types of. And I will add that once a month, at least once a month, we call the participants to let them know that the program may end. And then again, on the day we find out that it's reauthorized, we call them that the program has been continued for another 30 days. So those are the ongoing administrative costs that we are absorbing.
And how do you reach the conclusion, if we were to have the program or reduce it in some way, that you would have less restaurateurs desiring to participate?
That may not be the case, but if, again, part of the program, it was two-pronged: restaurant, economic stimulus, and feeding the seniors. So any reduction you make to the restaurant, less of an incentive for them to participate. Not to say that they won't participate, but they just won't be able to receive the amount that they're currently receiving.
Sure, that's logical. The letter, one of the letters that I read, I believe, to all of the council was applauding just the program itself, helping to keep the restaurant, this particular restaurateur, viable. If there is legitimate, and I think there is legitimate concern about cost, you would need to tell us something about your polling. It seems to be reasonable. Council member, if not all the council, is raising issues related to a reduction in the program as opposed to eliminating the program for this vulnerable population that we are really, in some respect, obligated to assist. Particularly, Ms. Harvey Williams, I think one way to answer my question is to do some quick polling of the restaurateurs if the council at this reticent in terms of reauthorizing the program, and maybe Mayor tabling this matter for just 1 week, and that the manager has the authority because of the to continue the program, at least for us to have that additional knowledge come back to us after Brenda's team has done some quick inquiry.
Councilmember, presumably the 21 restaurateurs that are participating currently, presumably all of them would want to continue in the program. If we were to scale it down, assuming the program parameters would allow us to do that, or two might not want to participate, but I can't imagine why, because it's still business, it's still supporting them. So I think it's right in this conversation for us to assume the restaurateurs would want to continue to get good feedback from the participants in the program. So I don't think anybody is knocking the program. It's achieving the goals of providing meals to a certain group of seniors. It's providing support to restaurateurs. But there is some concern about the cost. I don't know if the council, and there was some discussion earlier, which I appreciate from Councilmember McAustin, if it's some off-ramp in the program, would we transition or seek to transition those participants off to the other many programs the council has supported? I wonder if the council might want to consider, currently ends October 9th. There's no public council meeting until October 19th. And the program is continued on a monthly basis. Whether the council wants to continue for another month and revisit this, if you want staff to do some more work, we're happy to do that. But I think we could probably assume what some of the outcomes would be. Council to consider, is our commitment to this program fully open-ended? As I pointed out earlier, in 3 months, if nothing else gives, we'll completely deplete what's the balance of our 5%.
Well,
and we'll front it for this program.
Well, I think there is some more work to be done. There needs to be, I think one of the council members mentioned that there needs to be for the council to consider as well. And then I don't bring up LA Food Bank box food just because my office is doing it. I mean, I think there's an opportunity for all those council members who may be interested to provide their constituents with food bank. I don't know if that would be an option to just strictly substitute if this program came to an end. The other thing, as you've already alluded, I would like to see whatever the council won't go on forever, is that there be a transitioning element to make it smooth as opposed to an abrupt end to the program. Lastly, as I've already alluded, the authority to keep it going for a short period of time without the council's approval necessarily, and you could provide, as you've already articulated in Brenda, our attention, the need for possibly more information that would help us make a better decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Gordo, and then.
Steve, at one point we were having a problem in small restaurants in our city to participate, and it was mostly chain restaurants. Did that shift over at some point, or does it continue to be chain restaurants?
Councilmember, I'm not sure of sort of the graphics on the restaurateurs, let me turn to Brenda. Perhaps she has that information.
Actually, the qualifications were locally owned restaurants, so it wasn't necessarily chain restaurants. And I was trying to pull up my list of restaurants really quickly to let you know that they weren't. It's a nice, in terms of size of restaurants, it is a good variety. And I'm going to see if I can get that for you quickly. But our last report that we brought to council, we actually had an attachment that showed what the list of restaurants were.
The other frustration that I had is when the county went forward with its program, they actually excluded the big reasons that we moved quickly to support our restaurants and use this as an economic development tool to support our restaurants. Is there anything that prevents us from going back to the county, Pasadena restaurants, including these 22, to be included? We'd like to partner with you.
Well, when the county was starting their program, they were selecting, since they were covering a much larger geographical area, selecting restaurants based on the convenience of geographically what worked for them. So it's not like they didn't explicitly say they would exclude our restaurants, but we were at the same time our program, they were starting their program. So because of the fact that we started a program, that's why our restaurants were excluded from participating in the county program. If we pull out of our program, I don't know if they may be well established in the way that they're doing it and be able to support it with the existing restaurants that they're using. We would need to ask the county that question. But I do know if we stop our program, the county is still accepting participants. I'm fairly confident that all of our participants would be able to get absorbed into the county program.
Well, so that's a question that we ought to run to ground. I'm leaning in the direction of continuing the program for a month and asking the staff to do more work on some of these questions. We ought to press our own supervisor to say, Pasadena is a part of your supervisorial district, Supervisor Barger, and you ought to represent our businesses as well as others, and Pasadena restaurants and Pasadena participants in the countywide program.
Thank you. Mr. Madison, you have another
Thank you, Mayor. Did we figure out the math, Steve or Matt, for Brenda?
Yes. So, in sort of round or rough numbers, let's use a 4-month period, even though the program's been a little longer than 4 months, but just to make it easy. That's 120 days at 6. That's $7,920. Multiply that by 235 participants, and you get 1.8 million. Now, granted, it took a little time to get to 235, and the program's been in place a little longer than 4 months. That's maybe plus or minus on either side a few percentage point. I think it confirms the math in the staff report. And I also have the list, if the council wants to hear it, of the restaurants that are local, that are participating. They're all independent, no chain restaurants, but I do have the list with me.
Okay, I mean, I would like to see a more specific accounting because, the staff report, and I think you can see that, done sort of rapidly, but, it uses phrases like, the total cost will be X or Y, and it would be good to be quite precise. To table this, I think we need to move forward, provided that we're acting coextensively with the current status quo of reimbursement, at least the policy reimbursement of 93.75%. And I thought I heard earlier in the presentation that we expect there's going to be at least one more month of that, sort of the policy beyond October 9.
Not clear.
We'll likely find out on October 9th if it will be extended.
Okay. Well, I would move then, Mayor, that we direct the staff to continue to participate in the great beyond October 9th, provided and coextensive with any policy directive from FEMA and from the state of California that continues the current levels of.
Steve, is your motion for one additional month or indefinitely, or is it term specific?
It's not specific, except that it has to be coextensive with the period of reimbursement. If they came out and said, we're going to do 6 more months, which I think would be highly unlikely, we could always come back to council and decide to transition out of the program or something. But I think it's likely that they'll probably.
All right. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor.
I would like the staff to answer some of the questions that have been to support the motion, but I do think that there's plenty of staff work to be done, including contacting the county and seeing what and checking in to see what the possibilities are there. So, I mean, I think we can accomplish
restaurants, Victor.
I'm sorry.
With regard to our restaurants being absorbed in their
our restaurants and our participants, and so I the staff to inquire with the county about both of those questions.
Councilmember Gordo, I appreciate that. I think that the questions that have been raised this afternoon are good ones, and I think it's incumbent upon us to the council with that information. I just want to be clear as it relates to Councilmember Madison's motion. We've seen nothing from FEMA that indicates they won't reimburse. Make it clear that we're not currently being reimbursed. And certainly if they signaled to us that they wouldn't reimburse, we'd be immediately in front of you.
Well, I understand, but to get more information than we have at this moment.
But Mayor, as the maker of the motion, if I could just respond to the Vice Mayor, or to Mr. Gordo, but I assume that at all times our staff, and I know they are constantly exploring all fronts to help not just the restaurant sector, but also, children and, single the board. So I think it was a helpful discussion, but I think we can always be assured that our staff is being vigilant and enthusiastic about potential aid. The other thing is that I think would go without saying, this is one that we should be talking to our elected officials, Adam and Judy, and, putting the full court press on. I mean, with the PPP and other programs that were, our federal government moved with alacrity. So we should be asking for the same kind of response here. It may not be realistic because it's a particular agency that does things deliberatively.
Steve, you muted yourself. You're muted.
I imposed a self-imposed limit.
Public
I
comment.
just want to, I'm supportive of the motion as well, but I think, it is expensive in terms of just meeting the basic of this population. So to me, the economic impact analysis is missing. So I'd ask the staff come back with a census of the restaurants, and I'd like to know how many jobs are. To me, that is the basis of the program. That's the way it was conceptualized. It was not meant to be kind of a highly economic, feeding program. It was to be a kind of economic development. Part of the motion, Steve, to just ask the staff come back with some sort of census around, here's how many employees they have, and here's how many that are related to this program. So we can say, hey, we're leveraging federal dollars to keep an extra 100 jobs open. I'd like to know what that number is.
I'm fine with that, and it would be an excellent idea after the 9th to come back with a report.
Mark, I haven't forgotten the public comment. Anybody, Mr. Kennedy?
there's been a series of questions that council members have had that some are similar to those that Councilmember Wilson raised, Councilmember Gordo has raised. And all of those questions, in my view, that council members across the board have asked that could not be answered this evening need to be a part of that report. And so I'm happy to support Councilmember Madison's motion, but we still, in terms of meeting our fiduciary duties, is answered.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Madison, just so I put a bow on it, your motion would also include the staff recommendation to allocate that effectively we've already spent. I mean, that has to do with the program through October 9th. The staff recommendation had to do with making sure we were funding. Yes, it's already been spent. So you're absorbing the motion that is in the staff report.
There are 4 separate items, and I would adopt those. And my comments, and I think the others particularly went to item 3, but yes, the other 3 included, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember McAustin.
Yeah, I appreciate all the questions and you know, the further discussion that we can. There's something wrong with the program is ending on October 9th and today's October 5th. I mean, why are we getting this so late? We should have had, you know, considered this last month when we would have had time to have this additional material come back. You know, this is very last minute. Well, how come?
Councilmember McAustin, 2 things. Number 1, the program only gets authorized 30 days at a time. And that's number 1. But number 2, on July 27th, the council authorized this staff to continue participating in it month to month. And we were directed to just come back periodically to get the financial appropriation. So on July 27th, the city's continued participation in the program. And today we're simply asking council if they want to reaffirm that participation.
Right, so Councilmember McAustin, just to put a finer point on that report, the presentation that I made to the Finance Committee, based on prior council authority, we could have just kept rolling the program at a cost of $466 a month and then come back to the council and have you make. But given the concerns about the broader economic condition of our economy and the city's budget, I felt it was appropriate to you this evening. I apologize that it is short. You know, today's the 5th, and the current program, they say, ends on the 9th, but we fully expected it to be extended. That's the way. I felt it was appropriate to call the question. I appreciate that there are a lot of good questions that we didn't have time to answer. With the council's direction, we'll go back and pull together this additional information soon, because it seems, I think it's fair to say there's recognition that this may not be something that's sustainable for, say, another 12 months. So we need to be thinking of off-ramp, what that would look like.
Right, and so I don't support the motion. I mean, I was in the Finance Committee meeting where we talked about our budget issues, and you know, this is a well-intended program. It's very expensive, but what we're not really dealing with is there are alternatives. There are good alternatives available that we could be doing, which is effective. And so I think, you know, it's, I can't support the motion. I think it's not a good use of our dwindling reserves to participate in this. The food and the services to the same people, you know, through another program that already exists. That's all.
Thank you. Before we hear the public comment, I just wanted to weigh in and say, on the Councilmember McAustin's reservation, I don't think we can sustain this burn rate of $466 a month indefinitely, given the remaining, with our fingers crossed about if and when we'll get reimbursement. And so I'm amenable. I don't think we can just shut it off and just say, sorry, folks, as of Saturday or whatever, October, the game or Friday, the program's over. But I think that some of the suggestions that have been made with regard to meeting the needs of the two-pronged needs, one, continue seniors that are benefiting from the program in terms of their food security. I think there are alternatives, and we have an affirmative obligation to make sure that we don't just cut them off without an alternative. And with regard to I think we need to answer the question that Councilmember Gordo and others have raised about whether or not those restaurants could be incorporated in the county program if we just, but this burn rate, this $466 a month, in spite of the value both to the seniors on the food side and the restaurants on the income side, is not something we can sustain indefinitely. Also, to the answers that have been, to the questions that have been raised tonight, I'll support the motion on the basis that we need to continue it. I was going to suggest we continue it just for another month but I think we can bring it back at any time. But I think that we do need the answers to the questions. We can't count on getting a check from FEMA in short order, and the money. Mr. Kennedy.
I'm wondering if the maker of the motion would be willing to put additional parameters and do exactly what you suggested, given the precarious financial position headed towards, and have it extended just for 30 days. And then we would, in fact, revisit, but only a 30-day extension. Now, I'm fully aware that and the council could call it back at any time, but it seems to me, based upon your comments, that it would be more prudent and the reservations that Councilmember McAustin has shared with us, that it'd be prudent. 30 days, that would be enough days to transition, and I think it'd be sending the right message. We will have the opportunity on the 9th to learn if, in fact, they're going to will funding for this program. I think that is a more responsible approach, but obviously it would require the maker and the seconder of the motion to accept those parameters.
Well, I asked that question to Councilmember Madison in terms of the term of his motion, and he responded pretty specifically. But Councilmember Madison, did you have an opportunity to hear Councilmember?
Yes, and I mean, I think the motion should stand as it is, but I'm not sure that it's a substantive difference from what I'm proposing.
Well, in terms of the term, Councilmember Madison, what you're suggesting is that we reauthorize the program to be coterminous with the federal source, and so that would suggest that would go on indefinitely. The difference is whether or not when we would revisit this. I'm suggesting we can revisit it at any time. What the answers are to the questions that have been raised by you and Councilmember Gordo and others as it relates to the administration of this program.
Well, I want to be supportive. I'm just saying I believe it's more prudent on it, given the fact that, as Councilmember McAustin raises, the dwindling reserve, and there are going to be other issues that will body related to critical financial needs. And I think we share with the public that we are being good public servants by putting the parameters. And you'd have, I hope, more support for the motion. Member Madison suggests, and possibly rightly so, that he doesn't see a clear distinction, but at least from pro forma, you would have where it says to the community that we are being very diligent and responsible with the purse of the voters and the taxpayers.
Well, my thing is, I believe in the reimbursement, and I haven't heard any material risk that we won't receive reimbursement. So my understanding is they've also done this. It's been one open-ended reimbursement policy. Am I correct about that, Steve or Brenda?
Well, we certainly received reimbursement from FEMA as it relates to prior earthquake.
No, I'm sorry. I meant on this program, they announced it and then they extended it once already, if I recall.
Well, they're extending the program, but we have not applied for reimbursement. Aren't able to do that yet because they're not allowing us to do it yet. So we actually haven't received any reimbursements under this program.
No. Yeah, that's not my question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The question is right now, what should we do? And so my question is, looking backward, has there just been one authorization for the policy of reimbursement that occurred back in May, and that's it to date?
Yes, there's. We find out about the length of the program in 30-day increments. So they reauthorize the program every 30 days.
Okay. So what we're expecting in October.
Correct.
So that's really the scope of my motion.
Okay, well then,
If that helps. Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. I think that clarifies. Public comments, Mr. Clerk, you've been waiting dutifully.
Thank you, Mayor. We received 2 letters from El Cholo Restaurant and Noor Restaurant, both spoken support of the program, stating that just grabbing a couple lifelines. So those were the correspondence that we received, and that should be distributed to the council and posted online. We received this public comment from Jan AGA, pronounce the last name, from Pasadena. I'm in support of the Great Plates program. I participated because of it. $400 was paid to White House for one delivery. How do we participate more consistently? Which restaurants are participating? Of where the money has been spent. Then from Erica Foy, Pasadena, I am saddened by the amount of time you have spent talking about the Great Plates program, and the letters submitted by the numerous residents on school issues got very little. And many of those letters were from residents who have never participated in a city discussion. Parents and kids are hurting, and it was very disrespectful to ignore their concerns the way you did. Sad times. And then Mayor, there's one letter that I thought was a duplicate from the education piece. I thought it was duplicate, and it's not, and I want to read it if you give me just 2 seconds to read this out loud. It's sent in by Educate Advocate. We serve families with children with special needs. Recently, your city council's public health declares that all students and staff must receive a flu vaccine to attend school. This will first apply to those in special education. Under SB 277, now law, those on an IEP are to receive their education support and services regardless of vaccine status. In addition, is required by CDPH outside of what SB 277 deemed for school, of which flu is not one, are to have a religious and personal belief exemption for these. She cites a web page. The city and its public health making stricter laws than the state in an area that the state fully occupies. Health and safety code is not within the boundaries of the law. There are potential liability issues with the city. Arguable laws, the city and its public health should immediately make the flu vaccine mandate into a recommendation, just as CDBH did in their reopening schools guidance. Thank you, Mayor. That's
All right, so we have a motion, a second. We expect additional information quite soon. with regard to this Great Plates program. Is there any further discussion? Not, the clerk will call the roll.
Gordo.
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy.
Yes.
Councilmember Madison.
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda.
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin.
No,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton.
Yes.
Mayor Tornick.
Yes.
The motion passes 7 in favor, 1 against.
Thank you. Agenda item.
Mayor, if I may, at the outset, Mr. Madison said he had some questions for Brenda about parks.
Okay.
Thank you, Steve. Mainly, I already mentioned that I understand the playgrounds reopened on Friday, which is great. And I just wanted to inquire, I know because the community's really, in need of being outside and all. And I know that we were renovating some of the fields, and I wondered what the state of play of that was. But if that should be deferred, Mayor, I'm quite all right with that. Mainly, I just wanted to thank and commend to reopen. But if it's an easy answer on the baseball diamonds and the like, I'd love to hear it.
There's actually a link on our website that shows the dates when various sports, a number of them are currently closed because we are renovating the turf. So the grass is being regrown, we're fixing the irrigation, and there are a number of the fields were completed in September, and we're now in phase 2. And the ones that are closed under phase 2 are scheduled to be open on December 30th. But I'm more than happy to manager's newsletter, that information, and we do have it posted on our department website as well.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, council member. All right. The consent calendar, which I attempted to do almost 2.5 hours ago by mistake. Are there any items council members would like held from the consent calendar? Is there a second?
I have one item, Mayor.
Oh, yeah, one second, Eddie. Is there a second on the sweep motion? Okay.
Second.
All right, Mr. Wilson.
I would like just a short presentation. 8 with the combined project with South Pasadena on the Arroyo.
Okay.
I felt the community should be aware of that program, and it has a fairly large budget.
All right. Any other items from council members? If not, we will have a roll call on all items except for item 8.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Gordo.
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy.
Yes.
Councilmember Madison.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin.
yes,
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton.
Yes.
Mayor Tornick. Approved without opposition.
All right, thank you. If we can move to item 8, and I assume that'll be Mr. Malloyan.
Good afternoon, honorable council members. Brent Maui, the Assistant City Engineer, will provide the PowerPoints for your consideration. Could be on the, it could be on the other one.
I got it. You understand it? Yes. Thank you, Ara. Turn on your mic.
Mike.
It's item 8. Is that the right one?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mayor and honorable council members. I'm going to provide a quick presentation on the Prop funds, and MOU with between the City of Pasadena and South Pasadena for a joint project in the Arroyo Seco. In November, 1968 was passed by the voters strictly for the development enhancement of state and local parks and recreation facilities. It's $3.5 million were set aside. Senator Portantino's specifically for the Arroyo Seco and for a mutually beneficial project between the cities of Pasadena and South Pasadena. Although the grant the cities, we are required to submit a project-specific grant application for approval by the state. The application requires a resolution be adopted by both cities' governing bodies. Has already approved both the MOU and the resolution on at their council meeting on August 19th, 2020. The MOU for each city relative to the project. Essentially, the cost will be split 50-50 for the cities for any project cost beyond the $3.5 million grant amount. City of Pasadena will serve as the project's lead agency, managing environmental, public outreach, design, and construction phases of the project. Earlier, South Pass Council approved the document on at their August 19th, 2020 meeting. The next steps here would include returning to council to concept would be approved by the state. We'd have to return to council to have the funds appropriated. We'd select a consultant. There'd be various public outreach opportunities, jurisdictional permitting and construction. Terms of the grant require project completion by March 31st of 2024. So the project that's being proposed is a confluence of the San Rafael Creek and the Arroyo Seco. San Rafael Creek is a small stream on the southern edge of Pasadena on its border with South Pasadena. The creek was long dry weather source of bacterial pollution for the arroyo, and under state regulations were required to divert the dry weather flow from this creek by September of 2023. Project as conceived right now would help achieve the mandated MPDS compliance for bacteria, total maximum daily load, create passive treatment wetlands, diversity in the Arroyo Seco, provide some water storage and water reuse for irrigation purposes in South Pasadena, and create some educational opportunities for the for those not familiar with San Rafael Creek, included a map in the presentation, and you can see it starts just north of what's called Johnson Lake, and then flows from there eastward to the Arroyo Seco. Here's the proposed location. Essentially, we're just looking at some wetlands treatment, potentially some enhancements along the drainage channel itself, but we would hope to enhance this area with kind of a biological treatment. There'd be at the diversion point from where we're taking water out of the stream. And really what we'd hope is to really make the area look nice, enhance it with opportunities for to enhance the biodiversity in the area. This is just a picture of what the outfall looks like currently. Water flows from the outfall all year round. This picture I took, even in the driest of weather, there's still some flow coming out of there. And then this would be the South Pasadena location, which is only about 1,500 feet south of the location. And the concept would be the same there. There's already an existing diversion from the arroyo that happens just north of the overpass bridge there. Takes the water into this storage area. Was already used in the capacity we intend to use it for our future project, which would be to enhance the area and then also use it as a storage facility for water and also the ball fields. That's all I have. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Questions, Councilmember Wilson?
Yeah. I guess when I remember Prop 68, I thought it was going to be more of a parks improvement program. This is really kind of a irrigation and drainage project. There's no real involved in this project. Am I correct?
I think the goal would be to, it would be kind of multi-benefit. We'd hope to achieve water quality improvements. Also, I think the purpose of the grant itself listed in the presentation, specific for water reuse and natural stream restoration was the language used in the approved budget from the state of California to achieve multi-benefits. So basically we would want an area to improve in terms of just visibility. People would enhance the area. They could use it for educational purposes to talk about water quality, the various improvements that could be made based on, just conserving water and improving water quality. I guess the Arroyo being more of a passive park, that would be a intent of the park as well.
But I think it's fair to say this project is more kind of an under the hood project than it is, kind of a public amenity. I have no other questions.
All right, is there a motion?
So moved.
All right. Okay. Councilmember Masuda, Councilmember. Questions? If not, we'll call the roll, please.
So that was a motion by Councilmember Masuda, seconded by Councilmember Wilson. Councilmember Gordo?
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Just a correction there. That was Wilson's motion, and I seconded it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And that was for the staff recommendation.
And a
your
yes
vote?
from me.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember McAustin?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton?
Yes.
Mayor Tornick? The motion passes without opposition.
Thank you. Thank you to staff. We'll move ahead now to public hearing. One is on the middle of the Public Housing Agency 5-year plan and the annual plan for 2020. Submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. It's going to be introduced by Bill Wong.
Yes, Mayor, and I'll read the public noticing. This is the time and place for the public hearing on submittal of Public Housing Agency 5-year 2025 and annual plan 2020 to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. On September 3rd, 2020, the public hearing notice was published in the Pasadena Journal and the Pasadena Press. No clerk's office regarding this item.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wong?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. This particular plan includes 5-year plan and the annual plan, and it focuses specifically on the rental assistance programs, largest one being Section 8. So it's got a kind of a narrow focus. Is considered, it has been rated as a high performer. We've been able to, believe it or not, submit the streamlined version of these required reports. So these are you recognize that the administrative plan is quite a thick plan. So I'll turn it over to Ann Lansing, who's our housing assistance officer, to walk us through these. The vast majority of these plans are the same as the previous years, particularly the administrative plan. There are a few changes, and Ann will highlight the substantive ones.
Thank you, Bill. So yeah, sorry. So as Bill mentioned today, I'm presenting about the submittal of the Public Housing Authority Plan, which includes the annual plan and every 5th year, the 5-year plan. The PHA plan, and it outlines the financial resources, goals, and objectives, progress on mission and goals set in prior plans. The most important attachment to the PHA plan is the administrative plan, which lays rules and regulations of the rental assistance programs. The PHA plan also highlights significant plan. There's one significant change this year, which is an update to the local preferences for the Section 8 program. The local preferences are there to prioritize assistance to people who are on the list, and we are proposing a change to 2 of the preferences. We're proposing to remove the working preference and the involuntarily displaced preference. The proposed removal of the working preference is because who are not working and not disabled. Households with a head of household who are working in Pasadena are given the residency preference and so would not be disadvantaged by the removal of this preference. Furthermore, during a pandemic turn, the working preference would inadvertently serve to hurt households most in need of rental assistance. The proposed removal of the involuntarily displaced preference is because this preference is very seldom used. The household be 120 days from having been involuntarily displaced, and this timeline is impractical to administer given the length of the Section 8 program. This is a brief update, just going over the note. We have 1,409 housing choice vouchers or Section 8 vouchers. Currently, just over 1,200 of them are in use, and of those based. The others are sort of the churn. They are issued to people off of the waiting list. They become available again when somebody leaves the program or passes away. There are 46 vouchers in use specifically for people who are non-elderly and disabled, and we have an allocation of VASH vouchers. 14 out of 32 of them are in use. We also administer approximately 100 special needs non-Section 8 vouchers, which include vouchers specifically for persons experiencing homelessness and vouchers for your aids. Some rent and income data on the people participating in our program. The average tenant rent is just under $400. The average payment to a landlord is $950. Contract rent that we pay, which includes both of those amounts, is $1,329. The participants on our program, their average income is $15,620, and 51% of our participants $15,000 a year. 22% of our participants are employed. That's mainly because 79% of our participants are elderly and disabled, but nonetheless, 77% of our population either a pension, disability, or Social Security. There are current challenges with administering this program. Some of these have continued over the years. Reluctance to participate in the program. There's a few reasons for this. The primary one is that payment standards, or the amount that we can approve to pay, remains lower than the market rent. Not incentivized by paperwork or annual inspections, and between 2010 and today, the number of participating landlords that we have dropped from 532 to even down a few landlords from the last time I presented to you last year. The need continues to outstrip the demand for rental assistance. There's over 22,000 people on our waiting list, though most of those are, and we do give preference to those who live or work or go to school full-time in the city of Pasadena. And The third challenge is inadequate funding. The HUD reimbursement rate to operate this program and for the rental assistance that we pay continues to not keep pace with a high cost rental market. We have some current initiatives in place to try and address that. We market to landlords, particularly since the onset of the pandemic, that we provide a consistent payment to them in uncertain times. And we have seen some success in the last very few months in increase and landlords coming back to the program. We've also implemented a monetary landlord incentive program for new and continued landlords. This is with some CARES Act funding that we received and in December 31st of 2021. So it will not be an ongoing program, it's limited. And we continue to outreach to landlord associations to let them know about the program and the benefits. We're also looking at ways to ease regulatory and paperwork. One of the things that we are implementing is that we've gone to biennial inspections instead of going out to inspect a unit every year. If that unit passed inspection the prior year, we're not going to go out again till the following year, every 2 years. It's simpler paperwork for the landlord to fill out for new leases. And we have project-based some additional vouchers. The last time I was here before you was when we got approval to project-base those vouchers. So we went from % of our vouchers will be project-based once these new PSH programs are built and up and running. And we included in that some VASH vouchers specifically. And that, I believe, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Lansing. Questions with regard to the plan document? Mr. Gordo?
The annual report, but I just want to make sure I understand the two adjustments that you, and can you just go over those one more time?
Sure. So the two, we are proposing to remove two preferences that add for our Section 8 program. The first preference that we're proposing to remove is the working preference. So that is a preference for people who apply for rental assistance. It has nothing to do with whether or not you live in, whether you work. HUD requirements for having a working preference require that it also be provided to people who are disabled or people who are senior citizens. So the working preference became a dispreference for people who were not working. And then the second preference we're proposing to remove is the involuntarily displaced preference. And this is a very specific preference for people who are displaced as a result of government action, standard replacement housing within the last 120 days. It also applies to people who are victims of domestic violence, but the same 120-day time frame. And it's that time frame that made it very difficult to implement. We almost never use the preference because by the time we get to people off the waiting list, it's been well more than 120 days.
Really displaced seems to have two prongs, and one being governmental action, and so that would require the city or the state or the condemn a property or take sort of action in eminent domain, for example.
Correct. And in my time at the city, we've never used.
The other one is the domestic abuse or the victims of domestic violence, and why would we remove that preference? That's particularly now, and imagine that's an important population to ensure that we give a preference to.
Correct. So people who would be eligible for the involuntarily displaced with the 120-day requirement would also be eligible for the substandard housing preference, which includes people who are homeless, which is confusing. I understand. One of the things that updating our preferences from the HUD required preferences way back in the early 90s to a more current set of preferences. So people who have domestic violence would be able to be assisted under the substandard preference, and additionally, if they were a resident in Pasadena, would get the residency preference, which is our highest point of preference regardless.
Well, but we in no way are excluding victims of domestic.
No. Yeah.
Nor are we putting them at a disadvantage in any way, or taking away any, any preference that they may have right now. I mean, we'll still be able to act swiftly in the case of a domestic violence situation.
Correct, within the parameters of the Section 8.
Thank you, Mr. Gordo. Mr. Kennedy?
Ms. Lansing, thank you. I just would like to know, have you shared with the council graphically, not by name, but what number of individuals, let's say they grew up in Pasadena, they live in Pasadena, their ability to have their own place and they're living with a relative, but they have a deep connection to Pasadena. Is your list segregated in such a way where naming the individual, and have you provided it, if it is segregated, with such detail to the council before?
We have not, and based on information that we gather in order to populate the Section 8 waiting list, it would be really hard to come up with those numbers with an exception of anecdotally. When you apply for Section 8, basic information, basic demographic information, address information, etc. We don't say, where did you go to high school, or, where through, your 18 years. We ask, where are you currently living? And it would be a mechanism to gather that information for the purposes of the Section 8 waiting list.
Well, isn't it true that your office does seek to provide those who grew up in Pasadena and for whatever reason, either price or a family member died and the house had to be sold, a whole host of possibilities, give some preferences, and I think you've already articulated some of those preferences. So it seems to me that it would not be necessarily unreasonable for you to share that information. And I'm aware minority, African-American male graduated from local schools who was really priced out of the market, in part because of income. But the housing department, our illustrious housing department, worked with that individual. He was on the list. He was disabled and was from a neighboring county, but from a neighboring state, to find housing here in the city of Pasadena. I think we want to know that, given the fact that you made the presentation that of the 22,000 plus, a significant number of those individuals don't have necessarily a direct connection to Pasadena, other than the fact they want to live in a great city. So how does the council, from a policy objective, get to trying to help those who have a very strong, distinct, and long connection and history to Pasadena?
So there, we have 4 proposed preferences. So it includes people with disabilities. They would get the preference whether or not they were living in Pasadena. There's you would get the veteran preference whether or not you were currently living in Pasadena, and the substandard housing preference the same.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's fully answered the question is.
Well, the objective is to understand if there's a mechanism under the existing rules where we can give them a legal leg up.
Yes, Councilmember, yes, definitely. We have the number one preference is a residency. So if somebody does live in Pasadena, then they get the preference. And then we have other.
Can I interrupt you, Mr. Wong?
Please.
You have someone who grew up in Pasadena, could not, for whatever reason, stay in Pasadena, loves Pasadena, and they had to move away. Any value of that connection to Pasadena, because you're giving a preference to the resident of Pasadena, but we've lost that person already. So are we under the guidelines that exist today?
Right. Currently under the guidelines, no, but we are planning to come back to City Council. These preferences are specifically for the Section 8 program. So we're going to come back with preferences for our affordable housing overall. And one of the things we are going to do is we are going to look at that kind of preference. There's been just a few handful of cities in the country that have a preference like that, called a kind of welcome home preference. We're looking at that and looking at fair housing. So we are studying that, and we will come back to City Council with that idea as part of our recommendation for overall for affordable housing.
And when do you expect that, Mr. Wong, to come back?
I would say before the end of the calendar year.
Your response?
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you, and thank you to Councilmember Kennedy, because this is an issue that you and I have shared some correspondence. I think what he's trying to get at, and what I think would be very progressive, and I appreciate the fact you're already looking at, is for us to consider what new housing sort of applications, a category for people who have had a long family history in past. Their family has been a significant founding family, or that they were an important part of the original longtime families of Pasadena in some displaced for one reason or another, you know, whether it was financial displacement, freeway displacement, you know, whatever. There are a lot of different reasons, but I think we want to value, these are people with history in Pasadena. We want to value them, and to the extent that this was home for their family for many, many years, and for one reason or another they had to leave, if they want to, and they come back, I think that just makes our community stronger. So, you know, I'm looking forward to whatever staff can come up with. I think it's important if we can do it properly. So, appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, I just had a few questions for Ann and Bill. With respect to this program, obviously we have a huge list, and even if you just look at the ones who have a Pasadena connection, I think it was around 5,000. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct. Yes.
And we're housing 1,400 people a year. Anxious about the shrinking pool of Section 8 landlords, and I think you said we lost some more, and we're down to about 400. Did I capture that properly?
Correct, yes.
Despite the landlord contraction, I missed this, are we having problems using the $15 million of Section 8 voucher? Where's kind of the bottleneck? Obviously, it's not, they got 5,000. What would allow us to house more people?
So we use the money that we're allocated. The challenge is that we are allocated to serve 100% of the vouchers that we have. So HUD says for this amount of money, you should serve 1,409 people every month. We don't. Because of the here, the money goes to serve fewer people in higher cost apartments. And even as the payment standard slowly inches up from HUD, the market rent more quickly here. And I'm sorry, I think there was a second part of your question.
Yeah. If I could add in, we are able to expend the funds, so we're not in danger right now of losing the funds because of lack. The market is changing. Landlords are recognizing that getting certainty on their revenue stream is important. Right now, with many households unable to pay their rent, a lot of landlords, when they do have a vacancy, we are now starting to see some landlords coming to us and say, I prioritize revenue over maybe a little bit higher rent. So that is starting to move in our direction. And then the other thing about the waiting list, yes, we had 26,000 people on our waiting list when we opened, but that because the Section 8 program is a federal program, anybody, anywhere can apply for any housing authority's waiting list. And so we get people from extremely different states applying for our program, because some people just apply for many housing authorities waiting lists, hoping that they will get one. But we do prioritize the Pasadena, and we don't wait to reissue or to reopen our waiting list until we've got down through the 26,000. No, we get 5,000-6,000 down to 5,000-6,000. Then, so it gives an opportunity basically to keep a fresher waiting list, knowing that all housing authorities get a lot of people from all over the place applying for their vouchers for their.
I understood that, and I understood that about 20% were Pasadena, affiliated. I was trying to understand where the log jam is, if there is housing, and would love to have subsidized rental housing in Section 8. Is it just getting more dollars from the feds, or is it, I know last time we were really worried about landlords, and it sounds like that has, because the rental rates in the market were better than Section 8. So where's how do we expand the program? And that's really what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, there's so many opportunities to expand the program, and that we can't request more vouchers from HUD. HUD has been, except for very special cases, like in Ann's presentation, there were some disabled, right? Those were a special offering, and we applied for those, and we got 60 of those. But for general Section 8 vouchers, HUD is not making more available. And have to do is we just have to make sure that the ones that we do get, that we are able to use them. And the biggest challenge for us is that the market rate rents are higher than the maximum allowable Section 8 rents. So our marketing is talking about the benefits of the program and the certainty of the program. And we're doing some things to try to expand landlords. Like we have a ADU pilot program right now, where we're financing for a homeowner who will build an ADU using our financing, but then for the first 7 years rent the unit out exclusively to Section 8 households. So we're trying to that way.
And I'm right, I think, or am I right? If, we have renter protection for people who've lost their jobs or that they can't be thrown out in the street. If I'm Section 8, then, the government's paying my lease. So is that kind of a bit of the angle that the landlords are seeing that creates some sort of certainty around payment stream in a world where?
That's right. Whenever a Section 8 participant's income goes down, they can come in and get an adjustment so that their portion of the rent goes down and the subsidy amount goes up. To the landlord, it's this. They keep getting their rent. So they like that.
Is there any way to lock in the landlord? So I mean, God willing, we will get through the pandemic, that we could keep them kind of part. Then when things recover, they've tossed out their Section 8 tenant and they start moving back aggressively towards market rate. Is there any strategy there to kind of create some?
Yes. Well, on our ADU pilot program, right, there's going to be a requirement for 7 years, so they will be locked in for 7 years. But also, as Ann mentioned in her presentation, there are some things that we're process of being a Section 8 landlord is not as cumbersome. Simplified paperwork. If their unit is a unit that's in good condition and that passes the inspection, in another annual inspection, those things are cumbersome for the landlord to have to schedule and respond to and deal with. So trying to simplify the process is something that.
Yeah, and I think my point was slightly different, more of once we get them in, because they're, landlords are smart, they're going to take advantage of this opportunity to fill units with people who, have a government kind of guarantee of payment, that once they're in, the landlords in the Section 8 program to keep those landlords in longer rather than having them flip back out, in 12 or 24 months.
So the landlords, for the most part, are required to sign a 1-year lease. In addition to that, with some of the CARES Act COVID funding, we've instituted a continuity bonus. Continues on after that first year, they are eligible for a one-time bonus. Unfortunately, because the CARES Act funding has an expiration date, it's something that will only be able. But really, like Bill said, the bulk of what we can do is be a kinder, friendlier housing authority than what they may have heard about, and really be, provide the service that makes it a little bit more pleasant.
That's the response.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ann or Bill? If not, I'm sorry, Mark, do we have any comments from the public?
Not on item 15, Mayor, no.
Is there a motion?
To close the public hearing?
To close public hearing? Yes.
So moved.
Second by Councilmember Gordo. We'll call the roll, please, on closing the public hearing.
Councilmember Gordo?
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison? Councilmember Masuda? Councilmember Masuda, yes? Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember McAustin?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton?
Yes.
Yes.
That motion is approved without opposition.
All right, is there a motion making the findings as recommended in the staff report with regard to CEQA and approving the public housing 5-year plan?
Move the staff recommendation.
Yes.
Councilmember Austin, second by Councilmember Wilson.
Councilmember Gordo?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton, Mayor Tornick.
Yes.
Motion is approved without opposition.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lansing and Mr. Wong. We'll move now to item 16. It's another public hearing with regard to declarations of surplus property. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. The public hearing on declarations of surplus properties, 78 North Marengo Avenue, 255 East Union Street, 95 North Garfield Avenue, and 280 Ramona Street. On September 7th, hearing notice was published in the Pasadena Press. The city clerk's office received 76 letters of correspondence in favor of the item, and 3 letters were received providing comments and or expressing concern as it relates to the failure to comply with the general plan policies, with 1 letter urging the city council to not declare parcel 3 as surplus land for private development. Those letters and all correspondence has been distributed as part of the official record for tonight's meeting.
Thank you. KPAS should reset the shot clock.
Yes.
We'll move to Mr. Reyes to introduce this item.
Members of the public, as the PowerPoint is pulled up, I will just be talking very briefly and then turn it over to Mr. Kevin Johnson, who has carried the water on this project as previously. So first of all, just a little bit of background, because it is important to understand that, first of all, there's no project before the city council this evening. There could be a development project in the future, but state law requires the action that we're council take this evening occur at least 60 days prior to the council deciding or thinking about any project on the site. If a project is decided to move forward with the city council and potential developers, a formal application would be submitted through the normal public review process. And there would be whatever the code requires for public hearings, depending on what that project required environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act. So tonight's review does not include any project. So there is no project before the council. To get that out before I turn it over to Kevin to give some background and go through the project discussion this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Johnson.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Let's see. So as you know, the city purchased the YWCA properties in 2012 with the properties available for private development to ensure preservation of the historic YWCA building. After a long process that is described in the staff report, the city is now reviewing new development proposals and considering a developer that would develop a project that's consistent with the goals that have been set forth by the city council. In order to address changes in state law and pursue a private development, the affected property plus under both state law and a portion under city Pasadena Municipal Code prior to entering into a sale or long-term lease agreement with the developer. This map here shows the locations of the properties in question. Holly Street, 78 North Marengo Avenue is the property that the YWCA building sits on, and the adjacent parking lot is at 255 East Union Street, and the L-shaped parcel that properties on the north and east is 95 North Garfield Avenue. On the north side of Holly Street, adjacent to the YMCA building, is 280 Ramona Street, which is often referred to as, because there was once a water and power building proposed to be built there. So starting with the state law, the State Surplus Land Act defines surplus land as land for which the city council takes formal action in a regular public meeting, declaring the land as surplus and not necessary for the city's use. Now, the law also states that no real property shall be disposed of. Purpose and extent of such disposition has been submitted to and reported upon by the planning agency
as to conformity with the adopted general plan. Now, charter cities do not actually have to comply with that section of. So although not strictly required, we did ask the Planning Commission to consider whether the disposition of these 4 parcels under state law would be consistent with the general plan, and the commission did agree 2020 at a public meeting that the disposition is consistent with the general plan. Next, please. Thank you. 4 subject properties are not being used or planned to be used pursuant to a written plan adopted by the City Council for city work or operations. The sites are not needed for the city's use as defined in the State Surplus Land Act and are proposed to be made by a developer or multiple developers. The city is financially unable to rehabilitate the YWCA building and is seeking to partner with the private developer on a project that would rehabilitate the structure to ensure adequate return to the developer on the large investment needed for the rehabilitation. The properties have been zoned and planned for development since the 1920s and are not specified in any or planned for public use. On April 18th, 2019, the City Council identified setback and height parameters that would be imposed on any potential development that would be undertaken on these properties. Those goals for the project are met, appropriate steps will be taken during any potential negotiations with private developers to ensure that those parameters are followed. So that summarizes the declaration of surplus land under the state law. Now moving on to the Pasadena Municipal Code. In the Municipal Code, surplus real property is defined as the city that's not needed for the purpose for which it was acquired or for any other public purpose prior to its, and declared such prior to its sale, which includes long-term leases. Which is a competitive sale requirement, which requires sale to the highest bidder, sorry, not the lowest bidder, and a procedure for that requirement to be waived. So at this time, we're asking the council to consider exploration and waiver for 280 Ramona Street only. The reason for that is that the landscaped property at 95 North Garfield Avenue on the south side of Ramona Street of Holly Street was already declared surplus in conjunction with the previously approved Kimpton Hotel project, and the adjacent of the YWCA property and parking lot property adjacent to it are proposed to continue to be acquired, which is rehabilitation of the historic resource. So to explain the purposes of the original purchase of 280 Ramona Street, describe the circumstances that resulted in the lot as it is now. So the dirt lot, which is the westerly portion of the lot, was in conjunction with the rehabilitation of the YMCA building in 1989. And there was no specific purpose stated for that. It was acquired as payment for loans that were owners for the rehabilitation. And so there was no stated purpose. At that time, that lot was a separate parcel and lot to the east and south through a lot line adjustment process. So the landscape lot, as was described to the council previously for on the south side of Holly Street, was purchased in 1923 along with other properties in the vicinity for the construction and completion of a building with suitable appurtenances, grounds, and approaches for City Hall purposes. So to step back a little bit from that date and give you a timeline on what occurred leading up to that purchase. The first major milestone is that in state law was changed to allow the issuance of a single bond for several municipal improvements in one group if the City Planning Commission and the voters determine that the improvements constitute a city plan. In April 1922, after that law was changed, the City Planning Commission was created in Pasadena for the primary purpose of reviewing and approving this proposed city plan. Then the city engaged the well-known planning firm of Bennett, Parsons, and Frost, and in January of 1923, that firm prepared a drawing entitled Location Plan of Public Buildings with Their Approaches, a conceptual plan for the Civic Center, and was used in advertisements leading up to the vote, which I'll describe in a moment. Following the creation of that plan, in May, the Planning Commission approved Resolution 2, which was to acquire specific land for construction of City Hall, the public library, and the municipal auditorium, and that these plan. On May 24th, the City Council approved an ordinance providing for a special election to the public regarding the city plan that was approved by the Planning Commission in Resolution 2. So this is the drawing of the 1923 version of the Bennett Plan, which identified the conceptual locations of buildings and other improvements for the Civic Center. Of what we're talking about is at the right-hand side of the drawing, which shows City Hall, the library to the north, the municipal auditorium to the south, and the YMCA and YWCA properties to the west of City Hall, which time. Next, please. Again, Resolution 2 is attached to the agenda report and includes a legal description of to acquire to implement the city plan, but there were no drawings included in the resolution. So the 1923 image that we just saw a moment ago was not in this resolution and was not adopted as an official plan. So two propositions in June 1923 were placed on the ballot to whether the city should incur a bonded debt for the purpose of acquiring and constructing these three buildings and the grounds and appurtenances surrounding them, as well as shall the City Planning Commission Resolution 2 be adopted. Again, no drawings were included in the ballot, and the Resolution 2 included the legal descriptions. On the next slide, we'll see a map of properties that were identified in that legal description for purchase for the City Hall and surrounding appurtenances for City Hall. You can also see here in this map overlaid onto existing aerial imagery, and it also includes property lines of parcels that were in existence at that time. You can also see that Garfield Avenue, which at the was much narrower than it is today, and you can also see the boundaries of the properties on what is now the north and south side of Holly Street correspond to the depth of landscaped areas on those two properties. This is another map that shows the configuration of the properties in this area, which was essentially So as I mentioned, the existing depth of the landscaped areas along Garfield Avenue corresponds to the actual depth of the properties that were acquired along Wooster Avenue, which became Garfield. And subsequent to the passing of the propositions, a design competition was held for the three buildings, and Bennett returned to Pasadena to meet with the Planning Commission and the architects that were selected from that competition plan to reflect the designs of the buildings and to respond to those designs in the surrounding environment. November 1924 article reports and changes to the plan that were contemplated by Bennett, and the 1925 plan that was developed subsequent to that more closely resembles the existing conditions, and the land on the west side of Garfield Avenue are both shown as automobile parking and future building sites with 25-foot deep landscape areas along Garfield Avenue. This image the 1925 plan. North is to the left, so the public library is on the left side of the screen, City Hall in the center, and the YWCA and YMCA parcels to the south of that. Mentions all called out. This is 1926 version that was the latest version that we have in the city records. So to summarize of the landscaped lot purchase at 280 Ramona Street, the land was purchased following voter approval of propositions to acquire land and build the City Hall building. The properties were purchased at the time, and both of the plans for the Civic Center that were drawn by Bennett, Parsons, and Frost indicate a landscaped area along Garfield Avenue that's less deep exists today, between 51% and 77%, depending on which of the two plans you're looking at. So based on this information, it's clear that the City Council of this land, or to declare it surplus property in the future to allow for private development. The bonds that were issued at that time were used for the purposes that were intended in the ballot language and have been paid, and no use of the land in the future. The current municipal code allows for the city to declare city-owned land surplus property to allow it to be used for a different purpose than that for which it was originally purchased. Now, moving on to the competitive sale requirement, the code, city's code requires surplus property to be sold only after an open and competitive bidding process to the highest bidder. But the code also provides that the council may make findings that an benefit will be achieved related to public parking, low-cost housing, a public service facility, a museum or other cultural or artistic institution, or the economic and public well-being of other vicinity, in order to allow for an exemption from the competitive sale requirement. So the staff is recommending that the council find that the 280 Ramona Street property would be exempt from the competitive sale requirement related to the economic and public well-being of other properties in the immediate vicinity. And in doing so, that would allow the council to enter into a sale most suited to develop a project that's consistent with the council's goals for the site, rather than just the highest bidder. As I mentioned, these recommendations were reviewed by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission adopted by a vote of 4-2 the CEQA finding that is recommended in the agenda report tonight, as well as the finding that the disposition of the property declaration of surplus property is consistent with the general plan. The commission was also asked to consider a recommendation regarding the property at 280 Ramona Street as surplus property and exempt from the competitive sale requirement under the municipal code. This vote failed by a vote of 3-3. The dissenting commissioners were the lack of control over a potential future development that might occur on this property if the property would be sold or leased. In other words, they were concerned about their inability to make the project proposal attached to it, as well as lack of evidence to support a determination that the property is not needed for another city use, and the loss of open space that's existing in that area. The staff recommendation is that the City Council find that the proposed action is not subject to CEQA, as the activity, the disposition of the property, a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment and is not a project. That the council adopt a resolution declaring all 4 properties as surplus under the state law, and adopt a resolution declaring street as surplus property and exempt from the competitive sale requirement under the Pasadena Municipal Code. And that concludes the staff presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
That was a historical tour of the Civic Center. Thank you very much. Questions from Mr. Kennedy, followed by Mr. Masuda.
So just to be clear, Kevin, Mr. Johnson, if there's someone at my door. In order to do the development that the council has been contemplating in terms of building affordable housing, on the only way in which we can arrive at allowing that to move forward. Is that accurate?
So that's correct. This is one act to allow for a private development to occur on that site.
And there seemingly was consensus that housing of some kind would, for that site. Is that your recollection?
The proposals that we have received for that site are for housing projects.
And in terms of the history that you've just shared with the council, is there anything that you want to point out again that you may not have done so, or laser focus for the council to concentrate, because it is in fact controversial and could potentially not be in the council in seeking to meet the goal of building housing on that site?
Councilmember Kennedy, if I could take the first stab at that, I think one of the I didn't hit on, and I should have in the first instance, was to explain, or I don't think explain is the right word, was to restate how important the planning department and the entire city views the Bennett plan. Opportunity to complete the Civic Center. We do feel that it's incomplete right now. We don't believe that the latest plans that were done in 1926 that identified construction on the parcels in question, there's been multiple on those. And as we've talked about before, they're currently zoned for development. They're zoned in the CD3 zoning district. And I think that in order for us to have this opportunity complete the Civic Center in a meaningful way, this is an important and required step in that process, first step.
Okay. And on page 5 of, you've already shared with us the requirements under the Surplus Real Property Declaration under state law, Surplus Land Act, and also PM 404.02. As well as on page 6, Municipal Improvement Act, Bennett Plan and Bond. If we were not to move in this direction, is the council or city at risk in any way of control of the site?
Councilmember Kennedy, I would turn to the city attorney's office, but I believe the answer to that question is no. The city, but we couldn't proceed in the manner in which the council has previously directed staff. We'd be, I think, sort of stuck in the water.
Mr. Mormel is correct. Nothing be able to proceed with respect to the proposed projects, but it doesn't impact the city's ownership or control.
And in terms of what we have been receiving at an open process in responding to the RFP, and I think there is a small number of respondents, and have most, if not all of them, designated that particular site for housing.
For affordable housing, sir, yes.
Okay. So what I would like to do at the appropriate time, Mayor, I've had an opportunity to weigh in. This is my district. I think there's been a lot of discussion around the virtual dais or the real dais in times past, and we're moving in the direction of a consensus. I'm not suggesting that what I'm saying is absolute, but in this instance, to move this effort the road, and as Mr. Reyes says or states, kind of complete the Bennett plan. I would like to, as a council member for the, move all three recommendations and give kudos to the Planning Commission for its recommendation, although not unanimous. I suspect it was tremendous testimony and debate. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Masuda, I think, was next.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for that, Mr. Kennedy. That means a lot. David and Kevin, I'm real concerned about the voting with the Planning Commission. 2 times, first the 4-2 vote, then the 3-3 vote. What was their big concern? What usually I don't see this kind of a split.
Yeah,
so,
Councilmember Masuda, as you might recall.
Toward the Ramona anyway, the 280, to go forward. But tell me about what was the big concern with the Planning Commission, those 2 votes?
Well, the Councilmember Kennedy said it correctly, that there was really good discussion by the Planning Commission. And there was a couple of issues that are not new with respect to proposed development on either of these 2 lots. And that has to do with the amount of setback or open space. And while the Planning Commission found that the request in front of them was consistent with the city's general plan, there was some other discussion vote in particular, and the discussion there was lack of control over potential future development. There was a lot of concern about what the appropriate setback might be, and if in fact the entire lot is deemed to be surplus, there was nothing in their action that would potentially stop a project from having a setback of even less than the 45 foot that they discussed. What I explained to them is what I said to this council at the outset, which is there's no project in front of you. And at the appropriate time, if the city council does decide to move forward with a potential project, negotiations, there's a formal application that gets submitted, it would go through the appropriate review. You might recall that there was a lot of discussion, including a year-long task force that the city council commissioned, the YWCA task force, and there was a lot of good work that commission did. And ultimately that commission identified a 52-foot setback that the city staff did with Olin, which is a world-renowned landscape firm, a landscape and architecture firm. The council decided that maybe 45 feet was maybe an appropriate setback. The large part of the discussion centered around the open space and the setback. But again, that's not what's in front of you or was in front of them. And I don't think that I heard anybody development on the site. And again, to allow development, whether it's affordable housing or something else, this is a necessary first step.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Masuda. Mr. Wilson.
Hi, Kevin, David. Just a few questions just about sequencing. At the wide, when the Kimpton was on deck, at what point did we declare that surplus?
Councilmember Wilson, this is Teresa Fuentes from the City Attorney's Office. You declared of the YWCA site surplus at the time that you decertified the EIR and approved the land use approvals for that project. So back in 2015.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. That's what I thought. I mean, I'm just trying to be responsive to, it sounds like some concerns raised by the Planning Commission that we're declaring the north site, the Ramona site surplus when there isn't a project. I mean, why are we kind of handling?
Councilmember Wilson, it's mainly because it's a precursor to being able to move forward on this project at all, on the projects that are being considered at all. Back in 2015, there was not an RFP and a request for projects on the Ramona site, so no action was taken then. It wasn't contemplated yet. It wasn't contemplated until this step.
Clear. We declared the YWCA site surplus when we had a specific proposal in hand. Am I correct?
That one you did because that was the appropriate time to take that action for that side of the project. Again, you didn't have a project on the Ramona side in front of you at that time.
Declaring the north site surplus preemptively before we have a specific project in hand.
It frees it up then for you to consider the projects that are before.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep.
It could wait. It doesn't, it could wait until the projects came before you for entitlements.
And I don't want to speak out of turn, but my understanding, and I would want to be corrected by the city attorney's office, is that given changes in the State Surplus Lands Act, we have a 60-day sort of window, meaning if the city council wanted to give us some direction on a project and move forward, that happens at least 60 days before, and that's the formal action. But I think the concept here is that before you signal to staff to start looking and negotiating, we'd want to know that it's surplus. Otherwise, with developers and wasting their time as well. So this is sort of.
I'm just trying to understand what. I mean, I understand. So that 60-day shot clock is that's new since we went through. Maybe I missed that in the report. That's new. The original Kimpton project came through.
Yes, this is Teresa Fuentes again, and I apologize. I had forgotten that the State Surplus Lands Act is what changed in January of this year. So that's what pushed the timeline up for us to have this time. So that is
okay,
a new
That's where
requirement.
I got confused.
Yes.
Okay, so that's where I got confused because I'm like, you know, we're obviously familiar with the Kimpton project and a lot of the steps, painful steps at times. I was trying to is different. And the other question I had, I know, for instance, that we have approved Heritage Square South, and we owned that property. Plus, as well, I can't remember. I just forgot how that worked.
I think we can research that. I don't think that we went through that process. I don't think that the state.
But we bought that property.
Well, I know we bought it. That's what I'm trying to figure out. But now we own it, so now we'd have to declare it surplus. I think, and then so I'm just trying to understand. I don't remember doing that with that property, so I'm wanting to understand why we wouldn't do that if we owned it, right? The fact that we bought the property and the Ramona property too. We just got that in the staff almost 100 years ago, but we did acquire it. So I'm just trying to understand what the process is in terms of
Councilmember Wilson,
acquiring.
as best we can recall at the dais right now, that we could research that for you, but as best we can recall at the dais right now, we didn't have to find that property surplus because it was going to be used for the purpose for which it was acquired. So it wasn't local.
Right, and Councilmember Wilson, that was a former redevelopment area property is my recollection. What we're dealing with here tonight is the new State Surplus Lands Act. So it's for us, and this is the first project that it's subject to. And as Teresa indicates, we're trying to meet the statutory timeline of it. And so this one is different than prior deals the city's been involved with.
articulate again the timing and the 60 days and what that new requirement is? And anyone?
So this 60 days has to do with declaring it surplus while before we can then actually dispose of it. And I use dispose of it because we may sell. So it's that 60 days that we have to declare before we can dispose of the property.
So that means our expectation is that, and I know we have obviously a bunch of proposals, get a window to consummate a transaction, get a contract. I mean, what does that, where do we have to be in that window?
Yeah, Councilmember Wilson, my understanding is this, and I'll look to Teresa to tell me if I have it wrong, is we have a time period that has to run. So let's say in a week or 2 weeks, the city council identified a proposal, wanted to enter into a long-term lease or a sale for the Ramona lot. Even though the council would want to enter into that agreement, it couldn't for a period of 60 days. So the state starts the 60-day clock. Everything will be subject to the same approval processes, but we thought it prudent to start the clock now, given how much council to move forward on civic center projects, rather than wait, get to the end of a process where we're asking the council to approve a project and then say, oh, but by the way, can't really approve it because you got to wait another 2 months.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So the 60 days, not a shot clock. It is a notice period of, okay.
I think that's a good way to think of it.
That's correct.
Yeah, just thinking that we're, we're not even sure, who we're going to choose and all that stuff. So okay, fair enough. Okay, so that's okay, I'm good. Thank you very much.
Mr. Gordo.
Yeah, I had questions along the lines of Mr. Wilson. It seems that, well, let me ask this. Let's assume for a moment that the council the staff recommendation, and we declare the property as outlined, I think it was slide 4, the property to be surplus. And were we to want to in any way reverse part or some of that declaration, let's say for a moment, we don't want to go all the way out on a project, which I think is probably going to be the case. How do we reverse that declaration?
So I think, Councilmember Gordo, it's less about reversing and more about it's going to get approved unless, first of all, the council signals to staff that's the project to go pursue, and then they have to comply with all rules. There would also be an expectation that they don't go all the way out to the street, that they act with the 45-foot setback that this council has sort of directed in the RFP. And all the projects that have been submitted to us thus far have identified that 45-foot setback. There is a 5-foot setback. But the point being is that just because you're declaring the entire parcel surplus, it doesn't mean that a project is not going to maintain the 45-foot setback. And that would be the separate second. Ultimately, the city council would have the authority to dictate through direction to staff what the appropriate setback is.
So if the RFP itself, if anybody came forward with a setback that's not different than what the council and the city put in the RFP, wouldn't that be a non-responsive applicant? And why are we going beyond what we've already back?
Councilmember Gordo, it's a request for proposals, so it's not, for instance, say like a competitive bid where we say it has to be of an exact proportion. If you don't meet it, you're out. The city council did a for the setback, and we've received proposals. All the proposers were advised as to what the council's setback was, and I don't think we should get too deep into the actual proposal more time to discuss the actual proposals. I think to add on to what David's saying, I think through the normal process of a project approval, the setback can be established. If ultimately the final setback is set, if you will, perhaps there can be a lot line adjustment or something split, and that non-part of the lot that's not used can return to be city property, open space, et cetera. So I think all that will get resolved as we move forward with the proposals. But this is just an interim, really puts absolutely nothing in concrete, but it's a necessary step.
Well, that's precisely where I was headed. Is why aren't we contemplating some sort of lot and that would be more consistent with the community and council discussions today before proceeding with this? I mean, are we really within 60 of entering into an agreement for a deal? And so before you answer that, actually, why don't you tell us how far away we might be?
So let me start with the first. Yeah, let me start with the first part, and a very valid concern, Councilmember Gordo. I sat through probably dozens, literally dozens of meetings, did the city council in terms of public meetings regarding this setback issue. And I think that ultimately the city council, through its approval of a contract or lease or sale, exactly what is being developed and what is being reserved for open space. And I think that it would be prudent that as we move forward with the project, at the same time the project moves forward, that we would have that lot line adjustment that they can go together and only together. So that's, I think, an approach that makes a lot of sense depending on what setback is ultimately decided upon, if it's something different than 45, but that's where we are today. With respect to the time, I think most council members know we did have two different processes. The state required a notice of availability of lands, as well as our own RFP process. They sort of, we've resulted in 3 projects on the Ramona lot site for affordable housing and 2 hotel proposals on the YWCA. Those projects have been presented to the public, and the next step would be for the city to present those to the city council. So in terms of timing that presentation to the city council, in terms of those sort of final top 5 finalists, and really top 2 for the YWCA Ramona lot, could be presented in the very near future.
So give me an idea of process and timing. What does very near future mean? Next month? Next 2 weeks?
We have a closed session scheduled for next Monday.
I understand that, but in terms of the public discussion of city council, which I hope we're going to have, where are we in the queue? Let's assume we go forward. Well, we are going forward with Monday's closed session, and we'll have that discussion. But what's the next step after that?
Sure, thank you, Councilmember. I don't want to prejudge what direction the council may give us, but from the staff's perspective, we're hoping to effectively be able to, well, identify and move forward before the end of the calendar year. I would need Mr. Reyes to tell me when sort of the first public presentation with the council would need. I'm hopeful that we can do it again before the end of the calendar year, maybe in the month of November. It will depend on how the council receives the information next week.
That Monday, we're all of one mind. We select, as my colleague, Mr. Madison says, usually, you ask 8 of us for an opinion, you get 12 answers or something. 12 different opinions. But let's assume for a moment, Monday, there's consensus or unanimity on where to proceed. Then in November, we come back at some point or early December that we can present to the public and have some airing and public debate. And we agree at that one meeting that how long do you anticipate in terms of negotiations time to finally come to enter into a contract to dispose of the property either through lease or sale, in this case, lease?
Answer it this way. Let's assume next week, as you say, the council's all of one mind, and we enter into an ENA, an exclusive negotiating agreement with, let's say, two different parties, one for the North Park. Presumably, there could be a public announcement to that effect immediately. And so the public could know sort of who the top picks are for either side of the street. As it relates to the north parcel, there'd have to be a determination of what's the appropriate level of environmental review. And in both cases, there would be some continuing negotiations, and ultimately staff would return to the council with the results of that negotiation. If your question is, how soon could we signal to the public who, through the presentations we did a couple of weeks ago that Mr. Reyes put on, got a pretty good look at what the projects are, the public could know, generally speaking, which projects are identified as sort of the top picks for each parcel, of course, pending successful negotiation of whether it's an appropriate environmental review, et cetera. Is that helpful?
And then, Councilmember Gordo, maybe this helps just a little bit to expand. So once the project is identified, they still need to submit an application, and taking them with respect to the Ramona lot, assuming those projects meet code, they would go to design review. And they would go to design, that's what's required. And in conjunction with design review, depending on what the project is, we would undertake environmental review, and those would be that'd be just a recommendation. We'd forward those on to the city council, just like we did with the Kimpton conditional use permit. And so those could go, depending on when they get an application in, and we get them in front of the city council. With respect to the YWCA lot, that's a little more challenging to sort of crystal ball, because depending on what the project is, there's an approved EIR for that project. There's some litigation going on. It's possible, and depending on what the project is, we would need to evaluate what the appropriate public review process for that would be. At the very least, it would go to design review and then to the city council as well.
That's the piece that I'm looking for, because Monday's session is a closed session discussion where the public, isn't privy to our deliberations. And it seems to me that, Mr. City Manager, it seems that in your analysis, and I'm not suggesting this is what you intended, but your analysis fails to account for a public discussion and a public process consistent with our goals of transparency, particularly, on any subject, but particularly on a project as important as this and where it is. And so, again, Monday's discussion, assume unanimity, and then where does the public get to weigh in, and when do we get to present as a council, at least, or top one projects that we're contemplating moving forward with, so that the public can weigh in and give its input. That's what I'm looking for, and I think Mr. to outline that process, but I'm still not clear on the answer. And this is likely, I didn't listen to the Planning Commission discussion, but this is likely that the Planning Commission grappled with. What's to prevent us, for example, with once we have identified our top two choices, or even our top choice at the council, from moving concurrently with the declaration, or is the one that's on the agenda, so that the public can understand what we're declaring surplus, why we're doing it, and what the project that we as a council have agreed upon to move forward. I'm just feeling like maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves here and declaring surplus property without the process and transparency that's needed. You know, I'm not convinced, and I'm sure the Planning Commission was not, that we should do that without giving the public the opportunity to weigh in. And when we bring one or two, or whatever the city manager is going to recommend, and whatever the will of the council is in closed session, when we actually get to presenting it publicly with the council input, we can also take this step concurrent with that to give, as we enter into negotiations, to give proponents, whomever they may be, confidence in good faith in the direction of entering into an agreement.
Councilmember Gordo, I would just remind everybody that as it relates to this action, it only relates to the Ramona lot. There's for affordable housing, so everybody knows what's on offer. Those three projects were presented to the public. We had over 130 participants tune in for that presentation. The thought here is, again, to proceed, allow the council to give direction to the staff as to which of those three projects it feels most in line with the council's goals. You know, could the council wait on taking this action? Certainly you could. It wouldn't change what the proposals are. They are what they are. Minutes ago, one concern is that we get to the end of our process, we negotiate everything, and then we say, okay, but we can't do anything for 60 days because we have to do this. Meanwhile, everyone's very eager to move with what is clearly going to be an affordable housing project on the Ramona lot. And given the way that the economy is and certain uncertainties from the staff, I think we should move forward, but certainly we'll take whatever direction the council provides.
I'm not suggesting that we delay. I'm just suggesting that we have just clarity, and really I'm asking the questions to better understand the process. And you know, so have any of the proponents requested that we take this action in order that they remain the running to be selected?
They haven't requested it, but it's a necessity.
No, I understand it's a necessity.
So they know, they were advised that we were proceeding in this fashion.
Point, is it a necessity? And have we had enough public hearing and transparency? And it's really a question for all of us. You're absolutely correct, and that's my point, is at this moment in time, whether or not we take this action, the proposals aren't going to change. You know, and it doesn't sound like any of the, and you know, we've absolutely got to have this action to continue. And maybe that's a better question to be answered in closed session, because I understand there may be a legal sense. And I don't know, I'd look at the city attorney, but maybe that's a question we should discuss on Monday. I'd like to hear public comment.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. It seems like the discussion is predictably kind of far-ranging from the specific item. Good reason, but are there any objectors to this step tonight? May I ask the staff?
Councilmember Madison, I believe that the people who initiated litigation city earlier today sent a communication to the city clerk. I'm not sure if that was distributed to the council. Maybe the city attorneys can speak to that, but my understanding is they were objecting to the action.
Yes, that was distributed to the council.
And those are opposed sort of what we want to do in and around Centennial Square. So other than that, are there any objectors?
Mr. Madison, there were 3 letters that we received providing comments and or expressing concerns. I could pull those out. And they were related to complying with the general urging the city not to declare parcel 3 as surplus land.
And I would add this, Mr. Madison, we know that there are a large number of people who are interested in seeing an affordable housing project go forward on the remote. So I would take their support for that project to be sort of general support for this action, since this is what it takes to bring that into fruition.
Yeah, it's just if we take this action, we still have full flexibility in terms of moving forward, and there'll be robust debate. I mean, partly I'm mindful of, we're approaching the 5-hour mark on this meeting. Goes on, right? How long is public comment going to take to read?
It's going to be a bit, about 15 comments.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm supportive, but let's move on.
I have one question. Maybe this is a city attorney. Is there, to the point of, this is on the pathway to trying to get to an outcome, is there a scenario once we've declared it surplus that, if we change our mind or can't get to a deal or is there a way to, wave the magic wand and go backwards?
Just because you declare it surplus does not bind you to do anything in particular with the properties. And yes, you could always withdraw.
Okay, so there's no downside. I just want to make sure. Okay, thank
Correct.
But if I may follow up, Mayor, on that. So, so that was my question earlier. So we can unwind, assume, that what I'm looking for, Madison puts it in, and so we can unwind once we have public debate and agree on a finalist. We can unwind and return or undeclare some of the property as.
If I may back up for just 1 second, one of the actions requested is that you exempt the property from competitive sale. If you were to go forward with some of the proposals before you, you couldn't unwind that piece because that's a necessary precursor to moving forward with those projects. However, when it comes to the surplus lands declarations, which you would do instead, refine them, if you will. I wouldn't suggest you withdraw them, assuming you're moving forward. You would then just move the lot lines like Mr. Reyes had suggested so that the city retains that you want. If you don't do a project, if you drop the whole thing, then yes, you can unwind everything.
Mayor, can we at least?
Yeah, we'll hear from the public comment now.
Is there a downside to have a motion on the floor?
No, you may make your motion by all means.
Well, I would like to move staff's recommendations 1, 2, and 3. I think we're with my colleagues' questions about being able to unwind if we wanted to. We have that flexibility in part. Something that we want to do as a council, particularly with the situation that we're facing as a body across CA. So
I would just, I'm sorry. I would note, this is a public hearing. So in terms of order, you would want to, you may to do something later in terms of a motion, but we have the comments.
Thank you for the admonishment. So the order is that we'd have to close the public hearing, then the motion. Okay, thank you.
Right.
Very good. Thank you, City. I've lost track here. Let's move to the public comment.
Okay, Teresa A. Tiffany from Monrovia. We need to do whatever we can to provide affordable housing. And by the way, Mayor, some of the public comments were related to item 18 as well, so they'll make reference to that, and we'll just announce their names when we get to that item. So they were related to 16 and 18. Sonia Burnt from Pasadena. I am a longtime resident of Pasadena. I am writing to encourage you to approve declaring the Ramona site surplus land because it makes good economic sense to build affordable housing. The city's RFP states that the project should serve as a catalyst for continued economic growth and provide economic benefits. That was a quote from page 5. As you know, affordable housing is an economic stimulus. 20% local hires, 20% local contractors, and 20% local materials. This will bring millions of dollars to the Pasadena economy at a time when such an influx of funds is urgently needed. Financial considerations are not the only reason to use this site for affordable housing, however. The need for affordable and supportive housing, especially for families, is critical. Homeless people who currently sleep on and around this vacant property faith, I believe we have a moral imperative as well as financial incentive to use this site for affordable and supportive housing. The prophet Zechariah tells us that the Lord Almighty calls us to, quote, administer true justice, show mercy and compassion to one another, end quote. Thank you. Fern Hayes, Pasadena. I am writing to urge you to approve declaring the Ramona site surplus land so that you can consider the excellent proposals that have been submitted by outstanding affordable housing developers. Core/Union Station all have proven track records in our city, and they have expended considerable time and effort to come up with worthy proposals for affordable family housing that fit with the design and beauty of our civic center. I would also recommend including the component. In addition, a public courtyard and a cafe and shops that will attract visitors will help to vitalize and activate the center of our city near City Hall. Please continue this project forward without further delay. Taking 10 years to approve a wide already threatened the outcome. Affordable housing deficits loom over the city. Please take every opportunity to ameliorate this problem and strive to get ahead of the wave of housing insecurity. Thank you, Fern Hayes, Pasadena resident for 40. Arita Crowell, Pasadena. I am a member of the Pasadena Presbyterian Church, which has a long record of working for social justice in the city. We attest the critical need for support the affordable housing developments proposed for the Ramona site at the Civic Center. Every week we see the need for housing as we serve 50 to 70 persons who are or have experienced homelessness. One of our cooks for those experienced homelessness. While the target RENA goals are high, there is no denying the need for affordable housing is huge and growing. To declare the site as surplus and open it for affordable housing will enable the city to assure 80 to 100 units. The waiting list for Section 8 housing is over 23,000. The last housing element indicated that 36% of Pasadenans are of low or very low of 16,730 lower income renters pay more than 30% of their income on rent. These are shameful numbers. Taking action to proceed with the developments which have already put in time to planning for the designated site is urgently needed now. From Renee Aldridge, who is one who submitted for both items 16 and 18. Approved declaring the Ramona site surplus land because it makes good economic sense to build affordable housing on this site. The city's RFP states that the project should, quote, serve as a catalyst for continued economic growth and provide economic. Affordable housing is an economic stimulus. This is similar to Ms. Burntt's comments, Mayor. So she agrees with Ms. Burntt. Marcia Rude, Pasadena. The city's municipal code defines surplus property as, quote, real property of the city not needed for the purpose for which it was acquired or for any other purpose, end quote. The city council A, the green spaces or, quote, civic gardens located at Garfield and Holly are needed for the purpose for which they were acquired. They are part of the publicly approved 1923 Civic Center City Beautiful, which includes, quote, grounds and approaches, end quote, to City Hall, and currently serve that purpose. 2/3 of these green spaces will be lost if surplus for development. B, also these public, quote, for any other public purpose, end quote. The adopted general plan land use element, the central district specific plan, the green space and open space elements all call for more open/green space. So that was part of number one. Number two, the city can add the civic center green space to the city's list of dedicated parklands as was done by the city council on March 11, 2019 for the new Playhouse Village Park. Number three, furthermore, the city council has the power to rezone the civic center green space from commercial use to open space/park use. I want to thank the city council for your smart decision in prioritizing affordable housing on the Ramona site. Now it's time to take the next step and approve declaring the Ramona site surplus land so it can actually be used for affordable housing. The need for due to the pandemic and economic downturn, and we as citizens and city leaders must act quickly to move forward on all projects that will help to address this crisis. As a 32-year resident of Pasadena, a homeowner and a person of faith, my city cares about the lives of all of its residents, regardless of their socioeconomic status. Please act today to make additional affordable housing in the Civic Center a reality. Newton. Pasadena. Dear Mayor and City Council, I'm writing in support of the Planning Department staff recommendation that the Ramona property be declared surplus land exempt from CEQA so it can be used for affordable housing. As you know, the Surplus Land Act requires local agencies such as cities and transit agencies to prioritize affordable housing on such land. As the Planning Department's for affordable housing is consistent with the general plan. The City Council already issued an RFP prioritizing affordable housing on this site, for which there is an urgent need. Developers have presented excellent proposals for affordable. I urge you to take the steps necessary so that these proposals can be considered and approved, and construction of much needed affordable housing can begin. From Ed Washatka, representing Pasadena's Housing Justice Committee in Pasadena. Honorable Mayor and Council members, Pasadena's Organizing for Progress, POP, asked the City Council to support the staff recommendation that the properties located at 78 North Moraine, Union, 95 North Garfield, and 280 Ramona be declared surplus land. The parcel at 280 Ramona has been in public trust for nearly a century. There is no higher civic use for public property. Incomes can continue to be part of our community. Ensuring a diverse and inclusive community makes this an urgent priority for all of Pasadena. Centennial Square in front of City Hall stands empty most days of the year. Adding additional with modest ground floor retail and dining uses will help activate the open space and pump lifeblood into the city's civic heart. This is an opportunity to provide for much needed affordable of the urban core and architecturally enhance the Civic Center with a well-designed new building. Respectfully, Ed Washaka, Chair of POP's Housing Justice Committee, along with members Kimberly Douglas, Young, and Rick Cole. From Jill Suzanne Shook, Pasadena. Please designate the Civic Center properties as surplus land so that much needed affordable housing can be allowed. Please consider, are we in a housing crisis or a homeless crisis? Do we not believe it is necessarily a homeless crisis, but actually a housing crisis? We do not believe it is necessarily a homeless crisis, but actually a housing crisis. Cities are to have housing for all income levels, and we also believe this is a deeply spiritual. Yes, we want a vibrant, beautiful city, but the good news is that we can have both beauty and do the right thing with outstanding affordable housing developers to choose from. Several delicious pieces of chocolate cake to chew on, as Anthony said, or may say. And more good news is with the 20-20-20 rule. This will not only build sorely needed housing, but produce local jobs, local contacts, probably local contracts. I love living in a city that believes in the value of affordable housing. Please make sure this happens in the Civic Center. Anthony Manusos, Pasadena. As the co-founder of Making Housing, and to see that over 50 people have written in support of affordable housing at the Civic Center and allowing churches to build affordable housing on their excess land. This is not surprising since churches feel it's a core part of their mission to address the affordable housing and homelessness crisis. Church, along with many others, have indicated that they support affordable, supportive housing at the Civic Center. From the poll we conducted, 17 churches are interested in having affordable housing on their land with the potential of 1,177 units. The overlay zone is passed. 95% of churches would support a congregational land overlay zone to help other churches build housing on their land. Additionally, 19 churches, nearly half of all respondents, would allow on their churches parking lots, and 11 churches were open to having a FEMA trailer on their property. Please take to heart what the religious community is telling you. Do what's right and make housing our a top priority. Churches are also willing to do their part to be part of the solution.
Mark, was that for 18?
Yeah, it seemed like it was for 18, but it says here 16. I double checked as I was reading. So it likely is for 18 as well. From Philip Burns, Pasadena, declaring the site surplus land. From Carol Daly, who puts down 16 and 18 on hers, from Monrovia. Dear Honorable Mayor and City Council members, my name is Carol Daly and I am co-founder of Foothills Kitchen, which operates in Monrovia. Why are we? Because you're hungry and unhoused Pasadena citizens come to us for a meal. Out of the 53 we served this past weekend, we had 22 of your citizens show up for a meal. They come for the food and then they return to their home on the street in Pasadena. They formerly had homes there in Perens. We desperately need more affordable housing in Pasadena. You have two great opportunities for affordable housing in your city. One, the potential of affordable housing on the Water and Power site in the Civic Center. Two, affordable housing on church land. You are so blessed that you already have churches in your city that show interest in putting affordable housing on their own lots to help with the housing shortage. A congregation seems like such a, quote, no-brainer. May we please count on your support of taking advantage of these two opportunities? Thank you. Sincerely, Carol Daly. Pasadena. As the lead minister of Mission Gathering Pasadena, formerly known as Pasadena Christian Church, in Perens Disciples of Christ, we see an amazing opportunity for churches within properties for affordable housing for so many young families that cannot afford to live in our city anymore. Our city is literally shutting down elementary schools because families cannot afford to live here. Mission Gathering Pasadena has over 2 acres of property which can facilitate a beautiful modern condo apartment complex for the low to middle income families for our beautiful city. It is time for our city council to move forward on this pressing need. Answers right in front of us, Reverend Richard McCullum. And again, that said item 16 on their comments. Item 16, Kimberly Douglas, Pasadena. My sense of logic, a great need for affordable housing. If it had the funding, it would possibly make it happen. But the city doesn't have such funding, so it can't fulfill this important city objective. That makes 280 Ramona Street surplus so that another entity can. And that's the end of the public comment, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Move to close the public hearing.
Let's have a roll call on that.
Sorry, Councilmember Gordo?
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy?
Yes.
Councilmember Mattis? Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton?
Yes.
Mayor Tornick?
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Mayor, I'd like to move staff's recommendations 1, 2, and 3. And it is understood that the comments that have been asked by my colleagues been answered in part, and those that have not been answered, the expectation is that they will be answered very. So that's my motion.
Second.
There's a motion, the second. Further discussion?
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention a couple of things. I think it's important. I think we're sending an important message to the public when we talk about including the public and letting them know by declaring this surplus so early so we can facilitate the timeline speed for the city. When we think about how long it took us on the, to do anything on the Y, and how recently we decided, affordable housing was right to the site. So to the affordable housing community and the whole community, that we're very serious about this site and we want to move forward. I think that's important. I also want to mention that I did attend the workshop on the affordable housing project. I'm quite sure David Reyes has already got that online in the planning department, but I just want to, was really interesting, great presentation. If you haven't had a chance to look at it yet, or point your constituents to it, I think it's definitely worth watching.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think I want to speak on this for a second. Councilmember McAustin more. I think that the reason that it's important for us to act with regard to the surplus declaration on the Ramona property is to demonstrate that the council is moving ahead with affordable housing in the Civic Center in conjunction with the redevelopment of the YW. So I think that what we've concluded as a body is that we need to do both. YWCA renovated, and we also need to see the dream of more affordable housing built on the city property on Ramona realized simultaneously. I think it's important not to unhitch those two. That the public comments you heard tonight were reflecting the sense of urgency that people have about making sure that we remain fully committed to the affordable housing component of what we're going to be doing on both sides. And so I support it very much. Are there any further comments from council members? If not, let's call the roll.
If I can just,
Gordo.
Yeah, I'm prepared to take this leap of faith, but I do feel compelled to say that, that we have to be respectful of the discussions that we've had to date in terms of setbacks. And so, if there's an action that can be reversed, an action that doesn't bind us in any way in terms of setbacks, and I, for one, would say to be respectful of the setbacks as we've discussed them as a council and as a community. I'm prepared to go forward, but I still am a little bit uneasy about including the lines as I see them on slide 4, I think it was. But so I just want to make clear that in my view, that doesn't mean, and nor should anyone believe that we're going to be prepared to go to on setbacks as it appears on that map.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. Let's have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Gordo.
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy.
Yes.
Councilmember Madison.
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda.
Yes.
Councilmember McAuliffe. Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton.
Yes.
Mayor Tornick.
Yes.
The motion is approved without opposition.
Thank you, and thank you for all the thoughtful comments, public comments. Next, we have the recommendations with regard to the ballot measures. I'd like to provide a little clarification of what happened and that might be respectful of the importance of these issues, but also be mindful of what Councilmember Madison has pointed out in terms of the length of the meeting. There are a bunch of ballot questions, as you all know, that are on the ballot, and many people in the city have already received their ballots, I'm told. so that this is very timely in terms of at least recognition on the part of the council of which ones may have significant impact for the city, and what position is on them to the extent we have a position on them. We had a little bit of a peculiar situation in the sense that the Ledge Policy Committee only had 2 of the 3 members there. And so in some instances, there was kind of a split decision, so we couldn't make a recommendation. And in some instances, the 2 of us agreed, and so we sent it forward with a specific recommendation. My suggestion, rather than going through these one at a time and debating them, or having each of us describe our personal these, is that with regard to each of these ballot measures, that we move through and rather than having an elaborate discussion on any one of them in particular, that we move through them, and if there's a council member that wants to make a motion or has a question, if there are questions, certainly they should be asked and answered. But if any member of the council, for the council to take a position on one of these, they should make a motion to either support or oppose the particular ballot measure. That is that we're not under any obligation to take positions on these. For the most part, in the past, on ballot measures, we've only taken we've only made specific recommendations. There was general consensus among the council members, and where it had a direct, obvious impact on the city, and where it had significant bearing on how we would be able to conduct our business and answers. So we can, if the council wants, have a staff presentation on each one of these bond measures. I beg your pardon, propositions and other measures. We just sort of move through. In some instances, Ledge Policy recommended a neutral position, which means that we would not take a position. In some, there was no recommendation because we couldn't agree. That's my suggestion to the council. Take the slideshow away for a minute so we can see everybody. Thank you. So that is my suggested course of action. But if you like, we can sort of move through these one at a time. Have we've got a matrix summary version of what the staff report or what the report from Ledge Policy is that I authored, more or less. And that's my recommendation to you all. If you have a different point of
This is Mark. I would just mention to you, we have a number of public comments on Measure J that you may want to hear before you take a vote on anything. Prop 15 Measure O, as well as any ballot measure that might.
I was going to move through them quickly, Mark, and just ask if anybody wanted to raise their hand on it. And if there's a public comment, of course, one of these, that we have to hear that.
Okay, I'll speak up.
Okay, Councilmember Madison, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My only concern about that approach is there's really one big more than we do about the others, and that's our own measure. And I think, voting and formally endorsing is one purpose of this discussion, but another purpose is for the community to hear. And so for you to see your way clear to accommodate the importance of that issue.
Yes, sir.
Even in preparing for this meeting, I got concerned that we're sort of flooding our own very important initiative and these other things,
And since the council devised Measure J and I beg your pardon, since the council Measure P, as in Pasadena, then obligated, and we've already taken a position on this, and we need to remind people of what that is and why that is. So you're absolutely right. In fact, if you like, we don't have to follow the numerical sequence. It may be that the measures on the ballot that are the purely Pasadena measures is where we should start. And I would say that it would be a fair point, based on your suggestion, that we should start with Measure P, which I Pasadena, and the council's position unequivocally is that we should pass P, which is why we put it on the ballot and why argument in support of it. So I think there was a little bit of a misstep at ledge policy in the sense that we're not allowed, the city is not promote the passage of the measure.
Yeah, I'm trying to do three things. Thanks.
Margaret, you're on speaker.
But we are not precluded, which in fact we've already done. And the reminder for everyone is that with regard to Measure P, which is the city services protection measure, is that it will continue the practice that years to transfer funds from the power fund to the general fund in a manner that allows us to preserve city services. That this is in the charter, and it's been approved by voters, I think, 7 times before. But because of some litigation, we were advised it would make sense to bring it back to the voters for reaffirmation. And that if Measure P were to fail, it would punch an $18 million hole in our budget and result in a very serious important city services. And so the council unanimously supported putting this measure on the ballot, and we are all in support of it. And there is a fear that this seems so, but it may not get the attention it deserves, and that it's important that, as Councilmember Madison has suggested, that we reaffirm our support of Measure P. Councilmember McAustin.
Sorry, I stepped over to the dining table for a moment. Anyway, I wanted to bring up, I did send it off of Measure P, which I hope will be in the newspapers shortly. But I just wanted to mention that since I've been chair of the Municipal Services Committee for so many, that's where we see, that's where we see the nuts and bolts of municipal work, sidewalks and water and power. But Measure P, $18 million a year that we use on parks and streets and city services, and paramedics. I mean, it's the essential city services that are so in Pasadena. And so, it's not a big, sexy measure that's going to bring a lot of new stuff to Pasadena. It's no new money. It's no new tax. It's merely what we're already doing. But we just have to impress upon the voters how essential it is to retain this money, given that we've lost $30 million because of COVID. And that was just 2 budgets. And people in Pasadena want us to address homelessness. They want us to address their problems. And that's exactly what we do with the general fund money that comes in from utility. So just really, really, important that we all support this. It's so important for our city.
Thank you.
That's all, Mayor.
Are there any other? Roberto?
Yeah, Measure P, I just want to chime in. It is, in my view, it's a reinvestment. One of the important things about having our own utility, one, it serves us well and has served us well for a long time. I remember when the question was up whether or not we should, at least part of the utility, not the water side, but the electric side, whether we should privatize it. It served us well to keep the utility and, have better control of rates and services. And I think people have to, Councilmember McCostin and all of us believe that this is really, this is reaffirming what's already there, and really the residents' return on investment, so that we can invest in parks and public safety and every other area that we invest in that's important to the quality of life and to the services city from every other city. And so Measure P really is something that we need to reaffirm and recognize as our own return as residents.
Thank you, Mr. Gordo. Councilmember Kennedy.
I would ask Councilmember McAustin, did she want, or was she seeking to make an emotion just about P? I'd like to second that.
One at a time.
Well, I think, okay, let me just say this. I want to specifically speak to District 3. This is critically important support for the reasons that Councilmember McAustin, as the chair of Municipal Services, has outlined, and she has shared with us that she has in reference to Measure P. It is critically important that we receive the requisite vote from in District 3 to support, hopefully, the same in all the other districts in the city. We must have this to go forward as a healthy city. We're already under pressure, if you will, because of COVID and other serious issues, including, in some respect, paying bonds at the Rose Bowl. So this is unavoidable. It has worked very well, and we are just doing what our council has advised us to do. So all of my neighbors and friends in District 3 and in throughout the whole city will gravitate to this, your friends about it, and make sure that we get this passed so we can continue to provide excellent service to our community. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to second Councilmember McAustin's motion.
Councilmember McAustin's motion is to have the council support the passage of Measure P, take a support position, and Councilmember Kennedy seconded that. Councilmember Wilson.
Yeah, and so of my colleagues, and I think it's important to point out, the voters, a significant way approved measures I and J. And if for some reason Measure P does not pass, the dollars that we brought into the city, essentially under those initiatives, because this $18 million of this conveyance from the power fund, I think we're grateful for the support of the community and Measure I. If this doesn't pass, it's going to set us back in a major way. So once again, I'll, just like John spoke to his residents, I'll speak to District 7 and ask them to continue to support the effective operation of our services.
Thank you. The clerk will call the roll. Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have any public comment on this one?
No, I would have said so, Mayor. This is for Measure P only. Councilmember Gordo. Councilmember Kennedy.
Yes.
Councilmember Madison.
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda.
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin. Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton,
Yes.
Mayor Tornick.
Yes.
Is passed without opposition.
Thank you. Next, we have the other locally sponsored measure is Measure O, which is a bond measure to support upgrades at PUSD facilities. And it is a critical measure adopted by the school board. Improvements in technologies and in the physical plant remaining at the PUSD. It includes provisions for an independent citizens oversight committee and the Pasadena Chamber of Commerce. And they've submitted a letter, so we'll hear from them directly. The Ledge Policy Committee, the 2 members present, voted to support. I think that this measure is a lot of money, although it's a little misunderstood in the sense that it doesn't all roll in at once. It's layered in over time. It's a critical opportunity for the district to make repairs and upgrade facilities at a whole host. There's a long list of improvements on the web. Explains what improvements will be made with these funds. Both Councilmember Masuda and I are in support of this measure. I don't know, Gene, if you have anything to add.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have something to add. We had a great discussion about it, and Mayor Tornick and I support this strongly. Thank you.
Yeah, obviously super supportive of our school district and our public education system. Unfortunately, my position is that I'm going to abstain from voting on this, to the extent that I've had a chance to do the research and frankly was hopeful that the school district would be a little further ahead in terms of consolidating their campuses, leasing out their Hudson location, in terms of vouching for fiscal stewardship. $500 million is a tremendous amount of money. That's more money than the city spent all combined between the massive upgrades at the Rose Bowl, full restoration of the City Hall, and the expansion of the convention center. So I'm absolutely supportive of continuing to invest in our school system, school district, but $500 million that they have really taken kind of some of the hard leadership choices around consolidating their campuses, given the very significant reduction in their attendance. I'm not going to oppose it, but I'm going to support it.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Anybody else? All right. Let's have any further comments or questions?
There's a public comment, Mayor.
Please.
So this is on Prop 15 and Measure O, so I'll just read it from Paul Little, Pasadena Chamber of Commerce. Please do not vote to support any measures that will cost your business. Tax increases that would come with passage of Prop 15 and Measure O will be passed into commercial and residential, will be passed on to commercial and residential tenants. Already suffering will bear these increases, putting their future viability that much more in jeopardy. Want to save the local bookstore? Don't increase their tax burden. Want to keep rents from going up? Don't increase the tax on landlords. Wouldn't omit be much more prudent to wait 2 years? And I think what he meant to say was, wouldn't it be much more prudent to wait 2 years until the economy is settled out before increasing taxes on anyone? Even 2 school board members objected to putting Measure O on the ballot. Please join those 2 and do the prudent, thoughtful thing and not support Measure O or Prop 15. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. All right, would you call the roll, please, Mark?
Sure. Councilmember Gordo?
Yes.
Councilmember?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin? Okay, absent. Councilmember Wilson?
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Hampton? Is absent.
Yes.
The motion passes 5 in favor, 1 abstention, 2 absent.
Okay, thank you. And you just go back to page 1 and just go through numerically. The process I suggested is if nobody has a desire to make a motion one way or another, we'll just take a position. So we don't need to have a full discussion or any discussion on each one of these.
Can I maybe suggest an expert, can we see if anyone maybe up front has specific things rather than?
Well, it'll just take a minute to go through them, Andy. That way we won't, because otherwise we'll be jumping back and forth. So let's just plunge ahead. Anybody want to move the item 14, Prop 14, is there a public comment, Mark?
Not on Prop 14, that's not listed.
All right. Prop 15, which is the blockbuster, at least in terms of gas. And we've already heard from the Chamber of Commerce on this. Prop 15 is the so-called split roll tax initiative. Your desire for anyone to move on this one?
Mayor, I do have a public comment that relates to Prop 15. It also relates to Prop 20. This one is from Bert Newton, Pasadena. Dear Mayor and City Council, I am disappointed that the Legislative Policy Committee is recommending endorsement of Proposition 20. This proposition is aimed at putting more people in prison, which means more people of color.
Try to stay just on the comment that we're on. It's going to create confusion.
Okay.
Come back to his 20 comments when we get to 20.
All right. Additionally, I urge the City Council to support this proposition closes a property tax loophole for large corporations while protecting all residential property and giving small businesses a tax break. It will bring upwards of $4 billion into LA County for such as affordable housing and health care. And then he goes on to speak about Measure J.
Okay. So anybody want to raise their hand on 15? Okay. 16. 16 is enormously controversial as well. This is the affirmative action provision that would roll back 209, I think it was 209, that passed in 1996. This allows... John?
I would be happy to just put it on, move it and to support, and hopefully a seconder from this body.
So we have a motion for support on which would allow diversity as a factor and roll back the provisions of Prop 209. Is there a second on taking a positive action on recommending? I'll second that for discussion. Do we have any comments on Prop 16?
No, Mayor.
Well, let me, for the record at least, no matter what ultimately occurs, the objective is simply to say that it can be used as one factor. And if you think about in any business, the greater the diversity in a business is the greater the outcome for a business. You may recall that the women who worked for our federal government who calculated the trajectory of different ships that had to go to the moon and elsewhere. They never received. Is diversity makes us stronger, not weaker. And I believe this measure advances that concept. Is it perfect? No. Does it say you must do? No. It says one factor for consideration of the particular body. So I'm strongly in support of this measure, and I'd hope that there would be enough members of such a diverse city that necessary votes to move this forward as a council, recognizing the diversity in our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I second that. I think Prop 209 was one of the low points in California. And I think rolling back that would be the right thing to do. I think it, as John says, it doesn't mandate anything apart from creating an opportunity to sort of write some sort of Prop 16. Any other comments from council members? Mr. Gordo.
No, I agree. I'm wondering why, I mean, some of these issues, well, one of the, for members of the public is why we didn't take these issues up earlier and waited for such a late date. And one of the concerns I have with the report is it doesn't highlight any of the discussion at legislative committee or lays the basis for why or why not. But I agree with you on this one, you know, corrects a mistake of the past. But why doesn't the report highlight some of these arguments for or against?
Well, the objective, Mr. Gordo, the objective of the report, the advocacy and the arguments are laid out in the ballot measures and the, you know, the detail that every voter gets to make their own judgments. The ledge policy doesn't undertake restate or restudy or redocument all the arguments that are made pro and con on each measure. It's really just sort of a summary review to see which ones are most impactful for the city and to take a position on. So it was not an attempt to do an exhaustive recasting of the information that's made available by the state and all the ballot arguments and all the analysis that goes into each of these propositions. Policy, and we didn't do it this time.
And this would be all taken up in the same meeting?
Yes. And we, as I said, we only had 2 members present, so, you know, we did the best we could. All right, any further comments on Prop 16? We'll have a roll call.
Councilmember Gordo? Yes? Okay. Councilmember Kennedy? Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin? Councilmember Wilson? Absent. Vice Mayor Hampton? Absent. Warnick?
Yes.
Motion is approved, 5 in favor, no one against.
Okay. Prop 17. Prop 18. Prop 19. This is the very, this is the really confusing one. Transferring a basis on property tax and the committee suggested we stay out of this argument. Now, Prop 20 has to do with making modifications to some definitional issues relating to sentences are classified. There were some, I think it's seen as a sort of a cleanup or a revision to earlier changes scaling down the number of crimes that were treated as misdemeanors. As you can see in the write-up here, it talks about theft crimes that are less than $950, and this is supported by the police chief, and the committee suggested that we support this. This would be, we think, a vision that would serve us well in terms of how some crimes are classified, and provide more flexibility in terms of what courts could do in sentencing. Please.
Did you say that our police chief supports this?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to move it.
It's Prop 20, I'm sorry.
20, yes.
Mayor, I should read the public comment. Maybe?
Oh, or it could be after we take the motion.
Sure.
We have a motion in a second. Now we'll have the public comment.
This is from Bert Newton. Dear Mayor and City Council, I am disappointed that the committee is recommending endorsement of Proposition 20. This proposition is aimed at putting more people in prison, which means more poor people and people of color behind bars. It would authorize crimes currently classified as misdemeanors, limit access to parole programs established for nonviolent offenders who have completed the full term of their primary offense by eliminating, cost the state tens of millions of dollars. Please oppose Proposition 20.
Thank you. I think that
based upon that particular letter or comment or testimony, I'd like whoever on the legal team to tell us or opine if that is in fact correct.
Information that you'd like to share?
No, I don't have additional information that we haven't provided already.
This is Michelle Bonarise. I would just, with AB 109 and Proposition 47, a lot of offenses that were felonies were rolled back to misdemeanors. And one of the consequences of more people who had committed crimes that had previously been felonies being released earlier than they would be under those circumstances. So this is, as I understand it, and I haven't, but that is one aspect of Prop 20 that would roll circumstances back to, in some respects, those circumstances.
The way this was presented, John, just so I can, in terms of the discussion we had, the way this was presented was the landmark changes that were made by AB 109 in Prop 47 in 2014 and Prop 57 in 2016 were all designed to stop sort of and to reduce the state's inmate population. And after several years of experience, and a lot of years of experience with AB 109, I think this was designed as a foundation that would correct some of the excesses that resulted, and inappropriate results that resulted from those reforms. This was viewed as a kind of a reform of some of those dramatic changes. And that some of the in those reforms had gone too far and created an opportunity where people were able to perform serious, not be punished for it, and that with regard to the clarification with regard to violent crimes, that the definition need to be in order to accurately reflect some pretty dramatic crimes that were not that were no longer defined as violent and were resulting in early parole for people that really probably should that this is not a wholesale, at least from my perspective, is not a wholesale repeal of those reform measures from 2011, 14, and 16. A modification based on experience that we've had in terms of repeat offenders, and that this was a warranted change. So the voted to recommend that the council support Prop 20.
So I just have one quick question based upon the summary that was provided on page 6. They would measure, in fact, because I haven't received my ballot yet, would reclassify certain crimes of theft between $250 and $950 as a felony?
Some theft crimes, and that was the number before AB 109. And so it would create for certain the list in front of me of thefts in that range, which would be consistent with how the categorization existed previously.
But John, it's chargeable. It's not automatic.
And what is it now, City Attorney?
950 or over 950. It would be a felony if it's over 950.
Allow me to withdraw my motion, Mayor?
Sure.
Would you second the motion?
Absolutely.
I would like to withdraw it, and I appreciate that.
All right. Mr. Wilson with the seconder. Make the motion.
Yeah, I'll be happy to make the motion.
Is there a second?
I'll be a second.
Mr. Masuda? Thank you. Any further discussion? We had one public comment. Any more, Mark?
Not after what I've read, no. Not on
Okay.
20 that I can see.
Any further discussion on this item?
I'm curious with the view of the committee, again, we're at a disadvantage. The chair of the committee, what was the discussion of the committee?
Pretty much what we just had. We had some discussion from the police chief because we had seen that the California Police Chiefs Association and the probation officers had supported it. We asked him what his position was, and he described, I've done a bad job, but recount what he presented in terms of the reaction to the earlier reforms that are outlined in the staff report. AB 109, Prop 47, and Prop 57. So he was supportive of this proposition.
Mayor, that carries a lot of weight with me. I think very measured, and would be nice to have him here to talk about this. But if he thinks this is something that's going to help him more effectively do his job in our community, then once again, I'm happy.
Mr. Hampton, do you have a comment? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, you know, I've been getting really bad reception, so I've been chopping back and forth. But outside of Measure O and Measure P that are actually connected to Pasadena, I mean, I don't think the city should be taking stances on these. Okay. So I'm just gonna say that, and I'm not gonna vote on this measure, but I just don't think it's appropriate stances on something that doesn't really necessarily directly impact the city of Pasadena.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any further comment on Mr. Gordo?
Discussion that that once a motion was made, it couldn't be retracted. How is this different?
If the seconder of the motion allows the primary mover of the motion to withdraw their, it is allowed under Robert Rules of Order. And the basis of your question is exactly what?
Well, I'm asking the city attorney. Thank you for.
Okay, no problem.
Well, Mr. Kennedy did actually communicate it. I don't remember. I remember some of the specifics, but here the seconder did allow the motion, made a new motion, which is now seconded. So
I recall that being also the case in the previous discussion, Michelle. I think it's inconsistent, but with on that given night.
Okay.
Okay. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Let's have a roll call.
Councilmember Gordo? Councilmember Gordo?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Kennedy?
Abstain.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton?
Oh, he's indicated he's going to abstain.
Okay, abstain or absent? Abstain. He's there.
Yeah.
Motion passes 6 in favor, 2 abstentions, maybe 1 absent.
Mayor, could I ask in response to the Vice Mayor's position question of maybe set up a framework as to on which of these things do we think it's appropriate for the city to take position?
Well, that's what I tried to do that, Andy, at the outset in terms of saying that for the most part, the reason I suggested the format I did was because I think in most instances we shouldn't be taking positions, but where we thought they were issues that had a measurable and direct and perceptible impact on the city, that was not inappropriate for the voters. Position was. So on most of these, you'll see that the Ledge Policy Committee recommended neutral or no position. In fact, on the balance of these, with one exception, we recommended that we not take a position.
Well, I think it may be helpful for some consistency for Ledge Policy to kind of have a checklist of what would qualify as something that we think has an. I'm not suggesting right now, but at least we could, because your opinion or my opinion of what would qualify may be different. If we could say, hey, that's a reasonable lens to use, then we wouldn't end up, I think, with some confusion there.
Okay.
No, terrible confusion, and I think this is a disappointing report, and again, I'm just not at all helpful to anyone.
All right. With regard to the balance, 21, 22, the Uber, lots of money being spent on that one too. 23 is the dialysis one. Is consumer privacy. 25 is cash bail. 26 is the last one that the committee recommended we take a position. This does affect us in a very direct way. This was a decision by the county supervisors to allocate an allocation of at least a minimum amount, 10% of the county budget to alternatives.
Mayor, you meant Measure J? You said 26?
Oh, geez. Measure J.
Okay, thank you.
26 in my numerology. Measure J was a 4-to-1 vote by the supervisor. Catherine Barger voted against it with regard to what's been called ballot box budget allocation. This is a minimum allocation of the county general fund to specific enumerated uses that has been widely debated. Impact might be going forward, loss of flexibility, but it really was viewed, I think, by the proponents as a measured and direct response to the hue and cry to make sure that funds were appropriate non-public safety uses, and the county supervisors were trying to reflect the passionate by members of the public that there should be a reallocation of how public resources are spent.
Move it.
Mayor, there's a public comment on this one.
Okay, let's hear it. Let's hold off before the motion, John.
Yes, sir.
So this first few are thing and using a lot of the same language. So I'll read the first one and then call out the names. The first one is Allison Henry, Pasadena. Dear, by your opposition to County Measure J. Measure J would amend the LA County Charter to require no less than 10% of the county's locally generated unrestricted revenues, in parens about $1 billion, proportionate impact of racial injustice through community investments and alternatives to incarceration. There are eligible and ineligible uses of the funding, and the Board of Supervisors would adjust and within the voter-approved constraints on an annual basis. Measure J is clear that use of any of these earmarked funds for carceral systems and any law enforcement forbidden. It's sad you oppose this initiative that would fund services at the county level, including capital investments in housing. You ignore the support of this budgetary pivot, aligning the housing, alternatives to incarceration, health. The polling in support for Measure J is overwhelming and endorsed by the United Way, LA Times, Black Lives Matter, LU, YWCA, Union Station, National Union of Healthcare Workers, and 4 of 5 Board of Supervisors. When everyone is questioning budgets and values, how can you stand on the other side of things? You should stand against county funding for services. Juliana Serrano had substantially the same comment with using a lot of the same language. Manusos, Pasadena, substantially the same comments using most of the same language. David Chavez, substantially the same comments using the same language. And Donna Cinder, substantially some of the same language. Then there were a few others. Bert Newton finished his comments because he addressed 3 different measures. And to support Measure J, it was put on the ballot by the county supervisors as a way to address racial justice by reallocating county funds for job development, affordable housing, and help for small businesses. Jill Shook submitted public comment for this. At the Clergy Community Coalition, I heard a policeman explain how they had 1,800 arrests, those experiencing homelessness in 1 year. I knew that we only had around 500 homeless people, so it did not make any sense. I approached him and he said that some people were. I was frankly brokenhearted and shocked. It cost $475 a call. Please funds would, it just says please funds would be for a group like Cahoots at only $100 per call. Cahoots would be better equipped to deal with those experiencing homelessness in a compassionate way, avoid arrests to get to the root of the issue rather than expensive jail time, and prevent any barrier from getting housed by having an arrest on their record. Measure J would divert the kind of funding needed to save money and better serve our communities. Una Lee Jost, Pasadena. I'm Una Lee Jost, a longtime resident of Pasadena, District 4. I'm also a faith leader of LA Voice, Mennonite Church. Measure J is one of our key election priorities, so I'm extremely disappointed the council is. Measure J would give voters the opportunity to redirect LA County public funds from incarceration to community investment. In the wake of recent protests inspired by the movement for Black Lives, quite possibly the largest social justice in the world, Supervisors Kuehl and Solis co-authored the motion, quote, reimagining LA County, shifting budget priorities to revitalize under-resourced and low-income communities, end quote. By a 4-to-1 vote. For decades, the county's budget has directed money away from Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities and allocated it in ways that negatively impacted those same communities. These have only been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. The people of LA County are being crushed by the pandemic, a status quo budget that continues to deny them resources and more on Measure J can be found at, and she cites a website, www.socalgrantmakers.org with /news/policy, and it talks about Reimagine LA. Please stand communities and champion Measure J. Okay, and that completes public comment on this item.
Member McAustin.
Thank you. I'm opposed to this measure because this kind of legislative budget is exactly what got Sacramento in so much trouble. Excuse me, when these legislative actions, so you must spend this on, ends up leaving a very small discretionary amount for spending, and in a bad budget year, it just creates chaos. And that's a big part of the problem that has happened to schools. We don't elect people who can move, direct the resources into more community policing or cahoots type work. We're electing the wrong people. We should have confidence in those supervisors that they should be able to do the 10% or however much money is appropriate for them away from, I guess, but, I think if we don't have confidence in them to do the right thing as they're being directed to by their constituents, just like we are, then it's no way to budget, it's no way to make decisions, and I think it's a mistake. So I'm against it.
Okay, Councilmember Kennedy.
I have the utmost respect for my colleague, Margaret McAustin, Councilmember McAustin. And in many cases, we are allies fighting for. In this instance, we are not on the same side, but I think her comments are well intentioned and are highly respected. Two other brilliant women that serve on the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, Sheila Kuehl and the former secretary under Obama, Hilda Solis, are the folks who put forth this measure under the umbrella of social justice, because minorities in various cities in the state of California have been disproportionately impacted by a desire of law enforcement of people and as a way to solve crime. I agree that there are certain crimes there must be zero tolerance. However, there are other crimes that young people engage in from time to time where we want to immediately seek rehabilitation so they will not be invested in crime. And I think although this measure is imperfect, doesn't get us exactly where we'd like to be, it does upon restorative justice and seeking a better way, respecting law enforcement, as I believe we must, never something about zero funding, but we must do something different than what we've done in the past if we're going to get a different result, particularly as it relates to our young people. And this measure, restorative justice programs, pretrial non-custody services and treatment, counseling, and mental health and substance abuse disorder. That would be considered here under J. And we have an opportunity, we're a small city, but we have an opportunity to make a big statement and support that. So I'm very happy. The brilliant work of Harvard lawyer Sheila Quill and former Secretary of Labor, Hilda Solis. Last time I saw Hilda Solis was Vice President Biden as he applauded and lauded her stellar career. I have the utmost respect for the three women in my life tonight, and that's Councilwoman Supervisor Sheila Kuhl and Supervisor Hilda Solis. So I gladly seek a seconder to my motion.
Is to take a support position from Mr. J? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a second for Councilmember Kennedy's motion?
I've got a question for Mr. Kennedy or any member of the committee. Where would the money be taken from, Mr. Kennedy? And what would the impact be to Pat?
I'm not a member of the committee.
Well, I know, but you're speaking strongly for it. So where would the money be from, and how would that money shifting benefit Pasadena specifically, or residents of Pasadena?
I don't have a clear answer for you, but there are other members of the committee policy who consider this. I would ask them to answer that question, Mr. Gordo. Okay. But as it relates to
this is a problem. I mean,
the activities, these activities, Councilmember Gordo, the activities that are referenced on page 8 of 10 are activities that I think advance a social justice. And it is an agenda. It's moving away from strict incarceration. That has not worked. And it's less costly to engage in rehabilitative justice than to seek to incarcerate a community. And so I read, for the record, what is there for all who would like to review. Programs and activities would occur if Measure J passes. But as it relates to your first question, I'd invite my colleagues to provide their answer.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Councilmember.
Well, if I can, because the issue that I'm having is, you know, for all their brilliance that is reference to, I remember when we were told the same thing on Measure H, the homelessness issue, and then the board proceeded to take resident contributions to Measure H and spend less in Pasadena than it did in other parts of the county. So I don't know where the and I would like to hear from the committee, because again, the problem I'm having with this process of this report is there's no staff analysis, there's no committee comments. rushed. I think we could do better in Pasadena than to have such a rushed process with zero analysis from our staff as to finances, as to the impact. You know, the board members may very well be brilliant, but you know, they haven't exactly benefited the residents of Pasadena on past measures, and that's the problem. So maybe we can hear from.
So the issue here, quite simply, is not any objection to the listing of the programs that Councilmember Kennedy read. The reason that the Ledge Policy Committee an opposing position as opposed to neutral or not weighing in on what's a controversial position potentially is that this ballot box budgeting, Austin correctly points out, is almost always a prescription for challenges and mistakes. It's interesting to note, and you see that on your matrix, California League of Cities, which is loath to take a position on almost anything because they've got so many members in each camp, and you know cities that disagree and finding a common the different kinds of cities that are in that organization. They actually took a position to oppose, not because they are not in support of the kind of social justice objectives are being offered by the proponents and the Councilmember Kennedy correctly articulated, but because the reality of budgeting is that dollars are all fungible. I mean, typically you can, in a variety of ways, you take some from one pot and you bring them in from another pot. But when and there's nothing to prevent the county board of supervisors, including those who are advocates for Measure J, taking all the money that they decide is appropriate to all of the social justice measures that are out, are identified in the bottom of page 8. So what they're doing here is, instead of saying we believe party and we need to, we're all going to stand up and make sure this happens in the budgetary process, and answer the question that Councilmember Gordo is asking, which is, where's it going to come from and what's it going to be transferred from? Saying we're going to go to the voters and have them tell us, we want you to allocate this arbitrary amount to these issues because there's a public outcry, and you heard the public comments, that this is being characterized as if you don't not interested in the objectives that have been articulated in the social justice demands that have been made since May 25th. So I think that the reason that the committee was suggesting, because on a conceptual level, on a straight budgetary merit basis, that to have arbitrary allocations mandated and locking up budget amounts going forward and precluding making decisions based on current conditions and program necessities is just a bad governmental practice and an abdication of responsibility by the elected officials. So that was the Ledge policy, and that's why we recommended waiting in here and taking an opposed position as opposed to just staying out of it. Councilmember McAustin.
Yeah, I think it's, you just reiterated a lot of what I said, and we hope that the money will be spent that way. But why take a position on this? Maybe we should just stand back and just not take any position on this. It's not our measure. And a lot of us, we just got our ballot or our ballots or our sample ballots, and in my family, we haven't even had a chance to go through all the measures yet. So personally, I don't even know how I stand, on any of these things, let alone putting forth this one, I do know how I feel about it. So maybe we should just, leave this one alone.
That's Gene, did you have a comment? Councilmember Masood is on the Ledge Policy Committee.
Thank you. Margaret, I agreed with you with your first decision to oppose it. You know, this was the, we heard about defunding police a lot. And our council, as you know, we were unanimous with our budget, and we didn't do any kind of defunding of a police department. This is just another way. And so I definitely oppose this because I want to make sure that we're consistent with LA County, which is, I mean, we're LA County. They want to go and do these things and reimagine funds, and where we didn't do that with the city of Pasadena. And I oppose this kind of thank you, Mayor.
Andy, Mr. Wilson.
As I said, I'm not a huge fan of taking positions on things that don't have a direct impact. And I think many of the goals here, as John mentioned, are very important ones. I think the idea of forcing the county into, if they're not making the right decisions, then they shouldn't represent the people. And where it does impact us is, we are in the county of Los Angeles, and if, we are themselves into a position that doesn't allow them to most effectively serve the communities in the county, that absolutely does affect the city of Pasadena. So I would argue that, let's see, my position is on these things, but I think the financial health of the county as a important municipality or kind of district that serves the city of Pasadena does warrant us taking and support Margaret's initial position. But I think this, even though it's well-intentioned, I think it has a negative, could have negative consequences, and I'm concerned about it.
I mean, again, zero staff analysis. I mean, I know Sheila Kuehl, I know Janice Hahn, I know Hilda Solis, and I know they're all well-intentioned. But I'll tell you, the Board of Supervisors collectively, as a whole, has actions in the past that benefit the residents of Pasadena. And, that's the problem I'm having. I mean, John, you credit the board. And I agree, as individuals, they're very bright, but sometimes I wonder about whether the Board of Supervisors is actually taking into account cities like Pasadena, or whether it's just some sort of that they've fallen into. And without any specific examples, and Mr. Kennedy, you spoke passionately in reading what's stated on the staff report. One example, I'd like one example of how Pasadena residents would benefit from this measure, or one example of a program that's going to be hurt or potentially defunded as a result of the example. It's not in this report. Maybe, Mr. Kennedy, you can tell us. And the other thing is, I would remind the city, and I would remind us all as a council, the reasons we act, one of the reasons, major reasons we acted on measures I and J, is because we didn't trust LA County to take City of Pasadena and use it for the benefit of our residents. And that's why we took actions on measures I and J, is because we didn't trust the county. And, I think of the county structure and machine was well placed, because Measure H is the perfect example. It's the example. How much, Mr. City Manager, do Pasadena residents contribute yearly to Measure H, and how much comes back to Pasadena?
Councilmember Gordo, I think the last time we analyzed that, it was about 7 million based on Pasadena's size contribution to Measure H. And in terms of funds received back, about 300 figure that I had seen.
And so again, there's the evidence of the county taking and then not looking out for the best interest of the residents of this city. It's unfortunate that these reports are so thin and with little analysis that our residents deserve, so they can understand the basis of. We all support social justice and rethinking how we provide services and being more efficient and effective. But that doesn't come through in front of the residents at all.
Thank you. Mr. Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. I intend to vote that we support this initiative, and maybe it's because we're now in the 7th hour of this meeting, but I think we're approaching this in a tone-deaf and perhaps a bit bloodless way. What this initiative says is that in their budgetary decisions, the board should address disproportionate injustice. And that's an important statement. And the things that it talks about, youth development, job training, alternatives to incarceration, these shooting cases, and it absolutely tears us all apart. But the real question is, where are we? Where's care, 5-10 years earlier, when some of the individuals that are involved in these shootings are making decisions to join gangs and to begin a life of crime for understandable, in many cases, reasons. Defensible, but they're certainly analytically understandable if you look at the situation that some of these kids, and these are our kids, that they're growing up in. This is exactly the kind of thing that we need, You think our police department likes taking, I don't know what the current count is, probably 220 guns off the street so far, and we're not even, we just started the fourth quarter of the year, and we're already up to, 220. And you read those noteworthies just like I do. They are terrifying. Loaded, semi-automatic, forth and so on. This is the way we address this. And if not at this moment in time, then when? And, and I'm not being critical here, because my first reaction was like once you start trying to, decide the budget at the ballot box, you're on a slippery slope. And before you know it, there are too many resources and you've really made a bad way for yourself. But look at all of the ways that our nation institutionalized racism and sexism and ageism and gender and sexual orientation and for disability. I mean, for centuries, we decided that was an appropriate subject for legislation. Now we're going to fall back on an opportunity to make a slight correction. So I would urge us to adopt this. It's 4 out of 5 of those board members, you know them as well as I do. They never agree on my 5 did, and I agree with them on this. I think this is an opportunity for us to be progressive and preventive and forward-looking, and we should.
Thank you. All right, so it sounds like we're divided on this. I think I prefer to take action on these only when there's not an emerging one here, but Councilmember Kennedy, did you want to pursue your motion?
I know, I know that something must be done. I know that this is imperfect. I've not met, not seen, not witnessed any piece of legislation that was perfect. I've also recognized always unintended consequences. That's why the legislative process continues to go forward, even as a body adopts a particular position. But this is because I have seen how strictly looking at incorrigibility in young people or enforcement issues and seeing cycles of bad behavior when we could have, as Councilmember Madison, prosecutor recognizes, if we just had an intervention at a younger age, we wouldn't have young people necessarily engaging in a form of bad decision making. And as it relates to the economics, I tell you, it's less expensive to have an intervention than to increase significantly less. So I'm willing to go down in defeat, but I must say, I think 4 members of the Board of Supervisors had it right. If I can garner a second, I'd like a vote on it.
Oh, it's clear that you've got a second. So that your motion is that we take a support position on Measure J.
Absolutely, it's the right, particularly if you've grown up in a society that throws people away. We are a council that builds people up. It's just that on how to do that. But I'm strongly in support of J.
Okay. So there's a motion by Councilmember Kennedy. Is there a second? Councilmember Madison, right?
Because, I'm not going to see any grounds to positive activities, and I don't think this council should, or, alternative activities. I started out working at day one, that program, putting kids to work in old Pasadena, those yellow jackets that you see out there. In the early 90s, they used to be called the HOST program when we started it. That was in the early 90s, working at day one as youth programs coordinator, bringing more activities. But no one can give you an example of how increase those activities or where the money would be taken from, or maybe even possibly harm the positive activities. The goals are laudable and support that, but without one example, zero staff analysis, it's like asking us, and again, it's the 11th hour having these discussions with absolutely no analysis or community or committee input, making on such important issues. But here we are. I think we can do better in the future, and I hope that we will. This is frankly disappointing.
Let's have a roll call. So the motion is to take a support position on County Measure J.
Councilmember Gordo?
No.
Councilmember Kennedy?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
No.
Councilmember McAustin?
No.
Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Vice Mayor Hampton? Meaning, we're not voting. I'll put absent. Mayor Tornick?
No.
So that's 2 in favor, 5 against. The motion does not.
Is there an alternative motion, or should we just walk away from this?
Walk away now.
I'm good. Good with that.
You do 2 out of 3, Mayor?
Sorry?
We do 2 out of 3? Yeah.
This is, Councilmember Madison's recommending we spend another 35 minutes bearing our souls on this. All right, we're done with the Legislative Policy Committee. We have
question.
Yes.
In the future, since Councilmember Gordo, I believe, raised a legitimate question, the body to look at the legitimacy of his comments and that budgetary implication, elucidation needs to be provided to the council in its deliberations. This measure is critically important for me as an African American, a member of the elite class, quote unquote. I will never be able to operate with a privilege that some operate with. So as it relates to the legitimate comments that Mr. Gordo raised in this discussion, I think we have to answer them going forward. This is not the last opportunity we'll have in opining about whether we need to support the measure or not support a measure.
Very good. I agree. All right, let's move to an information item with regard to institutions. This was a request, Councilmember Wilson, that we get informed about a process that's been ongoing for quite some time. And I'll ask, that's of great significance to the city. I'll ask to bring us up to speed.
Thank you, Mayor Tornick, City Council members. Tonight, we're going to briefly talk about 2 proposed text amendments that the city manager has initiated regarding just institution properties. And there's 2 different categories. One is related to temporary shelters. We had talked about those in the context of potentially finding homes for some of the RVs that are. And then there's another discussion regarding permanent affordable housing on religious institutional property that actually gained some notoriety. There was a couple of state bills. There's a movement in God's backyard, and there's local advocates that have been pursuing the issue here in the city. And again, the city manager has initiated a text amendment on both of these. The Planning Commission has a session on each of these items. I'm going to briefly go through some background, provide just 1 or 2 examples, identify some of the critical issues that we're looking at, and would welcome any comments from the City Council steps. So we've talked before, just momentarily, about some of the background here. There were several bills that were considered regarding affordable housing. This is permanent affordable housing. One passed, and the one passed, it was an important one, but it didn't have to do with the use as it relates to affordable housing. It had to do with parking. There was a case out in San Diego related to a church that wanted to build affordable housing on their property. They were building it on a parking lot that was required parking for the church, and they needed a variance to deviate from parking standards. That variance was denied. And so that lots of discussion back and forth, some cases in court, and ultimately the city there ended up changing their code, but now the state has done so. So statewide, any affordable housing project, and there's a definition we'll go through, there's no requirement for additional parking, and there can be parking that's actually lost that's associated with the church property. So I'm going to talk about both of these just very quickly, and then we'll get into some discussion on each. So this allows religious institutions to have a temporary homeless shelter In most instances, it does require a CUP. In very limited instances, a CUP would not be required. Standards that are in the zoning code, and I would actually argue are somewhat outdated with respect to best practices for these types of uses. But within a residential, commercial office or PS zone, if and had a CUP, they can actually establish one as a matter of right for no more than 10 homeless persons. And it needs to be maximum 60 days in terms of the stay. But looking at is potentially allowing churches to do this where they would provide certain standards and they would be able to potentially use some of the RVs. So it would be a slight change to allow this. So here's an example. This is up north in the East Bay in Hayward. There was this tiny home project. Again, but this is an example of something that they were contemplating, and theirs is obviously 18 months. I think any analysis that needs to be done with respect to standards needs to look at whether 18 months is the right time frame to allow some transitional housing, or if there's a different time frame. But I think there's other standards that we need to look at. So and I'm going to get into some of those. With respect to, it's important to note that religious institutions, whether churches or other institutions of a different faith, they're generally allowed with the conditional use permit in most zoning districts. In very few instances, they're allowed by right. Housing is also generally allowed in most zoning districts. It's allowed in residential. It's allowed in our mixed use zoning districts, but it's not permitted in the CG or the IG. But the issue is really about allowed density, setback, FAR, other development standards. So if there's an existing church on how big that property is, it's going to be limited in terms of where you can establish and actually build affordable housing, even if it's allowed. And again, I talked previously about AB 1851, which provide parking for affordable housing on these properties. This was the San Diego example, the Claremont Lutheran Church, and theirs was 12 low-income housing units. And so we see other examples. This is also in the Northern California. This is sort of a campus feel, 45 low-income units, also community center with services for home. Again, to establish something like this, you'd need a lot of land to make it work. And then you think about the city of Pasadena and where those places might be, the analysis that known religious institutions in the city. And as you can see, they vary in terms of their location. They're spread throughout the city. They're in multifamily zones. They're even in single family neighborhoods. And so you start thinking about what the appropriate standards might look like. Do you want to build multifamily in single family, for instance? And so while it says we're seeking input, I want to share with you the things that we're considering and what we're doing, and we're open to any direction the city council might provide. But when we're talking about the temporary housing, we're really considering the changes. Does it need a CUP everywhere? Should things be allowed by right? Should we establish a CUP process that has certain standards that are sort of best practices? Period. We know that 60 days probably isn't reasonable, but the other standards that exist, should there be a caseworker on site? Is there a connection to sewer? What are the bathroom facilities? What are the shower facilities? All those things are really important, and I think that could be fleshed out through a CUP process. Again, the code allows these types of uses, this temporary shelter on religious properties today. I think that we probably need to expand the process a little bit differently, and ensure that we're at least looking at the provision of allowing it on what we call non-foundational structures. So an RV without a foundation or some other type of structure that's maybe non-permanent. I think those are things that we should look at because there's cost involved. And with respect to RVs, obviously the city has some RVs that potentially could be used. And And then we want to probably look at, if it's going to be an RV, what are the provisions for utility connections, specific to amend the code section with respect to other areas that prohibit or restrict RV parking. With respect to permanent housing, what we're really looking at is development standards, but I think more appropriately, and first, we're looking at where these might be considered. And I think that staff is really, and what we heard from the commission was actually some good feedback. You know, the map here identifies, I don't think that permanent supportive housing should be allowed at every one of these institutions. And I think that what we're looking at with this issue is really an opportunity, a couple of ways to provide affordable housing. And the city council, especially here in Pasadena, has done a really good job of being a model for other cities in the region. But there's a couple of ways. One is the city can build it. We can, through some density bonus process, allow developers to build it for us. And here's a third example of a way of maybe changing the code to allow different that are appropriate from a code perspective, and change development standards to allow churches of a certain type and a certain size to move forward. And I think that what we really need to focus on is what the minimum lot sizes look like, and then developing appropriate setbacks, height, density requirements. Obviously, other development standards listed: open space, parking, affordability requirements, amenities, and design review. Those are things that are really important. And I would argue that affordability is something that's really important. The would require 100% affordable housing to go forward. I think some of the advocates, at least locally here, have identified maybe a different number. Maybe it's only 50% of the project needs to be affordable. And I think that there's differences in terms of how 32 units per acre everywhere, including in single family. I don't think that staff thinks that's appropriate. I think that we need to identify the right, sort of the right size development given the existing surrounding built environment. And I think that that's going to be a challenge for us going forward, but we would like to move forward with this. And we heard from the public and we heard from the Planning Commission sort of consider and think about. We hadn't brought this issue to the city council before because it was initiated by the city manager. And I think that what staff is looking for is sort of affirmation that we're on the right path. Staff the amendments as you know, studying the issues that we identified, and if there are specific issues with respect to either the temporary or the permanent, that the council feels strongly and move forward with the analysis, including those issues. The next steps, assuming that we were moving forward, would be to have the virtual community meeting, our webinars with the community to engage them, move forward back to the Planning Commission. We've been to them once. We want to hear back from the community, and then go to the Planning Commission before returning to the City Council ultimately. You know, because this is a text amendment, it's a policy issue that needs to be the council. So we're not looking for, you know, do you a vote today in terms of yes or no, but just, are we in the right path? Should we not be considering this now? Should we be holding off? Is there a different? So that concludes the report and the update that was requested by Councilmember Wilson. Here to answer any questions or anything else you might have on the topic.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, David. And I just think, you know, based on numbers and our inability to meet kind of our goals, I think we need to take the blinders off and at least explore what this could look like. I can think of disaster would, you know, neighbors and communities, the outcome. But I do think I have confidence in our planning staff and a process, whatever that may be, to come up with a set of solutions that could work for, also allow us to address the affordable housing needs in our city. Right now, the land cost is obviously a huge barrier. Build enough affordable housing. And I think we should take up the offer of our faith-based organizations to see what possibilities may emerge. I don't have the outcome of what that is, but I do think this is an area that I think with some creativity that there may be some opportunities there. And I think it's a rock that we should turn over. So I would figure out how to explore this further.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Gordo?
Just a question. You know, I'm reminded we recently approved Salvation Army. And David, would that qualify as a religious institution?
Yes, and that project, Councilmember Gordo, the CUP was required. It generally complied with all applicable zoning standards, and so it had the benefit of having sort of the right sized lot in the right zone to make it work.
So then, example is All Saints Church in their master plan, I believe, had housing approved, affordable housing approved on their campus. Am I correct about that?
The master plan did. We've been told that thinking or maybe or trying to raise funds, but you are correct that the master plan did have that.
No, I'm just curious why. I mean, there we have two examples moving forward with affordable housing. All Saints was how many units? And that's in my district. How many units of permanent supportive housing?
For All Saints or for?
For
I apologize. I don't have that number off the top of my head. I believe it was close to 100.
And
so were you premature in saying All Saints is in your district?
No, no land grab here, Mr. Kennedy. But I'm curious, what allowed those religious institutions to go forward with affordable housing, prevents others from doing it, and why is this needed
right
now?
Right. So I think the city council was, I think, previously made it known that in building affordable housing. So, and I think that now we know that there's definitely a need. The issue here, council member, is that some of the other faith-based organizations that exist, either the existing lot size or configuration that happen to exist for both the Salvation Army and All Saints. And so I think that, but both of those went through a discretion. And so what we're talking about here is potentially looking to amend existing rules as it relates to height setbacks and density to allow a project that would sort of pencil, if you will, and for the sort of built environment that we wouldn't expect to see a new 7-story affordable housing project next to a whole block of. And I think that the issue with respect to All Saints and their master plan that they went through was that they had the luxury of land. So again, the zoning, it's allowed in most zones. Affordable housing is. Housing is allowed. The issue is, how do you build it and comply with all of the development regulations? And do the existing standards allow enough density to actually make it work? And those are some of the, through this process.
And council members, for the record, the Salvation Army project is 66 units plus a food bank.
So again, that's what do you mean by allow these projects to pencil? You mean add market rate housing? Is that what this does?
Yeah. So generally religious institution developers, and so when we build affordable housing, we provide land and money to make it pencil out. Or a combination of stacking all of those different financing pieces together. I think that what we're talking about here is not providing funding, and we're not providing land. So what is the city going to add? Because it's not clearly not working now because there's a desire to do it. And so I think that what we're really talking about is ensuring that there's appropriate densities. I think the Salvation Army project, even though the city did kick in money, they under the existing zoning, and some of these properties are situated in areas that just don't have that.
And so we would, as you say, allow them to pencil it out by allowing what, for density and market rate, or?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely, that would be something that we would work out. I think that what I tried to convey earlier is that I don't think that we know what the right answer is. In other words, I think that if we sort of develop a program that was 100% affordable, I'm not sure that that would really work necessarily. I think some of the advocates have proposed things like 50% affordable and 50% market number either. I think there's some technical analysis that would need to happen, including hiring some actual money folks to help us look at how things could be financed. Ultimately, if this was to happen, the church properties, the religious institution properties would absolutely have to hire and work with a developer to do this.
So it is about them to increase, because they can already do affordable housing. It's just a matter of how much density, and allowing them to also essentially to make projects pencil out by increasing or by allowing market rate housing as well.
I think, yes, sir. And I think it's not just the density. I think that we'd have to look at everything related to development. Again, existing floor area maximums, and if an existing church building is there, how much is left to build affordable, and does that make sense? And how big is a parking lot that exists? And I think those are things that we need to look at. If there's a church lot of a certain size, I think that we need to, but I think initially we need to not be so restrictive in our just analysis. I think we need to be open to looking at everything, including some smaller that may have the ability to pencil. And I don't think that we'd have all those answers, but I think that you're hitting the issues correctly, which is we would need to look at amending development standards sense to have a project go forward, and then balance that with what's the right level of development on any property given the neighborhood context.
And I'm thinking of Hudson and Claremont in my district, for example, in the middle of a neighborhood, historic district, other parts of the city, same thing. Be essentially, well, let me not presuppose, but let me ask this. Assume for a moment that today's, I've seen a few churches turn over from religious institutions to private properties and that are not religious institutions. They go into a different use. What's staff's thinking on that? Would we be restricting property to, in perpetuity?
Couple of issues. One is
institutions.
Yeah, I think we've.
How would that work?
Yeah, I think we've all seen a decline in church membership, and probably worldwide. And I think that locally, what we've seen is regionally, a lot of churches move into like industrial areas because the land is cheaper, and they're not occupying prime land, especially in cities like Pasadena, where land value tends to be high. At least as we conceptualize it, would not require or lock this in. It would provide an option. So I don't think that we would be providing I don't think that we would think it would provide an option for religious institutions to do this if they chose to do that, but it wouldn't change the zoning in a way that forces this as a use. It would just provide a separate, and I think one of the things that we talked about at the Planning Commission was we don't want to establish these rules and then all of a sudden have a lot of churches, I don't think, established just for this purpose. And I don't see that happening necessarily.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You know, imagine a church property that's today is used for a church. Developer comes in. Now it sounds like we would increase the density, raise the value of that property, allow them to include market rate housing, which sounds like make it pencil, and then the religious institution or decides to sell off a portion of the property or move its location. How do we address that issue? Did staff give any sort of thinking to that? Did the Planning Commission weigh in on that issue?
Yeah, I think that there was some discussion and there was a session, but some of the thought is through, and I think that we've dealt with this in other instances, but through an entitlement process to restrict that sort of movement. If the intent is to in affordable housing in conjunction with a religious institution property, there are ways through the entitlement to ensure, whether it's through a covenant or some other deed restriction, to ensure if that was the desire to not allow that split to happen, or to ensure that the church remained on the property. The challenge would be, obviously, what if the church membership did die off? Are we going to kick everybody out of the house, right? Or out of the building? We're not going to do. Those are things.
I'm just.
Yeah, those are things that need to. It came up, and there are no answers, but those are things that we would be looking at through the process.
Hey, Mayor, if I may just chime in, I think this up to see if there was enough, these are great questions, Victor, by the way. I mean, I share them 100%. Is there enough appetite to figure out this is an opportunity that's worth exploring, strategy that makes sense? And my belief is, given the affordable housing challenge and the cost of land, that there is an opportunity to come up with some creative, maybe move the needle on that front, but also respect the needs of neighborhoods. So I'm just looking for this group to maybe show enough enthusiasm to figure out if it's worth doing more spade work here, and then having something come back.
Do we have comments on this item?
Yes, Mayor, about 20.
Okay, we better get to them.
Yes, Mayor. Ready to go? Before I read the comments, I do also want to point out, this is item 18. We received 81 letters in support of the potential housing for homeless at religious institutions. So all of that was distributed to the council, posted online, and is part of this record. So I'll start reading the comments. Burnt. Pasadena. I am a longtime resident of Pasadena. I am writing regarding agenda item 18, which would give planning department staff the ability to explore an amendment to the zoning code that would allow for on the property of religious institutions. Allowing affordable and supportive housing on church land is consistent with the mission of churches and is strongly supported by churches and by homeless service providers. Allowing such housing would increase the in the city. I urge the council to adopt option number 1 in the staff report, directing staff to continue processing zoning code amendments on an open-ended basis and return with recommendations based on input from a virtual community meeting and planning commission meeting. Solution to this urgent problem, and an overlay zone makes good sense since it would allow community-minded congregations that are already willing and mission-driven to become partners with the city to meet an urgent need. Thank you for your consideration for such a thorough staff report on this item. From Hugh Martinez, Pasadena. Hi, my name is Hugh Martinez of Western Pacific Housing LLC, an affordable housing developer. I want to speak in support of an overlay to build affordable housing. This is a significant opportunity when so few affordable development sites exist. Using church land is a huge opportunity for affordable housing developers to have projects. When they work with churches, developers don't have to buy land in advance or carry the insurance and other holding costs. They can be more confident of community support since they have the support of a church, which is part of a neighborhood. Yet, if churches wish to cost and time needed to create a zoning change on a case-by-case basis, as opposed to an overlay zone, could be significantly lowered if there was such a policy in place. Plus, it makes the deal more experienced developer. Given the combination of growing housing crisis and the economic damage caused by COVID, I strongly urge you to support a church overlay zone. From John O. Monrovia, my name for the Congressional Land Committee that is based in Pasadena. My comment is to share that the Yigabe movement, Yes in God's Backyard, is gaining traction and momentum throughout the county and state. Involved in working with congregations to build affordable housing that a focus on PSH, housing for those experiencing homelessness, as a staff person at LA, California. There are projects that have been built and projects in the pipeline that take advantage of sites that have been previously overlooked. One is Wesley Village in Garden Grove, a 47-unit, 100% affordable, 50 to 59% AMI, that features family and senior housing built on what was underutilized parking lot. That project includes a new Head Start learning facility and a large community center that provides services for both residents and neighborhood. Working with congregations to facilitate joint venture partnerships between congregation and developer in Pasadena, 52 units, Culver City, 95 units, and Inglewood, 45 to 65 units. A recent poll with faith leaders in Pasadena shows receptive to the idea. This one is from Renee Allridge, and we read this as part of the item 16. So she's in support of this item. For Juliana Serrano, however, Mayor and City Council members, we desperately need more affordable housing in Pasadena. There are two major opportunities for affordable housing on the Water and Power site in the Civic Center, and two, temporary shelter and affordable housing on church land. It has been sitting vacant for many, many years, and is certainly surplus land, which the law prioritizes for affordable housing. Furthermore, the need for this housing is significant. Please do all that you can to speed. Also, churches across Pasadena are stepping up to offer their land for temporary shelter and affordable housing, but they need the zoning to be changed to let them do that. This zoning change will expedite the process of providing temporary shelter during COVID, when those experiencing homelessness cannot be in congregant shelters, and to enable affordable housing to be built. This will make the process considerably less expensive, which makes affordable housing dollars stretch further. From Gilbert Walton, Pasadena, I'm a member of the New Hope Baptist Church. We are 100% in favor of passage of the church overlay zones. Over the years, we have witnessed a loss of members because of the high cost of housing in Pasadena. Some moved to outlying areas like Lancaster and San Bernardino, and some have left the state altogether. Would help us to provide much needed housing, continue our mission as a church, which otherwise would be severely jeopardized. We sincerely need your help. Thank you. From Bert Newton, Pasadena, Ministry Associate of Pasadena Mennonite Church and the Liaison and Outreach Coordinator for Making Housing and Community Happen. An overlay zone that enables churches to build affordable housing provides an opportunity for churches to participate in housing crisis. From the poll we conducted, 17 churches are interested in having affordable housing on their land, with the potential of 1,177 units if a congregational land overlay zone is passed. Would support a congregational land overlay zone to help other churches build housing on their land. Additionally, 19 churches, nearly half of the respondents, would allow safe parking on their churches' parking lots, and 11 churches were open their property. 12 churches already own approximately 58 rental units. Only 6 of them rent at a market rate. From Gloria Newton, Pasadena. I'm a homeowner in District 3 and a volunteer at Madison Elementary School. With multiple families having to squeeze into one apartment to make rent. It is high time that our city leaders have a flex response of, quote, yes, to such creative solutions as the overlay zone for church land rather than defaulting preserving neighborhood character, voiced by those who are already protected by home ownership. The focus on single family dwellings as the ultimate in, quote, neighborhood character. It's the lack of access to housing for all, forcing multiple families to cram into one home in order to live in Pasadena. Please listen to the voices of the less affluent, equally hardworking families by acting such as the overlay zone for church land. It's time for new solutions to this serious problem. Thank you for your service. From Cynthia Kurtz, Pasadena. Number 18, affordable housing at religious institutions. Thank you for the opportunity to comment regarding item 18. Please support continuing the planning process to develop and implement an overlay zone that would allow faith-based organizations citywide to build affordable housing on underutilized land. Last session, the California State Legislature considered a nearly statewide. It was a cookie-cutter approach that could not and did not consider local needs. There is every reason to believe that a similar bill will be introduced in the future. Pasadena has always been a leader in land use planning. Rather than its local control and become the model for how local jurisdictions can respond positively to encourage affordable housing by moving forward with its own congregational overlay zone. Cynthia Kurtz, Pasadena resident. From Donna Sider, and I'll read the comment that's related to 18. 18, misstated. Items should read affordable housing. Former water and power site and civic center has been sitting vacant for decades as, quote, surplus land. The law prioritizes such for affordable housing. No more standing residents of faith call you out. Act to move this parcel into affordability for the thousands who've been displaced from this city. Now, 17 churches are committed to build. They need zoning change to housing we need and reduce costs, which makes affordable housing dollars stretch further so that more can be built. Please advise the Planning Commission to work with the Planning Department to make the necessary zoning changes. From Ed Washatka, Chair of Pasadenans Organizing for Progress Housing Justice Committee, Pasadena. Pasadenans Organizing for Progress, POP, asked the City Council to direct staff to vision for providing potential housing for the homeless at religious institutions. As described in the staff report, this would, quote, continue processing zoning code amendments on an open-ended basis and return with recommendations virtual community meeting and planning commission meeting, end quote. With limited resources available for affordable housing development, properties of religious institutions represent an historic opportunity that will be compatible with the values and purposes of both the religious institutions and the needs of the greater community. Pasadena is a diverse community of many dimensions. Recognizing the variability in terms of neighborhood context, it seems options 2 and 3 limit solutions by unnecessarily fixing boundaries to creative discussion. Hop thinks option 1 makes more sense as it keeps the process as open and thoughtful. So thoughtful study and discourse can consider how best to accommodate affordable housing in ways that strengthen community. Respectfully, Ed Washatka, Chair of POP's Housing Justice Committee, along with committee members Kimberly Douglas, Jill Suzanne Shook, Pasadena. Rezoning church land is one way that the city can make right with past sins of racial inequities. With urban renewal where Parsons now sits was displaced, moving thousands away from the city center. That property today is zoned for 87 units per acre. They were not given the opportunity to capture the added value of the land from but instead encouraged to leave. Thriving Black communities and businesses on North Fair Oaks were also displaced. The 210 freeway pushed out even more people of families were not sufficiently remunerated from their property to buy in Pasadena. If they wanted to, banks often would not provide loans. Many were barred from obtaining private mortgage insurance. In fact, on Lake in Washington, Family Thrift was established, in parentheses later One United Bank, to provide mortgages not offered at other banks. One church on North Fair Oaks has 8 members left. Several have closed. As one pastor put it, their church building is in Pasadena, but they have become commuter churches. Rezoning church land to allow for prevent more displacement and correct past sins. From Andre J. White, Pasadena. An overlay zone for churches to build affordable risk and time for affordable housing developers to permit, finance, construct, and manage a project. The majority of affordable housing developers cannot afford to invest a great amount of time, money, and risk into rezoning, since it is unknown whether a project of a certain scale will be approved, allowing for the upfront cost to be recouped. Most affordable housing developers therefore look for simpler opportunities available in other cities. Development site provides a more predictable outcome for getting a desired project approved. From Anthony Manusos, Pasadena. I'm writing you as a member of the Orange Grove Peace and where we unanimously agreed to support affordable housing at the Civic Center and also an overlay zone so that churches can build affordable housing on their land. Our meeting has been a center for housing justice efforts in Pasadena, the candidates forum that took place there in January. At that time, all the candidates expressed strong support for affordable housing. Now you have a chance to show that you meant what you said by supporting and also supporting zoning changes that would allow churches to build affordable housing. Our survey indicates that most churches are eager to be part of the solution, and many want to build affordable housing on their allow them to fulfill their mission. As people of faith, we take to heart what it says in Proverbs 31. Quote, speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute, and judge fairly, defend the rights of the poor and the needy, end quote. Philip Burns, Pasadena. An overlay zone enabling churches across the city to build affordable housing is among the best tools available to meet the city's stated housing goals with affordable housing. The overlay zone can be crafted in such a way that it balances concerns about project feasibility with neighborhood sensitivity. Development standards that will need to be addressed include density, parking requirements, and height. Options for accomplishing the same goal have been mentioned. They are all piecemeal. For instance, amending the PS zoning designation only affects congregations with over 2 acres of land. Working through specific plans is geographically limiting for a general plan amendment to accommodate unexpected changes to the specific plan. An overlay zone would be an elegant solution that spreads affordable housing in a fair yet sensitive way. From Allison Henry, Pasadena. Dear Council, I live in am active in housing and tenant protections. Item 18 provides us with a creative and welcome opportunity to make a significant effort towards our regional housing goals, especially for low-income earners. Much work has been done with specifically in the Northwest, where the need is great. People are getting priced out of their neighborhoods. Also, the Northwest is a gentrification target. Our housing element, 2014 to 2021 in parentheses, includes this vision. Quote, have an equal right to live in decent, safe, and affordable housing in a suitable living environment for the long-term well-being and stability of themselves, their families, their neighborhoods, and their housing vision for Pasadena is to maintain a socially and economically diverse community of homeowners and renters who are afforded this right, end quote. Because of years of losing low-income housing stock to rent spikes and building of only luxury units, production and our large arena numbers for the next cycle reflect that. Supporting building on church land should be an easy yes for the council. Thank you for your consideration for creative options to address our very the next one is from Carol Daly, and I read that earlier in item number 16. She's in support of this item. The next Pasadena. Church attendance is declining. Gallup says that 69% of U.S. adults were members of a church in 1998 to 2000, compared with 52% in 2000. This is particularly the case within land-rich, older, and mainline churches. Some churches are looking to offload oversized parking lots, high-maintenance buildings, and extra space. With shrinking congregations, many affordable housing on church land has enabled churches to bless their communities, stay within mission, and help to prevent displacement due to the cost of housing, the very thing that is hurting many Pasadena churches. Should a church feel housing on their property, an overlay zone enabling churches desiring to have affordable housing on their property would provide a huge leap forward in addressing the housing crisis. From Patricia Keene, we are asking the City Council to support an overlay zone because the time to address the need for affordable housing is now more than ever. And we have religious organizations throughout the city eager to be partners in making this happen. Simply put, an overlay time, significant money, and provide certainty for both the religious organizations willing to provide affordable housing and the communities where that housing will be located. By supporting an overlay zone that will ensure the majority of housing that will be developed is affordable, the city can ensure and done in a way that minimizes the need for city or other public money to make affordable housing happen. An overlay zone is needed and superior to other suggestions of incorporating such zoning into specific plan update of public semi-public. So, because these planning processes would not adequately address the unique needs of congregations. From Cindy Coe, Pasadena City Council. My name is Cindy Coe. I am a member of Vision Christian Fellowship located at 1555 East Colorado Boulevard, Pasadena. I am writing to express my high-quality, affordable housing built on congregational land. I would support churches in my neighborhood wishing to do this. These ideas would require workable financial arrangements, which we understand the overlay zone could possibly. I understand the current arrangement makes these units not feasible. Since these thoughts for our church are in the very initial stages, we support efforts enabling us to explore any part we may play for a solution. These ideas in our VCF board discussions. The 2020 homeless count was 527. Studies show that there is an expectation of 45% increase. We are also concerned for the forces behind loss of housing for the weaker in our society, including the elderly. Churches play a vital role in the community and are interested in contributing to quality of life improvements for all. Thank you. Sincerely, Cindy. And this is the last public comment, Mayor, Council. Pastor Mayra Macedo Nolan, Executive Director of Clergy Community. Mayor Tornick and City Council members, we are all aware the affordable housing crisis is an issue in cities across the nation, including Pasadena. Religious institutions are allies both to members in our community need affordable housing and to city leaders tasked with managing our city's land assets, as well as finding and implementing solutions for issues such as this. I ask that you take steps to support and facilitate the religious institutions to utilize their properties to alleviate the shortage of affordable housing in our city, both temporarily and long-term. Both religious institutions and city leaders share the privilege and responsibility to support and care for the community. We cannot solve the national crisis, but we can solve the Pasadena crisis. Let's do this together. That completes the public comment on this item, Mayor.
Thank you. I sense that people have sent in, and I must say that I'm strongly supportive of the concept of allowing underutilized church properties to be to affordable housing. I think some of the questions that started to emerge in tonight's brief discussion are obviously valid in terms of neighborhood impacts. What do you do about churches that may start out as sort of a joint use with affordable housing and the church goes out of business, and what happens under those circumstances? I mean, But the fundamental premise here, which is to say that churches have surplus land because of dependence, and probably many of them are overparked, and the fact that they would be willing to invest that land in providing affordable housing sites, pass up. So I'm strongly supportive. I'm delighted that Councilmember Wilson raised the issue in terms of making sure that this doesn't get slow walked and that it really gets the kind of attention that it deserves, because there are very few opportunities like this. I mean, we have some limited opportunities in terms of publicly owned land, like the water and power site, but there are a lot of church sites that might meet these characteristics. The overlay zone is one tech. I don't know how applicable it is. We have to establish at least minimum standards so that we're clear that it's not going to have a huge adverse impact on its neighbors. But by the same token, the reference I heard, and I'm sorry I didn't make a note about who said it, but the reference about predictability and certainty on the part of the institutions and their partners, vital. We can't expect them to go through the sort of process and not know what they're going to come out with at the end. So I think to the extent that the staff can help develop, with the help of the Planning Commission, predictability of this process, some criteria by which existing densities might be exceeded in terms of a fixed multiplier in return for percentages of affordability. I mean, these are formulaic things that we agreement on without making them go through the kind of a crapshoot in terms of each approval process that they're trying to avoid. But I think it's important that we send a strong signal that we are not necessarily buying any particular proposal tonight, but that we are strongly supportive of really the offer that some of our churches have made to participate in need and help solve the problem and do it in a tangible and hopefully swift way. Councilmember McAustin, I saw you.
Yeah, thank you. Group in support of this effort. I'm still a little confused about, is there a requirement for a religious institution to have a religious use on the property? Or could they just sell a portion of their property? Or, I'm a little confused. Think about what, if any, requirements there should be. I think about churches, a couple of churches in my district that are, smack in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Parking, none. But beautiful building, right? Maybe conversion opportunity or something. Where you might not want to see new building, but you could see a converted use, and then we could save an historic building as well. So I don't know, all the answers, but I think we should move forward. I am concerned about sort of too much market rate housing, being allowed and opportunity for somebody else. I think we should get into the weeds a little bit on it and see what we can figure out what it means, and we should, if we can kind of sort it out, because we do have a unique situation in Pasadena in terms of churches and some of their land areas significant, and how long they have to have been a church. So, movie theater, or I don't know, a lot of things to consider. But we should.
Yeah, I mean, there's absolute recognition that into the weeds, those kinds of questions, along with dozens of others, inevitably will come up. But I think all we're after tonight, and I won't speak for Councilmember Wilson, he's articulated already, but is the idea to express at least a strong interest in this and urge the staff and the commission and the planning commission to move aggressively ahead on this and flush out those questions and develop. It may be that there's all those blue dots on the map are not necessarily going to be appropriate. Maybe it's just the dots that have substantial vacant parking areas, or and there may be some other sort of threshold that will allow us to, on some of these sites than on others. But I think we really, we're behind the eight ball in terms of being able to produce enough affordable housing, and not everybody has a site as big. So we need to, or the unique circumstance that existed at the Salvation Army. But I think we need to send a signal to the commission, to the planning commission, and to the people who are engaged in this, going on really for quite some time in some detail, that we're supportive of it and we want to see something come back to us for active consideration. Mr. Masuda.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I'm interested as well to find out more about what people are thinking about this. I share a lot of the concerns that Margaret has, especially. And would they have some say about what would happen at a certain church in their neighborhood? So I would be very concerned about that. And I know we need some housing. Now, I saw something in the report. It said that the commission talked about, well, there was a question, would you only have affordable housing? And which I thought, as far as I'd be more open to hearing more about this. And I just want to let the other council members know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Masuda. Mr. Gordo.
Yeah, Mayor, is a long process and lots of detail. My read of the staff report is the Planning Commission took this up on June 24th and July 8th in a study session, and essentially recommended that we support in concept the theory of properties being used differently at churches. But they cautioned very clearly that more time was needed, and why this has been pushed through is of concern to me, and probably of concern. This is the kind of thing that tends to divide our community. And let me say something. I believe that we can get to the point where, but June 24th, July 8th, two discussions in the middle of a crisis is not, in my view, and the Planning Commission is telling us there hasn't been to give direction, and they're asking us to give them more of an opportunity to look at this thoroughly, so we can all move in the direction of being thoughtful, working in housing, do it together. And that's not what I see in a process like the one that's been undertaken. I think one of the some people say predictability, but one of the speakers said handing over to developers. I found that really interesting. So some people confusing predictability with opening the door to developers, and I think we got to be careful with how we handle this process. So I think the Planning Commission, affordable housing advocates, and everyone in the city should have a real opportunity to discuss this matter. Not obviously not come back, or even not an elongated process, but it certainly should be a thought process, and I don't see that in here. And so I think our planning commission, let's engage in the discussion and be thoughtful about it, and we should listen to that, but with a sense of urgency, because there may be some low-lying fruit. Creation, for example, would be very different than the churches in Mr. Costin's district that are right across from each other at Michigan, Holliston and Washington, or in my district where you have 3 or 4 churches in the Villa Park neighborhood. They're all within walking distance with little to no parking, and we press through with little public input and interaction. And I am concerned that predictability has become a code for handing over properties to developers.
Noted. The longer term, this shouldn't be done carefully and with adequate public input. But you put your finger on it, and I think all that Andy was, reason he was flagging it is to make sure that there is some sense of urgency to this. The are very recent, but there have been community meetings and organizational meetings and substantial front-end work done on this for several years. And I think we can analysis that some of the, what you're calling advocacy organizations have been doing. But no one's suggesting that this should be rushed through. This is way too complicated, but I share I think your characterization is exactly right. As long as there's some sense of urgency to this, and we understand that it's a potentially a valuable opportunity, I don't know if there's any low-hanging fruit. I'd love to. We need to proceed at pace and make sure the staff understands that this is something that we have an interest in. That's the only agenda item for tonight.
Mayor, just to chime in, when I talked to the city director after the city council, the planning commission meeting, it was essentially described this project as in a holding pattern. So it felt like this was too interesting to here today is to educate all of us and initiate a reasonable process to at least do more exploration around what the opportunities are both in longer term. So I would ask that we send this back to the planning commission, the whole sense of urgency, and ask them to work with staff on an outreach process so they can come back to us, early next year with specifics that we have talked about today. There's no goal in ramming this through. That's not going to work. But the idea of this being stalled out felt like a missed opportunity. So I wanted to at least send this back to the planning commission with a sense of urgency to move this along.
Okay, I don't think there's any disagreement with that. So with that, are you informed enough from the council's consensus here?
Although there was no discussion relative to the temporary trailers, I feel like we've gotten enough info forward, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's move to the last item. Incidentally, the closed session items are going to be deferred because we're all much as I'd like to keep you around for another hour, I think it's probably not plausible. So we will finish up with item 19, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Mayor, we full of comments that we could read, and then we could do the reading of the ordinance. If that's
very good.
Okay.
How many comments do we have?
Or so.
I had a couple of just follow-up questions, and then
okay.
So we can just go through the comments first. And
very good.
Okay.
Before we move on to that, David, one of the other questions that should be looked at is in terms of religious institutions, high schools like LaSalle, like schools that are also institutions. I'm thinking about Maranatha, Assumption, Bayfield. Those should all be looked at very carefully as well, and with the topic that we just discussed.
You can talk over there if you want.
Good idea.
Councilmember Gordo, we got that. Thank you.
Okay, Mark.
All right, so the first comment is from Sonia Burnt, President of Pasadena. I am retired after serving over 31 years as a state prosecutor, during which I conducted hundreds of administrative and civil investigations, issued hundreds of subpoenas, and conducted innumerable oral examinations. Council lengthy letters dated September 21, 2020 and September 28, 2020, both of which are now part of the public record, detailing the many problems with the ordinance as drafted. These include, but are not of interest of the City Council, excessive restraints on the police auditor's ability to do his/her job, and a scope of authority of the police auditor and commission so simply reviewers of the police department's own work with no ability to seek and uncover essential facts related to critical incidents. I offered a number of suggestions that would alleviate the problems identified. I urge the council to reconsider the language of the ordinance and instead amend the ordinance with terms that are consistent with the community's demand for effective civilian oversight of the police department. Thank you. From Kenichi Yoshida. My name is Kenichi Yoshida, a Pasadena resident, a Japanese immigrant, husband, father, faith leader, and administrator in higher ed institution. I, along with many Pasadena residents, urge that the council grant what the residents want and that have been repeatedly and clearly communicated to the council. Please do not give us a commission that is in name only and one that severely lacks substance. The ordinance proposed by the council is ill-conceived and warrants meaningful and substantial in the oversight body. We are closely watching the process and will not be deceived. Thank you. From Breathe Justice, Pasadena. Council members, who among you is an expert in police oversight? Was the last NACOLE presentation to council members on building effective police oversight bodies. You appropriately listened to health experts regarding COVID-19, but where on the life or death matter of police oversight? We have painstakingly submitted constructive research-based letters to you. You ignore us, turning your back on those in need of the strengthened community police relations. Champion. Stop cowering behind words like charter, in quotes, and meet and confer, in quotes. Research the charter yourself. Stand up to the police union. Is it any surprise that council members, most police officers on the Police Oversight Commission, have taken the most money from the police union or served in police departments themselves? Don't like being labeled that way? Restrict police officers and the representatives from the commission. And mandate fundamental oversight components such as investigatory authority and non-binding disciplinary recommendation authority, in parens permitted by the city charter, Bringing effective police oversight to Pasadena takes work with deference to actual experts, not inexpert at council members simply because they are attorneys. Actual oversight experts argue that weak oversight bodies provide none, leading to worsened community resentment. If you truly want better community police relations, improve this ordinance, which insults transparency, accountability, and independence. From Donna Sider, Pasadena, and I'll read the part of her statement related to item 19. This is a sham. Does not grant investigatory authority. ITA gives the police department full power over commissioner training. This will likely include, quote, scared straight, end quote, ride-alongs and shooting exercises, but no expert training in equity or the long-term implications of police actions on individuals and communities. You have not given the community what it has demanded. This ordinance is ill-conceived, rife with irrational not stand absent meaningful improvement to strengthen the oversight body. From David Chavez, Pasadena. I am commenting today my not grant investigatory authority to the commission or IPA. It prohibits attorneys whose firms are involved in police department matters, but does not prohibit police officers from serving on the commission. By not barring law enforcement officers or close affiliates from serving on the board, the city is creating another avenue of PPD influence in politics. It precludes city employees, in parentheses including police officers, from being subpoena, nor does it allow the commission to make any personnel recommendations, despite the city charter making no clear mention of such prohibition. It gives the police department full power over commissioner training, shared straight ride-alongs and shooting exercises, but no expert training in equity, civil rights, I know that. The de-escalation or long-term implications of police actions on individuals and communities. Overall, the city attorney, city clerk, and police chief power over IPA and commission matters, making it dependent upon them in nearly every conceivable way. This is far from the oversight our community needs to hold PPD accountable and profiling in our communities. From Ed Washotka, Pasadena. I am writing to ask for a clarification regarding the definition of a quorum as listed on page 4 of the police oversight section 2.60.070, paragraph B. The paragraph states that quorum shall be a majority of the commission seats filled by the city council. I would suggest that for clarification purposes, a quorum should be as 6 members. My purpose for asking for this clarification is to ensure that all commission members are considered equally, regardless if they are nominated by and represent council members or are nominated by and organizations. Thank you. And that completes public comment on this item.
Oh, good. Thank you. On that last, Mayor, on that last comment, I'd like to weigh in, or the city manager, because I think Ed Washotka's public comment is, and we would not want the 3 representatives of the community or nonprofit world or organizations in our community to be felt or treated differently than the 8 that are strictly from the council, nominated by the mayor and council members and confirmed by the whole council. So is there a way to address that comment? It seems to be.
If I might, this is Michelle Bonarise. The language that we used in determining the quorum is consistent with what we have for vast and bodies in our other code sections in the municipal code. I would note that each member of this body would be treated the same. There is no basis for heavier weight with their vote or counting toward a quorum or not. Each representative, each member of the body would have equal vote and equal opportunity to participate. A quorum is just based on the number of people.
Okay, and your comment, legislative history?
Well, they're certainly part of the minutes and the record and the public records.
Fine. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I have a couple questions for our city attorney, just some scenarios I'd just like to go through. I don't want to cash everything that we've already done, but I just wanted some scenarios so that anyone who's watching could understand exactly what this commission would be able to do and wouldn't be able to do. So one of the questions I have, would the IP access to all files now, even though they're currently under investigation?
Do you want to read it now?
You can hear me?
No, sorry, Vice Mayor, there was one more comment that was stuck behind.
Oh,
the
I'm
paper.
sorry, go ahead.
No, I
Go ahead,
apologize.
I
It was
didn't
just stuck behind the paper. From Pastor Macedo Nolan. What is it? Myra, sorry. Mayor Tornick and City Council members, as a local pastor dedicated to pursuing a more just Pasadena, I am grateful for your stated commitment to community relations in our community. I urge you to build upon that commitment further by ensuring that the Police Oversight Commission is a body that has the wherewithal to actually affect change in its membership-free. Without investigatory authority, subpoena power, and the ability to make personnel recommendations based on results of investigations, the commission does not have the tools necessary to fulfill its role and desired by the local community, as documented in the hundreds of letters and comments submitted to you in recent weeks. We have a great start. Let's fine-tune the proposed ordinance so that it leads to actual improvement in community relations. A more just Pasadena is attainable. We will get there step by step, decision by decision. This is one of those moments, one of those decisions that really counts. Sorry about that, Mayor.
And so to address the question regarding whether the IPA would have access to all of the files, even those currently under investigation, I think the answer is yes, and I'll turn it over to our Chief Assistant City Attorney, Javon Ratt.
Yeah. And just the auditor would need to understand that there'd be restrictions on keeping the files confidential, such as criminal investigation, or if there's a pending personnel matter.
So those files are available to the IPA?
They would be, yes. The
But
ordinance,
they just had a,
yes.
go ahead.
Yeah, basically the ordinance says have unimpeded access, yes.
If the IPA found discrepancies or misleading or missing information, could they interview? If officers refuse to be interviewed, could they subpoena them?
So the IPA, Mr. Vice Mayor, could interview the officers, but if the officers decline to be interviewed, the subpoena them. The way the ordinance is drafted is to allow for, it does not provide subpoena power for city employees to testify.
And that's due to the charter limitation.
But if a city employee decides that they want to comply with the subpoena, oh no, you could not. So the subpoena power would not work on a city employee.
For
any city employee, even if the city employee is in public works.
Well, you know, I'd have to take a look. I think that the one thing is this is an ordinance set up for oversight.
I get that. I was just asking the question because what if a public works employee was one of the, I'm just mentioning a department.
Right.
A city employee was a witness.
So, right, it would not work for any city employees. They could subpoena non-employees for testimony like a third-party witness.
Okay. Need to do that under our charter?
I think the question is under the charter.
There's no way to accomplish that without a.
We'd have to take a look at it. I think it also presented a difficulty in the sense of it might require meet and confer with the affected bargaining units.
Gets to the key point of not interfering with the city manager form of government where the employees all report, except for those council appointed departments, to the city manager. So we haven't looked at employees who are not subject to it, but it appears that it would still be part of their employment. We haven't kind of analyzed that, but it doesn't be allowed because that's still engaging city employees. in that process.
See, I thought city council members couldn't engage city employees.
Right. The chain of command for the city manager, it would, the city attorney's office. So it's someone other than the city manager.
I think that needs to be, it doesn't sound like that has been fully hashed. No, I'm just saying, I think that when this commission is set up, this should be one of the first things that subpoena power is, if we're even able to do that. And even if we have to do a meet and confer, then you just do a meet and confer and we grant that as a city council.
Right, the meeting charter limitations, but this is certainly something that can be considered further as things get implemented. When you're talking about subpoenaing someone who's maybe to see if there's a basis to distinguish that.
I think, Mr. Vice Mayor, one more, just to add one more thing to Michelle's point, is that anything developed out of the testimony that, say, an officer might voluntarily testified or otherwise, that couldn't be used against them for personnel or disciplinary purposes due to the charter. So it kind of was also a question of talk to the officer. What would that, the commission would need to consider, what would it get them, because it wouldn't get them to be able to participate in the personnel or disciplinary process.
Well, I appreciate you because if it doesn't go against their personnel disciplinary, their personnel file, or if it doesn't get into that, then I don't see why they couldn't be subpoenaed. If it has no marking their status as an employee, there's no relevance to them not being able to be subpoenaed or not. I mean, they're answering questions.
Yeah. We can see if there is a basis to distinguish that for those non-officers that you're talking about, or non-police department employees.
If the IPA thought that there was a witness not interviewed by the police, could they subpoena them? And what exactly happens if they file a motion to quash?
So the third-party witness, like a member of the public that witnessed an incident, they could be subpoenaed to testify by the auditor. And if the subpoenaed didn't want to come testify, then they could file a motion to quash, and that would be with the commission.
The motion to quash with the commission.
Right, within 5 days of getting the subpoena. That's correct.
Okay, and then the commission has to agendize it and.
Right, and we'd have to assess whether that would be done in closed, that kind of thing.
And if the commission says, no, we're going to let you get subpoenaed by our IPA, is there another person who's trying to quash it that comes to the council for a appeal?
The way the ordinance is drafted, the commission would be the last stop at the city for that, but presumably if the quash, that person could then go to court and initiate an action and ask a judge to quash the subpoena, to say that the commission or the auditor's subpoena was overbroad, or that they
Okay. If IPA and commission find that the PPD acted out of policy or negligent,
So, Mr. Vice Mayor, I think
publicly, I'm sorry, because they reported out publicly.
Right. So they could, under a couple circumstances. First off, if they personnel or other confidential matters, they could probably publicly report on that. They could also publicly report on it if the incident at issue under SB 1421, which allows for disclosures of past officer-involved shootings, uses of force causing great bodily injury, and a few other types of critical incidents. And so publicly reported on. But one of the things, though, is that the police department cannot rely on what the commission might or IPA might report on as a basis for personnel action against an officer.
Could they recommend discipline? I mean, well, could they recommend discipline? If they, I mean, as their opinion?
They certainly can, Mr. Vice Mayor. The problem is that the police department that opinion and call it their own.
Okay, and so for example, let's say in the just most recent shooting of Anthony McLean, who was shot and killed by a police officer on Raymond, if the commission believed that that officer was out of policy, which he was out of policy, even the police chief has said that, that could the commission say
it's their prerogative. So it would be within their prerogative to do so. I think one of the things about how they might publicly report on it might be constrained if the matter was still under, or if the officers were still under criminal investigation. The other thing is that, like I said, the chief cannot take any conclusions that the auditor issues and then call them his own. So the process under the city manager really needs to remain there under the charter.
Okay. And then my last question is, let's say the commission get policies, and so the commission makes recommendations to the police department as a change of policies or different types of training for officers. I know that they have for what is the active shooter training? I forget. It's kind of like the test where you try to pull the gun out really quick and shoot. I know that they do that training quite often. From my understanding, implicit bias training is not done at the same frequency as a training on how to pull your gun out and when to pull your gun out, or training to de-escalate. De-escalation training is not as prevalent as the training on firearm use. So that they believe that the training should be equally across the board, and they made recommendations to the police department. What happens next?
So right now, the silent on any formal role that the commission has in department policy, so they can make recommendations that we think you should have a policy of X, or you should change your policy, or you should do that training, you should initiate this kind of training. But really the commission's role is it's advisory, like the other city boards and commission, most other city boards and commissions. And so they also might present initiatives to various city departments within their jurisdiction. That would be the first observation. The second thing is the chief and the city manager would have kind of a practical incentive to follow the policy recommendations. Commission recommendation might not be followed. That's something the commission could share with the city council, and the city manager is one of the appointees of the city council, so the council could take up that matter and discuss it, kind of like the council discussed body worn camera policy a few years ago.
So long story short, we are trying to with this ordinance protect our citizens in the city of Pasadena, so that when they file a complaint, it doesn't go on deaf ears. The commission would be able to see that, look at it. This commission have the strength or the teeth that it needs, but I am appreciative of the subpoena power that did come out of it. I am appreciative of the fact that now they can let me just ask was the case. If the IPA, this is my last question, I'm sorry. If the IPA wanted to do a parallel investigation, or let me not say investigation because I think that triggers a lot of report, would the IPA be able to do a police officers on a investigation of a use of force? For example, like the Christopher Blue matter, would they be able to be in the room, or the Anthony McLean matter? Would a IPA right now say, you know, this is a matter closely and monitor everything that's going on? Would they be able to be in that room?
Yes.
And they would be able to write a parallel report?
Yes, but report, just to be clear, is that would be a report that could not be used against the officers for any personnel or disciplinary matters, but definitely they could be around for the process and.
Right, and if they gave recommendations back to the commission on how during the process what they saw that they believe the police department can be better on, they're allowed to do that, but it's kind of a recommendation and not necessarily any mandate that the city manager would have to make changes to.
That's about right. And I think depending on the type of incident, the content of the auditor's report, that may or may not be able to be made publicly. If it was, especially if the council and the commission were seeking to have something publicly more with more confidence that it could be put out, then that would be into more general concepts of, I thought, whether the department's investigation was fair, thorough. You get into details about incidents, then that starts to trigger what's called the PICHA statutes, or the confidentiality of police officers' files. And so only in certain circumstances can those details be released.
So I just want to say that the subpoena power question that I raised, before the commission comes back, I mean, in a update from the city attorney, I would like on that, because maybe that even needs to come back to us sooner than later. But otherwise, I am supportive of this. It is not exactly what the community asked for, but it's definitely a lot better.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Javon, for your answers. We had the public comments. Before we call the roll. Clerk, please call the roll.
This is an ordinance of the City of Pasadena amending various provisions of the Pasadena Municipal Code, creating a commission and B, an independent police auditor. This ordinance was introduced by Councilmember Kennedy. Councilmember Gordo?
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes.
This ordinance is adopted without opposition.
Thank you. That completes our agenda, lengthy agenda. One more item I need to bring to everyone's attention publicly, and that is that there is a public hearing on October 8th, that's this week, at 10 a.m. That's conducted by the Javier Becerra, the Attorney General, with regard to the proposed change in control and governance of the Huntington Hospital. The Attorney General have a public hearing on the proposed change and the joining with the affiliation between Huntington Hospital and Cedars-Sinai. I'll make sure, Mr. Clerk, that the access information for this public hearing is posted on the city's website. But this is a required public hearing, and it's widely disseminated, and so I wanted to make sure that I at least referenced it because it's this week.
We can definitely post that for you, Mayor. If you scan and email it to our, my staff will take care of it.
Very good. So with that, super critical items that anyone else needs to raise, we will adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of the, has been our practice, in memory of the COVID-19, in memory of the victims of the Artsakh violence, and Mr. Tim Price. Please rise. Thank
Goodbye.